Welcome to Moonlit Publishing. She lost everything, but her fierce, unbreakable strength will awaken a deadly destiny under the full moon. One woman, one beast, a forbidden bond that changes everything.
Chapter 1. She awakened to pains so severe that it robbed her of breath. She moaned, her head aching fiercely, feeling twice its normal size, her mouth as dry as if she had swallowed a handful of desert sand. She became vaguely aware of the stiff mattress beneath her and the crisp linen draped over her. Cold air hissed from somewhere in the room, likely a vent, casting a chill that her thin sheet could not ward off. Her eyes fluttered, heavy-lidded and swollen. They opened to the harsh glare of fluorescent lights overhead, momentarily blinding her. A small, pained sound escaped her lips, and she realized with alarm that it had come from her own throat. The pain was excruciating. It pulsed through her limbs in sharp spasms, lacing her muscles and throbbing deep in her bones, while a fierce ache hammered at her temples. She closed her eyes and let the welcoming darkness pull her under. When she awoke again, hazy faces swam into view. Her vision wavered over a circle of white coats. Her head spun, and she groaned. How had she ended up here? Where was here? Miss Channing. A man's voice called softly, firm yet reassuring. She clung to the sound, finding a faint comfort in it as she hovered at the edge of consciousness. A cool palm pressed against her heated forehead, startling her back to awareness. She has a fever, another voice said, softer and more soothing, clearly feminine. A rush of movement stirred the air against her flushed skin, and a fleeting panic rose in her aching chest. Who were these people? Why was she so unbearably hot? Beads of perspiration dotted her forehead and trickled down the nape of her neck. She pushed weakly at the hands reaching for her. "Leave me," she groaned, her voice cracked and broken. "Relax, Miss Channing," the gentle voice murmured. There was a brief shuffle, then a quick prick against her skin. She gave a tiny gasp before slipping back into darkness. Later, she awoke to softer lighting. She blinked until her vision cleared, staring blankly at plain eggshell walls. Her gaze drifted to a lone chair against one wall, empty. The sight struck her oddly. Shouldn't someone be there? Her head felt unmoored, pain mingling with thoughts too fragmented to grasp. She shut her eyes, then opened them again, trying to make sense of the room and her situation. A sharp knock sounded, loud as thunder against her aching skull. A man appeared at her bedside, tall and broad-shouldered in a white coat embroidered with the name E.G. Jensenna in cursive. His eyes held a warm, almost sympathetic glint beneath dark brows and peppered hair. "Miss Channing," he said, his voice familiar and steady as he stepped closer. "I'm Dr. Jensenna. How are you feeling? Any pain or nausea?" She stared in silence for a moment. Her dry mouth parted, tongue darting out to wet, cracked lips. She swallowed with difficulty. Her eyes quickly scanned him, then the room. White coats, sleek equipment, checkered linoleum. The sharp, sterile scent filled the space. A hospital. Panic flared anew. How had she ended up in a hospital? Wah, her throat seized, the word a painful rasp. Dr. Jensenna leaned closer, his cologne drifting toward her. He gently lifted her chin, his touch careful as he studied her face. "Do you recall what happened, Miss Channing?" She looked away, struggling to piece together the last fragments of memory. Her mind remained too clouded to form a clear thought, let alone recall what had brought her here. His dark eyes stayed on her. "You've experienced trauma and are suffering from acute amnesia," he said gently, though his gaze over her face made her faintly uneasy. "Can you tell me your first name?" Only one name surfaced. "Katherina," she managed weakly. He nodded. "Very good." She tried again to speak. "Wah." She drew a shaky breath and winced at the fresh stab of pain. "Relax," he said softly, resting a hand lightly on her shoulder. "You have a cracked rib, severe bruising, and swelling at the temple. Can you tell me what happened, Katherina?" Her head throbbed so intensely it started behind her eyes and radiated through her skull. How could she remember anything through this pounding? He watched her closely, his expression holding something unspoken. She shook her head under his steady gaze, drawing a blank. He nodded, but the quiet that followed only deepened her suspicion that he was holding back. "You're very fortunate to be alive, Katherina." He started to stand, but she caught his wrist with sudden desperation, startling him. Pain shot through her, but she forced the words out. "What do you mean?" A doctor like him was used to difficult questions, yet she saw a flicker of reluctance in his warm eyes, as though the truth might shatter her. The mattress dipped as he sat again. When she didn't let go, he covered her hand with his own in a reassuring grip. "Katherina," his voice dropped, heavy with gravity, sending her heart racing. "I'm sorry to tell you," he paused, letting the words settle. "But you lost the baby." She recoiled as though struck. Her stomach twisted violently, nausea surging. Beneath the dim lights, her face drained of color. Her mouth fell open in stunned disbelief. "Baby?" she whispered. Her brows drew together. Surely this was a mistake. She would have known if she had been pregnant, but when she searched her fractured mind, no memory of a baby surfaced. Her chest tightened painfully. She pressed a clenched hand to the ache and shook her head at Dr. Channing. "No." His dark eyes softened with regret. "I'm terribly sorry." She shook her head harder, the motion igniting fresh waves of throbbing pain. Tears slipped down her cheeks, more burning behind her eyes. "A baby." The truth gripped her cruelly, intensifying the nausea. Dr. Channing watched her somberly, his hand tightening slightly in an effort to comfort her, but she found none in the gesture. Chapter 2. The next few nights, she slept restlessly. She would awaken in the dead of night, fearful of the shadows in her room, her body soaked in sweat, and her thoughts in chaos. She knew her shattered dreams were recurring images of what had led her to this point. They were consistent and frightening, always featuring a faceless man who terrified her. His identity remained a mystery, but she sensed he was dangerous and the reason she was in the hospital. Each night, she fell asleep with tears on her pillow, grieving the child she had lost. Was the faceless man the father? Her fears intensified as she considered the horrific possibilities that had left her confined to this bed. Had she been attacked? Beaten? Taken against her will? Her anxieties grew while her memory refused to return. Little by little, fleeting images surfaced. The more her battered mind revealed, the more terrified she became. After a full week in bed, she finally gathered the strength and courage to face a mirror. Against Dr. Channing's orders, it took her a grueling 15 minutes to ease out of bed onto unsteady legs. Her hospital gown hung loosely on her startlingly thin frame. Gripping the four-stand for support, she moved deliberately and slowly toward the mirror, each step sending fresh waves of pain through her body. The reflection staring back forced a sharp gasp from her throat. She stood frozen for a long moment, daunted. Her face was alarmingly pale, the blue and black bruises standing out starkly against her skin. Her hand trembled as she raised it toward the haunting eyes that met hers, her features barely recognizable beneath layers of discoloration. With shaking fingers, she brushed hair from her temple to reveal a large, angry gash. Gingerly, she touched her split lip, wincing at the tenderness. Her gaze dropped to her swollen throat, and she drew in a sharp breath. Dark bruises marred her neck, accompanied by redness, scratches, and the unmistakable outline of handprints. Someone had tried to strangle her. The realization left her stunned and deeply afraid. Her hand shaking, she pressed it to the flatness of her abdomen, imagining a baby once nestled there while all this violence had unfolded around her, sealing the child's fate. Gasping, she turned abruptly from the mirror, the sudden movement wrenching a cry from her throat. Agonizing pain seized her cracked ribs. She clutched at her side as unshed tears blurred her vision. She took one step toward the bed and crumpled to the floor. It was during her second week in the hospital that a man came to visit. She eyed the middle-aged stranger with suspicion as he entered her room. She studied his face intently, trying to imagine this man unleashing rage upon her. Her mind drew a blank. He didn't fit. He was impeccably dressed from head to toe. His polished black shoes squeaked faintly against the linoleum. A buff manila folder was tucked under his arm against the fine slate-gray fabric of his suit. Miss Channing. His eyes moved over her fragile appearance, questioning. She pulled the sheet tighter around herself. She didn't trust this man. She didn't trust anyone. But when Dr. Jensena stepped into the room, a slight wave of relief washed over her. He was a comforting presence. The doctor had taken good care of her, especially since no one else had come to claim her or sit with her in this cold, sterile room. He greeted her with his familiar warm eyes and gentle smile. Katherina, he gestured toward the visitor. This is Robert Danton. He's here to speak with you about some family matters. She stiffened. Family? Did she have any? Dr. Jensena gave her a reassuring nod, slipped his hands into his coat pockets, and quietly left the room, leaving her alone with the austere man. Mr. Danton gestured toward the empty chair. May I sit? She nodded, watching him warily. He cleared his throat as he settled into the seat, his gray slacks rising slightly to reveal tall black socks. Miss Channing, I understand this is a terribly difficult time given the circumstances. He paused, his gaze briefly scanning her face. She sank deeper into the bedding. He cleared his throat again and spoke matter-of-factly. Your great-aunt has passed away. Her memory had returned in fragments over the 2 weeks she had been here. Some details remained hazy, including the faceless man who had put her here, but at the mention of a great-aunt, a name surfaced immediately. Aunt Mia, she croaked, her throat still sore. He straightened, thick brows rising in surprise. Why, yes. Katherina considered this. With her memory still damaged, she could recall little about her great-aunt beyond the fact that she had been an elderly, solitary woman who preferred her own company more than most. Mr. Danton opened the manila folder and continued. Miss Channing, I will keep this brief. He glanced at her weary appearance. I am your great-aunt's probate attorney. I handle all legal aspects of her will and estate. Katherina swallowed, feeling the persistent soreness in her throat as she regarded the stranger with puzzlement. Why was he here telling her this? Wasn't there another relative? A quiet voice inside answered. There are no other relatives. And with that, a small piece of memory clicked into place. She had no family left except Aunt Mia. The rustle of papers pulled her from her thoughts as Mr. Danton went on. I won't go into the details of your aunt's passing until we've discussed other matters, but he paused, eyes scanning the documents. She named you as the beneficiary of all her assets. Her head swam. For a moment, she wasn't sure she had heard correctly. She looked at him cautiously. Beneficiary? She whispered. He nodded. Yes, ma'am. He pointed to a line on the page. Your name is written here in her will. Katherina leaned forward slightly, studying him more closely. You mean? Your great-aunt had no outstanding debts. She maintained a considerable trust fund that covered all expenses, including funeral costs and any additional fees. He paused. She has left you an inheritance as well as her estate in Asheville, North Carolina. Her heart quickened. Did the faceless man who had hurt her know about her great-aunt in Asheville? It felt like a lifeline one she needed to take. Is our conversation confidential, Mr. Danton? She asked carefully. A stern look crossed his brow. Yes, ma'am. It would be my professional duty otherwise. Somewhat reassured, she asked, You said my Aunt Mia left me an inheritance? He nodded, his expression steady. $500,000, to be exact. Chapter 3. It was that Thursday of her 3rd week in the hospital that a name attached itself to the faceless man who haunted her dreams. Daniel. She paled noticeably as the name surfaced effortlessly from some hidden corner of her mind. It sent a tremor racing down her spine and unleashed a rush of fragmented memories, 5 terrifying years of unrelenting control and violence. She cast a wary glance toward the door, acutely aware of how vulnerable she was. Was he searching for her? Did he know about the baby? He couldn't have unless she had told him, and she had no memory of doing so. She tossed the sheet aside and rose onto shaky legs, gripping the bed rail to steady herself. She had wasted enough time. As her memories flooded back, every painful detail of Daniel Horner's abuse returned with brutal clarity. Most vividly, she recalled the unpredictable stages of his temper, the jealousy and rage that erupted without warning, driving him to lash out at whatever or whoever was closest. She shivered and closed her eyes, the images too sharp. Flee, her mind urged. He could already be in the hallway, waiting to drag her back under his control. At the thought, she looked fearfully toward the door again, her heart pounding against her ribs. He hadn't known about her great-aunt. He wouldn't think to look for her in Asheville, North Carolina. Tears threatened to choke her as her fingers brushed the hollow of her throat, the stark realization settling in. He had come terrifyingly close to ending her life. Asheville was her only chance at safety. It was time to run. Katherina left her past behind in that Albany hospital and fled, transferring from one Greyhound bus to another across 690 miles of highway. The skyline of Albany faded into the distance beneath an ashen sky. Her thoughts remained heavy, shadowed by the constant fear that he would find her. Her memory had fully returned. Not a single painful moment remained hidden. She sank deeper into the worn suede seat, her subconscious pulling up those terrifying recollections to remind her exactly what she was escaping. Daniel Horner, the source of her every waking fear. He had been charming at first, even attentive after the tragic death of her parents. He had swept her off her feet, and she had fallen deeply in love, convinced he was her protector. She pushed the thought away. What she had mistaken for care had been a mask for control. He had hurt her repeatedly. His rules were absolute. Certain clothes and appearance were forbidden. If she drew attention from anyone else or seemed to catch a glance, she paid a heavy price, left bruised and in pain. 5 agonizing years of emotional and physical torment from a man she had once trusted completely, and for what? To wake in a hospital bed with no memory of the events leading up to it? And without her child. A quiet part of her added mournfully. She bit her lip, then immediately winced and released it, fighting back the flood of tears. You need to cry, her rational mind insisted. Her gaze swept over the other passengers. Now was not the time to break down. Her final thought before sleep claimed her was of her unborn child and the heartbreaking certainty that she would never hold that baby. Asheville, North Carolina, appeared at first as a modest city, but nestled within its surroundings lay Black Mountain, the true refuge she sought. Just 15 miles from downtown Asheville, it was where her late Aunt Mia had lived a quiet, solitary life. Black Mountain was a charming small town tucked among lush greenery. Rolling fields of grass spread wide, dotted with vibrant wildflowers. Towering mountain ranges and rugged peaks rose in the distance, offering challenging trails through dense forest. Winding rivers carved through steep hills, eventually tumbling into waterfalls. Somewhere beyond those wooded edges lay her freedom. The bus lurched to a stop, jarring her injuries back into sharp focus. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she made her way carefully down the aisle, avoiding the curious stares of other passengers. Once on solid ground, she unfolded the crumpled papers Mr. Danton had given her, regretting how carelessly she had stored them. She scanned the scribbled address, then looked around the quiet streets. Finding her great-aunt's estate in this small town was proving more difficult than expected. She spotted a diner on the corner and decided to ask for directions, despite her reluctance. She liked Black Mountain already. No one seemed to stare at her here. She crossed the road and stepped into Cook's Diner. A rush of cool air greeted her, and a small bell chimed overhead, drawing a few glances. Feeling slightly uneasy, she headed toward the counter, hoping to finish quickly. 2 older men in matching fedoras sat along the counter, one reading a newspaper, the other sipping black coffee. They barely acknowledged her arrival, a familiar routine. "What can I do for, honey?" a cheerful voice called from behind the counter. Katherina looked up and, despite her guarded state, returned the young woman's bright smile with a small one of her own. "Could you point me toward Mia Channing's residence?" she asked quietly. The girl, who looked about Katherina's age of 25, seemed momentarily startled by her appearance. Katherina had tried to conceal the visible bruises, but in that moment, she feared she had not succeeded. Bright blue eyes peered out from beneath blonde hair as the girl popped her gum, pink lipstick gleaming. "You a relative?" she asked curiously. Katherina hesitated, unwilling to share more than necessary. Another snap of gum, a few glances from the fedora men, and the girl softened her tone. "Mia Channing passed away a few weeks ago." She added with genuine sadness, "She was well liked around here." More eyes turned her way, making Katherina shift uncomfortably. Her gaze dropped to the name tag pinned to the girl's uniform, Julieta. "She was my great-aunt," Katherina said, the words slipping out before she could stop them. Julieta's smile returned, wide and warm. "Oh, how rude of me. I didn't know Mia had any relatives." "She never mentioned any." "Were you too close?" Katherina asked. Julieta's smile grew even brighter. "Oh yes, she came in often, always ordered the special." She was a pleasant woman. Then her expression sobered, the liveliness dimming. "I'm terribly sorry for your loss." Katherina managed a faint smile that didn't reach her eyes. She didn't know what to say, so she said nothing. Julieta glanced at the clock on the wall. "My shift's over. I can take you there myself if you'd like." A flicker of panic rose at the offer, but Katherina quickly declined. "Oh no, that's not necessary. Please, I insist." Julieta waved off the objection, untying her apron and tossing it onto the counter. "I'll see you tomorrow, Lawrence," she called toward the back. Before Katherina could protest further, she was ushered outside. Julieta's directness was disarming, but the girl seemed harmless and genuinely kind. Katherina settled reluctantly into the passenger seat of Julieta's Jeep Wrangler as they wound along trails that carried them away from town and deeper into the forest. "So tell me," Julieta began, blonde curls bouncing as she navigated the bumpy path, "are you here to stay?" Katherina gripped the door handle tightly, each jolt aggravating her injuries. She forced a small smile to hide the discomfort. "I inherited my great-aunt's home." Too much information, her cautious mind warned. Julieta steered around fallen branches with practiced ease, the Jeep bouncing along the uneven road. "I'm at a disadvantage, you know?" The sudden comment caught Katherina off guard. She frowned slightly. Julieta's smile, already infectious, eased some of Katherina's tension. "I wear my name on my sleeve, just like my emotions." She tapped the name tag, still pinned to her uniform. "You have a name?" "Katherina," she answered, the words shaky as they hit a rough patch of rocks. Another mistake, her wary mind scolded. She was revealing too much to this energetic, blue-eyed, gum-chewing Julieta. "What happened to ya?" The question came bluntly as Julieta's gaze flicked over the visible bruises on Katherina's face. Silence stretched as Katherina searched for a believable explanation. "Car accident," she said, the words sounding thin even to her. For the first time since they met, Julieta fell quiet. Katherina could see her turning the answer over, weighing it, but then she shifted topics with a gentle smile. "How are you enjoying the southern hospitality so far?" Katherina returned a tentative smile, grateful for the change. "Southern." Julieta chuckled, the sound light and pleasant. Not so much with the city nearby, but we small-town folks like to think we are." She finished with a playful wink. In that moment, Katherina decided she quite liked Julieta. Chapter 4. They drove for about 10 bumpy minutes until Julieta finally pulled to a stop in front of the most beautiful Victorian house Katherina had ever seen. Perched on a gentle hill, bathed in beams of evening sunlight filtering through tangled branches, it was a picturesque sight. The lovely circa 1840 Victorian home was breathtaking. Built with a sugar pine door featuring beveled glass, white bow windows across the front, and an arched roof, it stood in quiet grandeur. It had belonged to one person, Mia Adele Channing. Katherina admired the wraparound porch dotted with potted plants that had withered slightly over the winter. The house offered a sense of tranquility and warmth that tugged at her weary spirit. "You're very fortunate," Julieta said admiringly. "It's a beautiful house." Katherina nodded, a pang of regret washing over her for not having spent more time with her great-aunt. In that moment, she felt momentarily stunned that this lovely home now belonged to her. She couldn't have been more grateful to her late aunt. Turning to Julieta, she offered a small smile. "I appreciate the ride." She eased herself out of the jeep. "Hey, wait," Julieta called, hopping out after her. "Listen, I know we're strangers and all, but since you're new in town, would you like to hang out tomorrow? I know the perfect place to unwind." Every instinct in Katherina's body tightened with caution. It wasn't a good idea, especially for someone escaping a violent past. Yet the longer she considered it, the more it appealed to a part of her that had been kept small and isolated for years. Daniel had cut her off from friends, calling them bad influences. A quiet part of her ached to be bold, to step outside the rules he had once enforced. She would later question the decision, but in that moment, she didn't care. "Yes, I would," she said, surprised by the eagerness in her own voice. Julieta clapped her hands and bounced lightly on her toes like an excited teenager. "Splendid." She reached out and took Katherina's hands as though they had known each other for years instead of hours. "We're something fun, and I'll pick you up at 9 o'clock. Katherina stood speechless as Julieta skipped back to the jeep with a light step. It wasn't until her new friend disappeared down the trail that the weight of her choice settled in. What had she done? The last thing she should be doing was exploring a small town with a lively waitress she barely knew. "We're something fun." Julieta's words echoed like a warning in her mind. Something fun? Daniel would never have allowed it. She had almost nothing to unpack except the clothes she was wearing, and they were pitiful. Her jeans hung loosely from the weight she had lost in the hospital. Her once fine pearl cashmere sweater, now wrinkled and oversized, swallowed her thin frame. She winced at the faint bloodstains that no amount of washing had fully removed. Someone had cleaned the garments and sealed them in a bag, but the marks of what she had endured remained. With no other option, she had worn them for the journey. She found a mirror and flinched at her reflection. Her heart raced as Daniel's harsh voice echoed in her memory. "You think you're beautiful, Katherina? You're not." She winced at the recollection of the cruelty that had followed those words. Now she studied the thinner, hollow-cheeked version of herself, dark circles beneath haunted green eyes, still rimmed with emotion. Daniel had been right. She wasn't beautiful. Biting back a sob, she turned away from the mirror and focused on her new home. Something solid to anchor her against the old thoughts that still lingered. Wandering through the Victorian house, she learned small things about her great-aunt. Mia had lived comfortably, surrounding herself with beautiful objects. Porcelain figurines lined shelves and mantels in nearly every room. Had Aunt Mia found peace here? Had she lived a quiet, contented life, passing gently from old age, unlike the sudden tragedy that had taken Katherina's parents? Katherina found a graceful mahogany staircase, its curved railing leading to the second floor. Double French doors opened into a formal sitting room where bow and bay windows flooded the space with light. Little had been removed. Distressed white furniture and floral pieces filled the rooms generously. A large fireplace dominated one wall, its sleek marble mantel topped with more delicate porcelain figures. Katherina smiled softly as she lifted one, running her thumb over its smooth ceramic face before setting it carefully back in place. She continued exploring. High ceilings held Casablanca fans. Original wood-framed windows looked out onto blooming lilies just beyond the glass. Stepping into the hallway, she noticed an intricately patterned area rug at the foot of the stairs. She climbed slowly, admiring the Renaissance-style portraits that lined the walls. Several bedrooms stood mostly unused, dust gathering on their surfaces. At the end of the hall, she found the bathroom, done in soft pearl white. Vintage art accented the space. Wicker baskets and faux orchids added gentle touches. Sage rugs framed a clawfoot tub, and a white oak-framed mirror hung above the vanity. Drawn by its calm beauty, she moved to the next room, a larger space painted in bright yellows and whites, shelves holding scented candles and a few books. Instinct told her this had been Aunt Mia's room. Out of respect, she stepped back and closed the door quietly. The room that drew her most was at the back of the house, facing the shadowed side of the forest. Its walls were a soothing bluish gray. Polished hardwood floors supported a glorious canopy bed draped in sheer silk. 2 French doors opened onto a small balcony overlooking the trees. The house was breathtaking, elegant, tranquil, almost dreamlike. She realized how lonely her great-aunt must have been to have poured such care into every detail of this timeless place. Later that night, exhausted and drained, she settled into the massive bed and finally let the sobs come. Katherina woke early the next morning, startled to have slept through the night without a single nightmare. Was this the beginning of something better? Rising, she smiled as morning sunlight streamed into the room, brightening the blue walls. She stretched gingerly, wincing at the stiffness, then noticed a wardrobe she hadn't seen the night before. She half expected moths to flutter out, but inside hung an array of eccentric, outdated clothing far too large for her. Aunt Mia had interesting taste in decor and in fashion, she thought with a small smile as she closed the doors. She would need new clothes and breakfast. Her stomach growled in agreement. After freshening up with the few toiletries she had brought from the hospital, she stepped outside into the beautiful spring day. Walking seemed the only option, and the town wasn't far. The trail was uneven, but she moved carefully. She felt disheveled and knew her appearance would draw attention in a small town. Questions would come, ones she wasn't ready to answer. She resolved to deflect them politely and keep to herself as much as possible. Julieta seemed harmless, and though a cautious part of her worried, another part, long-denied connection, longed for friendship. What about love, Katherina? Her mind asked quietly. She shook her head firmly. Love was out of the question. The walk took about 20 minutes. Her still-healing body protested every step, but she pressed on. She stepped into the diner, relieved to find it nearly empty except for the 2 familiar men in fedoras, sipping coffee and eating breakfast. They glanced at her briefly before returning to their plates. She appreciated their quiet restraint. "Can I help you, ma'am?" the man behind the counter asked, eyeing her curiously. "She's with me, Lawrence," Julieta called, emerging from the back with a plate of bacon and eggs. "Hey, doll." Katherina smiled despite herself. "Hey, I was thinking we could hit the boutique across the street. Sarah has nice things. I'm looking for something fun and eye-catching. What do you think?" Katherina frowned, distracted by the delicious smell. "What?" Julieta laughed. After breakfast, they spent hours in the small boutique. Katherina purchased essentials to feel more put together, new clothes, a brush she used patiently on her tangled hair, while Julieta hunted for something eye-catching. Katherina watched as Julieta tried on a bright pink dress and sky-high heels, turning with a playful smirk. "What do you think?" Julieta asked, hands on hips. Katherina nodded. "It's pretty." Julieta's shoulders dropped. "You said that about the last 5. Katherina forced a smile. "They were all pretty." "I wasn't." She caught herself just in time. "I wasn't allowed to wear things like that." The memory stung, Daniel destroying anything he deemed too attention-grabbing. Feeling Julieta's gaze, she lifted her chin. "The pink one, definitely." Julieta beamed. "So you're getting the red one, right?" Katherina groaned inwardly. The little red dress that would cling to her too thin frame? Isn't that what you want, Katherina? To choose for yourself? "Yes," she said, comforted that it was less bold than Julieta's choice. Julieta chuckled warmly. "Oh, Katherina, we'll get you out of your shell yet." They paid, and a delighted Sarah wished them a good afternoon. Katherina felt immediate relief in the new clothes. She left the old ones behind. Out with the old, in with the new. For the first time in years, she began to feel like herself again, not just someone else's version of Katherina Channing. Chapter 5. Any fleeting confidence she had felt earlier that day vanished the moment she slipped into the little red dress. She groaned as she stared at her reflection in the mirror. She could hear Julieta humming downstairs in the dining room and knew it wouldn't be long before she was called down. She had brushed her hair until her arm ached, but the stubborn strands refused to behave. The dress clung to her frame in a way that felt unfamiliar and exposing. Apprehension built steadily inside her. She was far too pale for such a bold color. Too thin, Katherina. Daniel's voice mocked from the recesses of her mind. Her rational side snapped back. Stop being so hard on yourself. Inhaling carefully, her ribs protesting with a dull ache, she met her own gaze in the mirror. You can do this, Katherina. New beginning, new you. Come on, you. Julieta called from the foot of the stairs. Squaring her shoulders, Katherina stepped awkwardly into the hallway. She had never worn heels before. Julieta pressed her lips together to hide a grin. Don't you dare laugh, Katherina warned, cheeks warming with embarrassment. Julieta straightened, though amusement still danced at the corners of her mouth. I wouldn't dare. Besides, you look great. Katherina winced at the compliment, hoping Julieta hadn't noticed. When she reached the bottom without incident, Julieta offered her arm. Ready, mademoiselle? For the first time since arriving in Black Mountain, Katherina let out a genuine laugh. Julieta smirked. See? That wasn't so hard. Come on, the night awaits us. They drove about 30 miles east of Black Mountain. The closer they got to their destination, the more restless Julieta became. Clearing her throat and clasping her slightly shaky hands in her lap, Katherina asked cautiously, Where exactly are we headed? Club Red. Katherina stiffened in the beige pleather seat. Alarm bells rang in her mind. A club? Julieta glanced over, puzzled. Well, yeah. Where did you think we were going? A quiet little cafe? Katherina admitted sheepishly. Julieta's smile widened. Dressed like this. She gave a giddy laugh. Oh no, we're headed to the hottest nightclub in the city. Katherina closed her eyes, inwardly cringing at how naive her assumption had been. I don't know, she murmured as the approaching night felt suddenly overwhelming. A club isn't really my scene. All the more reason to go. Trust me, you're going to love it. Julieta's enthusiasm was infectious. More seriously, she added, if you don't like it, we'll leave right away. Just try to unwind a little. New town, new you. Hearing her own words echoed back silenced any further protest. Katherina realized with a jolt that, even miles away and out of sight, Daniel still held influence over her choices. Wasn't she letting him win by staying so hesitant and guarded? Her thoughts darkened further, touching on the deepest wound she had tried to bury. Because of him, she had lost the baby. She blinked against the sting of tears, the emptiness in her chest aching more sharply than ever. Daniel Horner would never control her again. As they entered the city limits, the bright, towering buildings reminded her unsettlingly of Albany. Illuminated structures pressed against the dark sky, signaling a lively nightlife. Her mouth went dry at the sight, but she fought to keep her composure for Julieta's sake. A heavy, pulsing beat thrummed from a large brick building on the corner. Katherina noticed they had parked just on the outskirts of the city, which eased her nerves slightly. You ready? Without waiting for an answer, Katherina slid out of the seat on unsteady heels, tugging self-consciously at the hem of her dress, which now felt shorter than it had in the store. Julieta linked arms with her and guided her along the smooth pavement toward the entrance. A line of restless people waited for the broad-shouldered bouncer to let them in. Hey, Jackson! Julieta waved at the imposing man whose black t-shirt strained across his chest. Spotting them, Jackson flashed a wide grin, unhooked the velvet rope, and waved them through. His size was intimidating, but his friendly smile softened the effect. They slipped past annoyed glances from the waiting line and stepped through a heavy black curtain into the pulsing heart of Club Red. Flickering red and white lights swept across the crowded dance floor. Katherina wrinkled her nose at the mingled scents of sweat, smoke, and liquor. Her heart raced, the pounding in her chest competing with the deafening music that vibrated through the walls draped in deep red curtains. Several sections were partially concealed, including a winding staircase leading to an upper level. Julieta, she tried to call, but the music swallowed her voice. Sensing her tension, Julieta turned and shouted over the noise, We're just heading to the bar for a seat. Katherina nodded, drawing a steadying breath as she clung to Julieta's hand. They reached the far end and slid onto two leather stools. Julieta ordered a light beer. What do you want? She asked, as the bartender, a tall, stern-looking man, looked at Katherina expectantly. Katherina swallowed hard. She had never had alcohol. Daniel hadn't permitted it. The words came out impulsively. "Whatever you're having." Julieta grinned and turned back to the bartender. Katherina glanced around, taking in the red and black decor, the low-hanging lights casting fluorescent streaks across tabletops. It had a strange, captivating energy all its own. Julieta handed her a beer. Katherina watched her friend take a long sip before her blue eyes scanned the dance floor. Tentatively, Katherina tried her own. The bitter taste was unfamiliar, but as it slid down her throat, it began to ease the tightness in her shoulders. It wasn't so bad. Daniel would be furious. With a small, defiant smile, she took a larger sip. He sensed her fear the moment she stepped into his nightclub. The rapid, unmistakable rhythm of her heart cut through the noise and drew him from the shadowed corner of the upper balcony. Gripping the cold railing, he scanned the floor below, searching for the source among the swaying crowd moving to the pulsing beat. Leaning casually against the banister, he let his gaze drift to the bar. Drunken patrons slumped over drinks or tossed back shots without care for tomorrow. He noticed the bright blonde in the sparkling pink dress leaning close to a regular patron, one who visited the club far more often than his family at home. But it was the woman beside her, in the striking red dress, who held his attention. He leaned forward, the railing pressing into his forearms, to see her more clearly. She was partially hidden beneath the overhang, but her heartbeat carried to him. Fast, frantic, unmistakable. He inhaled deeply, trying to catch her scent amid the heavy air of liquor and desire. Straightening, he kept his eyes fixed on her as he descended the stairs. The music shifted, drawing more dancers to the floor with its hypnotic rhythm. He stepped into the shadows across from the bar, positioning himself for a clear view. Arms crossed, he leaned against the wall and let his gaze travel slowly over her slight frame. When a tipsy man pulled her blonde friend onto the dance floor, her heartbeat surged even faster. Chapter 6. Katherina froze under the weight of an unsettling pair of gray eyes locked intently on her. Everything else faded as her gaze flickered over the man before her, broad-shouldered, solid with muscle, and unmistakably imposing. She was certain she had never encountered anyone like him. His sheer size and nearness stole the breath from her lungs. Shadows clung to the sharp angles of his face. Beneath the hardness, he was strikingly handsome. A rigid jawline, broad chest, and powerful shoulders that radiated an unshakable authority. An air of command and barely restrained intensity surrounded him, stirring an immediate instinct to flee. Heat seemed to radiate from his frame, wrapping around her senses, while those gray eyes studied her with unnerving focus. He exuded danger, and the way he appraised her, taking in every detail, unsettled her completely. She did what came naturally. She fled. Spinning on her heels, she pushed through the crowd, acutely aware of those piercing eyes tracking her hasty exit. Cool night air hit her flushed face. She drew a deep, shaky breath and ran unsteady fingers through her tousled hair. "Katherina!" Julieta's heels clicked rapidly against the pavement as she caught up. "Are you all right?" Closing her eyes against the threat of unraveling, Katherina forced a reassuring smile. "I'm fine." Julieta paused, concern creasing her brow. "What happened?" "Just nerves," Katherina said weakly. Looking genuinely worried, Julieta slipped her arm through Katherina's. "I'm so sorry. I should have thought this through better. Let's get out of here." Gladly. They slid into the Jeep's beige seats. The engine hummed to life. "You must have made quite an impression," Julieta said with a knowing, lopsided grin. Still rattled, Katherina glanced at her friend. "What do you mean?" Julieta's grin widened. "Roman never steps in himself." Katherina frowned. "Roman? That tall guy with the killer back there," Julieta said brightly. Katherina's stomach fluttered oddly. She meant the man with the gray eyes, the one who radiated quiet menace. His bouncers usually handle that kind of thing. "Do you know him?" Katherina asked. Julieta shook her head. "Not personally. I've just seen him at Club Red. He owns it. She paused, signaling a turn. He's quiet, but people don't mess with him. Their eyes met, and Julieta's tone grew serious. He's got a notorious temper and a mean right hook. Exactly the kind of man Katherina wanted nothing to do with. She sank deeper into the seat, unable to shake the memory of those vivid gray eyes. That red dress must have caught his attention if Roman Morrissey bothered stepping in over some drunk idiot, Julieta teased lightly. Katherina groaned inwardly, silently cursing the dress and vowing never to wear it again. She had wanted to defy everything Daniel once forbade, starting with something bold and attention-grabbing. Instead, it had only drawn the wrong kind of notice. She wasn't cut out for clubs, especially ones frequented by men like Mr. Grey Eyes. She exhaled in relief as they pulled into her driveway, grateful the night was over. I'm truly sorry, Julieta said, her usual cheer dimmed. I don't know what I was thinking. Unbuckling her seatbelt, Katherina offered a small smile. You couldn't have known. I guess nightlife isn't for me. Julieta's smile returned faintly. I'll make it up to you. Katherina shook her head. Not necessary. Julieta waved off the protest. Come by the diner around 8 tomorrow. Dinner's on me, okay? Katherina smirked, nodding as she stepped out. She waved over her shoulder and headed inside, eager to shed the red dress and bury it in the back of her closet. Later that night, after the club had emptied, Jackson finished his rounds, tossing the last stragglers out with practiced ease. Roman lounged in a shadowed leather chair, a shot of whiskey in hand as low music filled the empty space. Jackson approached with a knowing grin and dropped into the opposite seat. Roman downed the shot, deliberately avoiding the bouncer's gaze. His mood darkened as he poured another, the burn steadying the restless tension inside him. Taking an interest in brunettes now, Morrissey? Jackson teased. Roman scowled, clearly uninterested in the conversation. Jackson leaned forward, undeterred. Care to explain? No, Roman muttered, downing the second shot. Jackson grinned wider. She came with Julieta, the waitress from Black Mountain. Roman feigned indifference, though the image of wide green eyes and that red dress lingered stubbornly. Instead of another shot, he reached for the bottle and took a long pull, trying to drown out the memory. She had seemed out of place, uncomfortable, awkward, nothing like the usual crowd. Yet he couldn't shake the details. Dark hair like rich chocolate, pale skin, striking green eyes framed by thick lashes, a delicate nose, and a soft mouth. Her features had drawn together in a way that held unexpected beauty. She seemed unaware of the effect she had. His expression darkened as he recalled how quickly he had reacted when that drunk grabbed her arm. The surge of anger had been instinctive and troubling. She was just a woman. Human. Nothing more. Katherina woke early the next morning, just before dawn. She stepped to the window and watched the horizon brighten with soft colors. Leaning against the frame, her thoughts drifted to darker places, places time had not softened. Her throat tightened with remembered pain. Daniel would find her. It was only a matter of time. You're mine, Katherina. I will find you no matter where you go. She jolted from the memory, the old fear rising sharp and familiar. You're free now, her mind countered gently. The thought brought quiet comfort. She was free to live as she chose, free from his control. Needing something grounding, she left the window in search of coffee. She discovered 2 things about Aunt Mia that morning. They shared a love of books and Lipton tea. No coffee, but the tea was a pleasant substitute. As the kettle heated, she took in the small kitchen. Pottery accents, a vase waiting for flowers, blue and white tiled floor cool under her feet, a window box of herbs, sleek blue marble counters, white distressed cabinets, and a cozy table with a view of the trees. It was perfect. Carrying her steaming cup, she stepped onto the wraparound porch and settled into a chair, curling her legs beneath her. Morning light filtered through the canopy, songbirds filling the air with gentle melody. She smiled over the rim of her cup, savoring the peace. She noticed a narrow trail winding into the forest and decided, ribs permitting, she would try a run tomorrow. Later that evening, after a day of cleaning and exploring old closets, she headed into town. She wore a soft sage green sweater that draped loosely over her shoulders and new jeans from the boutique. She had always liked sweaters, comfortable, easy, perfect with jeans. Strolling along the sidewalk, she absorbed the gentle hum of Black Mountain. A cafe with patrons listening to a street violinist, boutiques, an Italian restaurant, and a pet store with puppies in the window. The town felt more welcoming every day. She crossed to Cook's Diner. The bell chimed as she entered, drawing a few glances. She smiled sheepishly and looked away. "Katrina!" Julieta called brightly from behind the counter. Katrina waved. "Hey, sit." Julieta motioned to an empty stool. Lawrence winked as she settled in. She blushed faintly. Julieta leaned on the counter, elbows braced. "What can I get you?" Katrina smiled at her energy. "Just a coffee." Julieta frowned playfully. "Just coffee? No way. I'm feeding you properly tonight." Katrina laughed. "That doesn't sound pleasant. How about a burger and fries?" Her stomach growled audibly, deepening her blush. Julieta chuckled. "Done." She called the order to the back, then glanced over her shoulder. "Still want coffee? Please." The bell chimed again. Several men entered. Katrina's gaze drifted and froze. The drunk from last night stood among them, looking rough and hungover. Their eyes met. She straightened, heart racing. His already pale face drained further at the sight of her. His shoulders hunched. He quickly looked away, shrinking from her presence. She turned back to the coffee Julieta handed her, tension easing. He had no intention of approaching. Was it because of Mr. Grey Eyes? Chapter 7. After 3 cups of coffee and a half-eaten hamburger, Katrina pushed her plate aside and asked for the bill. Julieta approached with a crooked grin. "That guy hasn't looked your way since he sat down. Probably still licking his wounds." She paused, shooting a sharp glance toward the corner where the man hunched shamefaced. Roman should have wiped the floor with him. At the mention of her unexpected rescuer, a sudden prickle ran along Katrina's skin. The memory of those piercing gray eyes surfaced, urging her to her feet. "I should go. Thanks for dinner." Julieta scooped up the plate and waved her toward the door, still glaring at the man in the corner. The air had cooled with approaching dusk. Katrina tilted her face into the breeze that brushed past. She quite liked Black Mountain. Aside from a few curious glances, no one pried. Her new haven felt fitting, hopefully restorative. Though she knew reclaiming any sense of happiness would take time. She tried to recall ever feeling truly happy with Daniel. She had loved him deeply enough to do anything for him. She hadn't realized she had given her heart to someone capable of cruelty. Would she ever be completely free? Waking in that hospital room with no memory of what happened, and discovering she had lost her child, had been devastating. She would never return to him. She reached home just before nightfall and decided she would go for that run in the morning. Climbing the steps to the porch, she paused to watch the encroaching darkness settle over the surrounding trees. Solitude did not frighten her. In fact, she welcomed it. Being alone here might be the very thing that kept her safe from Daniel Horner. Katrina woke the next morning abruptly, gasping for breath and clutching her throat. Her eyes darted wildly around the room, still caught in the grip of a nightmare. Awareness gradually returned, and her shoulders sagged. Her chest rose and fell unevenly as tears overtook her. Trembling, she pushed the blanket aside and sat on the edge of the bed, gripping the mattress as she tried to shake off the lingering fear. She wanted to forget her past, but her mind refused to let it go. After 10 minutes of quiet tears, she wiped her face and stood. Running a shaky hand through her hair, she moved to the window. The sunrise was calm and welcoming. She knew it would take time to break free of Daniel and the harm he had caused. But how much time would be enough? The nightmare had felt painfully real, reminding her that, though he was not physically present, he still held power over her emotions and thoughts. Wrapping her arms around herself, she turned from the window to dress for her run, hoping the activity would quiet her mind. She wore gray yoga pants and a pale yellow tank top. She pulled her hair into a ponytail and considered a jacket but decided against it. Stepping outside, a smile spread across her face. The sun rose slowly beyond the trees, painting the sky in soft pinks and oranges with a single wispy cloud drifting by. A breeze stirred the branches, scattering a few leaves. Cool morning dew brushed her skin, widening her smile. She spotted the narrow trail and started toward it at an easy jog. Focusing on her breathing, she took steady inhales as she moved through the lush greenery. The soft earth cushioned her steps. She quickened her pace, following the undisturbed path as the trees thickened around her. She ran harder, her ribs giving a dull protest, but she pressed on, savoring the sensation of the ground rushing beneath her. She leaped over a fallen branch, feeling the cool air against her neck as sweat beaded there. Her heart pounded, propelling her forward. She lost track of time. The sun climbed higher, the pink and orange hues giving way to clear blue. The trail led her up the eastern side of the mountain, where the ground grew firmer, rocky in places beneath the green cover. Her chest burned with effort. She slowed, pressing a hand to her ribs as the ache intensified. Catching her breath, she realized she had reached an overlook. She stepped closer, marveling at the sweeping view of mountains stretching below. Her tank clung damply to her back, but a breeze swept across the ledge, cooling her flushed skin. Her legs buzzed from the run. She didn't notice the ground shift until it gave way beneath her. Panic tore through her. A strangled cry escaped as the earth crumbled. Her hands scrabbled desperately for anything solid, but the soil slipped through her fingers. Tears blurred her vision as the edge gave out completely. She felt herself falling, certain the rocks below would end her. It happened so fast she barely registered what came next. One moment, she was plummeting. The next, strong arms snatched her from midair with startling speed. Her eyes squeezed shut, breathless and dazed. She forced air into her lungs and felt solid ground beneath her trembling body. Was she imagining it? Surely she should be broken on the rocks below. Yet her ribs ached fiercely, proof she was alive. As the terror slowly receded, she became aware of the steady warmth enveloping her. A breath caught in her throat. Her eyes opened and met a clear, silvery gaze. The warmth was the solid strength of a man's arms. Roman could hardly believe his luck. The woman who had haunted his thoughts now lay cradled against him, staring up with wide, startled eyes. He could taste her fear in the air, feel it trembling through her limbs. Her scent, orchids, wrapped around him, drawing a low sound he barely suppressed. She rested against his forearm, her dark hair loosened and spread across the earth. He felt the rise and fall of her breathing, stirring an unexpected pull of awareness as her soft form pressed against his harder frame. Lying so close only intensified the heat building inside him. She was flushed beneath him, every gentle curve fitting against him in a way that tested his restraint. He couldn't move, captivated by those pale green eyes flecked with blue. He sensed her shock, saw it in the haze clouding her gaze as her heart raced against his chest. He had been moving along the far side of the mountain, attuned to the stir of the forest, when her familiar heartbeat reached him. He had frozen, muscles tensing, then inhaled deeply. Her scent carried on the breeze. With a quiet growl, he broke into a run, drawn irresistibly toward the overlook. He had seen her there, hand pressed to her side, unaware of the danger. When the ground began to give, he launched forward with unnatural speed, catching her just as she fell. Her cry still echoed in his ears. Now she stared up at him, confusion and fear mingling in her gaze. He hated that fear. He eased upward, drawing her with him. She allowed it for only a moment before putting distance between them. She avoided his eyes, one hand returning protectively to her ribs. "You all right?" he asked, voice rough. She cleared her throat, brushing dirt from her legs. "Yes," she answered quietly. His gaze narrowed on her hand. He took a step closer. Her head snapped up. She retreated, eyes bright with wariness. "I'm fine." Katherina struggled to hide her fear, especially under the weight of that steady silver stare. Her ribs throbbed painfully, but she refused to show weakness. She was certain she had been falling to her death. How had he caught her so quickly? Her gaze moved cautiously over him. He was just as imposing in daylight. Tall, powerfully built, light on his feet despite his size. She hadn't heard or seen him approach. Sunlight caught in his shoulder-length blonde hair, turning it to gold. Her heart pounded as she took in his presence. He carried an unmistakable air of authority, a quiet warning to keep distance. And she was alone with him. Her throat tightened. He could overpower her easily, and no one would know. She took another step back. His eyes narrowed. "Twice now I've crossed your path, and I still don't know your name." His deep voice carried a dark, velvety edge. Her breathing quickened, aggravating her ribs. She winced. "You're hurt." It was not a question. He moved toward her. "No," she said sharply, hand raised between them. His brow furrowed, expression darkening. She lowered her hand, trying to steady the tremor in her arm. Her mouth went dry under the intensity of his gaze. "Thank you," she blurted, desperate to ease the tension. Her eyes flicked to the broken ledge. She had nearly died. She looked back at her rescuer twice now. She forced a small, shaky smile and turned toward home, one hand unconsciously pressed to her side. She didn't hear him move, but suddenly his hand closed around her arm, turning her gently. A rush of warmth spread from his touch, tingling up her arm and through her body. She gasped, startled by the sensation. His fingers tightened, not painfully, but firmly. His face remained unreadable, but his grip held no threat. He was silent, watching her closely. She felt the heat of his presence, recalling how his strength had enveloped her moments ago. When she met his eyes, she saw they were fixed on her ribs. His hand moved slowly, carefully, and rested lightly over the tender spot. She jerked away with a sharp gasp, eyes wide at the boldness of his touch. His gaze darkened, mouth tightening. "Are you always so quick to touch women without asking?" She snapped, face flushing with anger. A flicker of amusement crossed his features. "Only the pretty ones, I assure you." She paled, the words hitting harder than intended. "Pretty?" Daniel's voice echoed in her mind. "There isn't a man on earth who would find you attractive." Her expression tightened. She pressed her hand to her ribs. His face softened slightly. It was out of line. "Forgive me. I was only checking for injury." She squared her shoulders. "You managed that barbarically." He fought a grin. She glared. "Are you naturally impulsive, or do you simply not understand how a woman might react to being grabbed?" She regretted the words instantly, aware of the danger he posed. This time, he didn't hide his grin. It transformed his face. "Perhaps if you tell me your name, I won't be so inclined to act rashly again." Katherina blinked. He was amused. The name slipped out before she could stop it. She bit her lip in regret. His eyes flared with something intense. "Have dinner with me, Katherina." Her stomach fluttered wildly. Her heart lurched. A soft breath escaped her. "No." He remained calm, unruffled by the refusal. Daniel would have reacted with anger. Those striking gray eyes held a quiet challenge. "Am I not deserving of a reward for saving you twice?" She winced inwardly. He had saved her twice, and she had repaid him with sharpness. "If you play with fire, you will get burned," a small voice warned. This man was fire. There was something deeply dangerous about him, beyond his striking looks and powerful build. "What's one dinner?" Her mind countered. "All right," she said hesitantly. "One dinner." He arched a brow. "One dinner for 2 rescues? Considering how you manhandled me just now, you shorted yourself." He chuckled, the low sound rippling through her in a distracting way. "Fair enough. One dinner." He stepped closer. Every nerve in her body sparked at his nearness. "Tonight. 9 o'clock." And then he was gone. Katherina blinked, realization crashing over her. She had just agreed to dinner with a man known for his dangerous temper. Chapter 9. Katherina stiffened as the couple approached. A sudden wariness prickled down her spine as she met the man's cold black eyes. He was as tall and powerfully built as Roman, dressed in a black t-shirt. Dark mahogany hair fell messily around a face shadowed with several days' stubble, his mouth set in a hard line. Her gaze shifted to the woman holding his arm. She was nearly as tall as her companion, with striking red hair cascading over her shoulders. Her pale blue eyes fixed on Katherina with open suspicion, sharp and guarded. Katherina straightened in her heels as they drew closer. The tension thickened noticeably. The man's dark gaze moved over her in a way that made her skin crawl. Roman gave a curt nod. When he spoke, his voice was tight. "Vaughn." The black eyes left Katherina, and for a moment, she forgot to breathe. "Where did you find this one, Roman?" the woman asked, her tone laced with disdain as she looked Katherina over. Katherina was taken aback by their coldness and the unspoken hostility in the air. Whatever lay between them felt dangerous, and she wanted no part of it. The man and woman studied her as though she were beneath them. She wondered briefly if the red-haired woman was someone from Roman's past, perhaps the reason for her sharp hostility. Relief came when the valet appeared with the keys. Katherina took them quickly and walked away without waiting to see if Roman followed. She had endured enough scrutiny from the pair. "I have to say, your taste for human company concerns me," Vaughn said, a note of irritation in his voice. "Lately you've been spending far too much time with the weaker kind, when you should be choosing a mate." Roman's hands curled at his sides, anger rising. "What I do outside the pack is none of your concern, cub." Vaughn's scowl deepened. "There are others, myself included, who would disagree." Roman stepped forward, fists tight. "Then say what you came to say." Vaughn hesitated as his companion's hand tightened on his arm. He lifted his chin. "Do you forget the bonded calling is nearly upon you?" His black eyes flicked toward Katherina, whose rapid heartbeat reached him clearly. "You waste time with humans." He paused, gaze returning to Roman. "You know the law. You cannot lead the pack without a mate of Loup-garou blood." His eyes sharpened. "If you fail, you will be challenged." Roman took another step closer, voice low and dangerous. "I dare anyone to question my place as alpha, especially you." Vaughn's expression darkened. "Nico will be pleased." Roman's hands clenched at the mention of his beta. Nico had challenged him repeatedly, growing more volatile and reckless. He risked exposing the pack and drawing attention they could not afford. Kara tugged gently at Vaughn's arm. "I'm hungry, darling." Roman held Vaughn's stare. "I will choose a mate when the time is right. Without your interference." Vaughn muttered something under his breath and, with one final glare, the couple moved past him into the restaurant. Roman watched them go, anger simmering beneath the surface. The way Vaughn had looked at Katherina, as though she were nothing, ignited something fierce and protective in him. He dismissed the feeling quickly. She was human. His reaction was simply desire, nothing more. Yet the thought lingered. She was different, quiet, guarded, unaware of her own appeal. Unlike the women who usually crossed his path, she did not seek attention. She hid within herself, awkward yet striking. He had known many women, all human. To take a Loup-garou mate meant a lifelong bond, body and soul. None in his pack had ever stirred that kind of pull in him or his wolf. His thoughts turned darker. The bonded calling was approaching, the ancient instinct that bound two souls under the moon's influence. It was a force no wolf could resist. Once it took hold, the need became consuming, impossible to ignore. His wolf had grown restless in recent months. The pull intensified with each full moon, stirring a hunger he could not fully satisfy. He had sought distraction with others, but nothing eased the growing ache. If he did not find a mate soon, the risk of going rogue increased. Nico would seize any opportunity to challenge him, and Vaughn would follow. His wolf growled low at the thought. Nico would never lead the pack. Roman would defend his place with his life, if necessary. When he returned to the car, Katherina sat in silence. The quiet weighed on him more than it should. He could sense her discomfort. She had been treated poorly, and he regretted not stepping in sooner. It shouldn't matter. She was human. He had never concerned himself with human emotions beyond fleeting encounters. Yet somehow hers did. As he drove, her scent filled the car, soft and distracting. He tried to focus on the road, but his thoughts kept returning to her. She stared out the window, lost in her own mind. He glanced at her, gaze lingering on her profile. She unsettled him in ways he did not fully understand. It was late when they pulled into her driveway. A soft light glowed from one window. Julieta was waiting inside. Katherina exhaled sharply and stepped out quickly, nearly stumbling in her haste. Her nerves were frayed. Roman unsettled her deeply. He was powerful, commanding. Everything she had run from. "Thank you," she said quietly, starting toward the porch. She didn't hear him move, but suddenly he was there. His arm circled her waist, drawing her back against the solid wall of his chest. Her heart slammed against her ribs. Her hands instinctively braced against his shoulders as the softness of her body met the hard planes of his. A breath caught in her throat as her eyes met his intense gray stare. His forearm tightened at her back, holding her firmly against him. His breathing remained steady, but hunger flickered in his gaze. She felt frozen, unable to pull away. His strength was unmistakable, overwhelming. Her chest rose and fell unevenly, the lace of her dress brushing against his shirt. The leather of his jacket grazed her skin, carrying that wild, untamed scent. His eyes moved over her face, lingering on her lips. Slowly, he lifted her chin with gentle fingers, thumb brushing lightly across her lower lip. Katherina knew she should stop him. He was dangerous, dominant. Yet the feelings he stirred were new, intense, overwhelming. His thumb traced her lip again, parting it slightly. Before she could speak, his mouth claimed hers. Her eyes closed. A spark flared through her, warm and sudden. His kiss began soft, almost careful, then deepened, fierce and insistent. His arm tightened, holding her close. A low sound escaped his throat. He kissed her with command and heat. Her resolve wavered beneath the intensity. His hand slid to the nape of her neck, fingers threading through her hair, tilting her head gently. He broke the kiss only to press his mouth to the pulse at her throat, then lower, to the sensitive hollow between neck and shoulder. Katherina gasped, clutching his shoulders as her knees weakened. His hold kept her steady. Roman pulled back slowly. Her eyes were hazy, defenses rising again. She straightened abruptly, cheeks flaming, and pushed out of his grasp. "How dare you?" she cried, voice shaking with outrage. Even in anger, she was striking, lips flushed, eyes bright. A faint smile tugged at his mouth. "What bothers you more, Katherina? That I kissed you or that you kissed me back?" She gasped, shoulders stiffening. "If you think for a second I enjoyed that, you're mistaken." She bent quickly, slipping off the pink heels. His gaze followed the motion briefly. "Thank you for tonight," she snapped, stomping toward the porch, "but we're even." The door slammed behind her. Roman stood for a moment, staring after her. She was fire and defiance. He turned back to the car, trying to push the memory of her in his arms from his mind. Tonight had been a mistake, a fleeting impulse. Nothing more would come of it. Yet the fire she had ignited refused to fade. He needed distance. His wolf stirred restlessly beneath his skin, the change pressing close. He drove a mile down the road and pulled over. In the quiet of the empty stretch, moonlight glinted off the blacktop. He stepped out of the car. The stillness broke with a sharp crack of bone as he gave in to the shift. Chapter 8. What on earth had she been thinking? She paced her room, nerves stretched thin, unable to think of anything but the dinner ahead. Why had she agreed? Because you owe him. She sank onto the edge of the bed, replaying the moment he had pulled her from the crumbling ledge with startling speed and strength, something unexpected from a man of his size. And what had he been doing in the forest? He certainly hadn't been out for a casual run, not in jeans and leather boots. For someone who seemed so tied to the city, encountering him on that remote mountainside had been the last thing she expected. A persistent knock at the front door pulled her from her thoughts. She headed downstairs to find Julieta beaming on the threshold. Oh no. Had telling her friend about the dinner been a mistake? Not a date. Her mind corrected sharply. Julieta grinned and practically skipped inside, a stuffed bag dangling from her arm. Katherina eyed it warily. What's in the bag? Julieta held it up proudly. Goodies. Katherina grew suspicious. Goodies? Julieta spun around, grin widening. Sit. Tell me everything before we get started. Katherina paused mid-step toward a chair. No makeup, she said firmly, shaking her head. Julieta frowned but shrugged. Fine. No cosmetics. Let's focus on the dress. There will be no focusing on anything like that, Katherina insisted, remembering the trouble the red dress had caused. And how quickly she had shoved it to the back of her closet. Julieta stomped her foot playfully. What's the problem? Katherina sighed, avoiding those bright blue eyes. I haven't even told you who it is yet. Julieta straightened, curiosity sparking. Who is it? Katherina's stomach twisted tighter as she said the name. Julieta's jaw dropped. Roman Morrissey? Katherina felt heat rise to her cheeks. You're serious? Katherina groaned and buried her face in her hands. Julieta threw her hands up. This changes everything. Katherina stiffened. What do you mean? Julieta looked genuinely stunned. The most striking, successful man in the area has asked you to dinner. Not a date. Katherina corrected again. Julieta's skull deepened. And his money doesn't matter to me, Katherina added, a touch irritably. That's not what I meant, Julieta said quickly. I just mean, you're incredibly lucky. Katherina shrank into the chair, not comforted by Julieta's excitement. Now, what are you planning to wear? Katherina froze. She hadn't thought that far. Julieta's jaw dropped again. You're kidding. Then, hopefully, why not the red? No way, Katherina cut in immediately. Julieta laughed and waved her hands. Okay. No red dress. She turned to the bag. Don't worry. I brought an alternative. Katherina shook her head as Julieta rummaged. Look, I'll just wear jeans and... Absolutely not. Julieta declared. You're wearing this. After some gentle styling and a brief debate over accessories, Katherina stood before the mirror, staring at a stranger. The dress was far bolder than anything she usually wore. Dusty pink lace covered long sleeves and hugged her frame in a fitted, elegant way that made her acutely aware of every insecurity. She could almost hear Daniel's mocking voice reminding her how unworthy she felt in anything so beautiful. I can't wear this, she said quietly. You can and you will, Julieta replied firmly, handing her matching heels. Besides, it's almost 9. Katherina's heart lurched. She glanced at the clock, nearly 9. Right on cue, the low rumble of an engine rolled into the driveway. A firm knock followed. She felt like a nervous teenager again, heart racing, balance unsteady. Julieta eagerly opened the door. Katherina nearly sank to the floor in a puddle of nerves. Leather and quiet strength filled the doorway. She stood frozen, breath catching as her gaze swept over him. He wore a leather jacket over a black V-neck that stretched across his broad chest. Dark jeans fit his powerful frame perfectly. The soft light caught gold in his loose, tawny hair, framing his sharp, handsome features in a way that softened nothing of his commanding presence. The sight of him, so large, so steady, standing in her hallway made her pulse race. Why would someone like him be interested in her? Are you really going through with this? Her mind asked. Smoldering gray eyes moved over her slowly, thoroughly. The intensity of his gaze felt almost tangible, leaving her breathless. His mouth curved into a small, inviting smile as he extended a hand. She stared at it for a moment, weighing the decision. It's just dinner. She placed her hand in his, feeling as though she had crossed an invisible line. He drew her gently to his side. His warmth and nearness sent her senses spinning, but the steady pressure of his hand at her lower back kept her upright. She flushed, hoping he hadn't noticed her momentary unsteadiness. Have fun, Julieta called cheerfully, closing the door behind them. Katherina's heart pounded in her ears. All she could feel was that gentle hand at her back. He towered beside her, her head barely reaching his shoulder. A flicker of unease moved through her. He could easily overpower you. Roman was far larger than Daniel. The thought sent a chill through her, sharpening the ache in her ribs. Not all men are like Daniel, a small voice reminded her. But could she trust that? As they stepped off the porch, Katherina stifled a quiet breath at the sight of the sleek black Nissan GTR in her driveway, its color a near-perfect match for his eyes. He opened the passenger door. She slid into the cool leather seat. Her gaze followed him as he circled to the driver's side. Long, measured strides, every movement controlled and deliberate. When he settled beside her, his warmth and wild, earthy scent filled the space, clouding her thoughts. He started the engine. The powerful rumble vibrated through her as he pulled away. "Where are we headed?" she asked. "A place in the city," he replied, voice low and slightly rough. Katherina wasn't an expert on moods, but years with Daniel had taught her to recognize tension. She stole a glance at him. He sat straight, his large frame dominating the seat. His grip on the wheel was tight, knuckles pale. The air around him felt thick with restraint. His presence alone made her heart race so loudly she feared he could hear it. What had she been thinking? She wasn't ready for this, especially with a man she barely knew. "Do you live in the city?" she asked, grasping for something neutral. His eyes met hers briefly in the dim light. "I have a loft downtown." She frowned slightly. "Oh." His mouth curved. "You seem surprised." She shrugged, avoiding his gaze. "I always thought lofts were for artists." A low chuckle rumbled from his chest, an unexpectedly warm sound. "Starving, maybe. Artist, no." Her smile came despite her nerves. "Is Club Red one of many?" He nodded. "Several in the city. Some within walking distance." "Do you have a thing for the color red?" He shrugged. It didn't mean anything at first. He paused. "Until recently." Katherina frowned. "Until recently?" His gaze flicked to her brief, intense. Her stomach tightened under the weight of it. The red dress. She looked away quickly, focusing on the passing scenery. Relief washed over her when they reached their destination. Sitting so close to him had left her nerves frayed. He parked smoothly near the entrance of an upscale restaurant. Well-dressed patrons moved along the sidewalk. The valet hurried over as Roman stepped out. Katherina noticed the young man's crisp white shirt and red vest. She had little time to take in the brick facade and glowing windows before Roman was at her door, offering his hand. She accepted it hesitantly, aware of curious glances turned their way. He released her hand, but guided her forward with a light touch at her back, gentle, yet impossible to ignore. The sensation felt strangely intimate. The hostess, a pretty blonde with an elaborate updo, brightened the moment she saw Roman. "Mr. Morrissey, right this way, please." She gathered menus and led them forward, hips swaying noticeably. A sharp, unexpected flicker of irritation rose in Katherina. She accepted the menu with a touch of reluctance and pretended to study it, grateful when the hostess moved away. She lowered the menu to find gray eyes watching her intently. Her pulse quickened. "It's a bit extravagant," she said, trying to sound composed. His gaze held hers. "You're very beautiful." The words landed softly, but the intensity behind them stole her breath. "Beautiful?" She looked away. Roman watched her closely, intrigued by the walls she kept so carefully in place. He had sensed her tension the moment he arrived. Her heartbeat hadn't slowed. She avoided his eyes. She was affected by him. He could feel it, but he wasn't sure in what way. He was drawn to her in a manner he couldn't ignore. Their waiter approached, a young man whose gaze lingered on Katherina a moment too long. Roman's hands tightened briefly on the tablecloth. A low sound caught in his throat before he suppressed it. The boy turned to him. "And for you, sir?" Roman realized Katherina had already ordered. He leveled a steady look at the waiter, who shifted uncomfortably. "Steak rare. Whatever sides come with it." The boy cleared his throat. "And to drink." "Red wine." The waiter scribbled quickly and hurried off. Katherina noticed the exchange. "You have an unnerving effect on people," she said plainly. His tension eased slightly. He focused on her. "What about you, Katherina? Do I affect you?" Her eyes widened briefly before she looked down, lashes shielding her expression. "Why do you do that?" he asked. "Do what?" He leaned forward. "Turn your eyes away." She reached for her water glass. He caught her hand gently in midair. She gasped softly. He turned her hand over, thumb brushing lightly over the rapid pulse at her wrist. Her eyes lifted wide, startled. "Do you not like it when I touch you, Katherina?" She hesitated. "No," she whispered. A faint smile touched his lips. "I could prove otherwise." He released her. She drew her hand back quickly, tucking it beneath the table. He leaned back. "You're not like most women." The remark struck a nerve. Her eyes flashed. "You mean like the hostess up front?" He arched a brow, smile widening. She immediately looked regretful. "I'm not interested in her," he said simply. She shifted in her seat. "I don't care to be like the women who catch your attention." "What kind of woman are you, Katherina?" The question caught her off guard. Her defenses rose. She bit her lip briefly, then released it. "No one important." His gaze sharpened slightly. "You're careful about what you share." His voice held a quiet edge as his eyes moved over her. "What happened to your ribs?" She stiffened, color draining from her face. He noticed. She silently scolded herself. "You ask a lot of questions." "Just one," he said evenly. Nausea twisted in her stomach. She wasn't ready to answer anything personal, not to him. Her breathing quickened. Her gaze darted briefly, searching for an exit. "I could leave." Relief came when the waiter returned with their food. She exhaled and picked up her fork, focusing on her pasta. She glanced at his plate. The steak was cooked very rare, juices pooling beneath it. Her stomach turned. She set her fork down and reached for her wine, sipping slowly. Dinner passed in a haze of nerves. She drank more wine than she ate, while he finished his plate completely. When the bill arrived, her heart jumped. She rose carefully on unsteady legs, clutching her bag as he stepped beside her. He guided her through the restaurant and out into the cool night air. As they waited for the valet, she felt him tense beside her. She looked up. A dark scowl had settled over his features. Following his gaze, she saw a couple approaching them. Chapter 10. Katherina dropped her clutch, and Julietta's high heels clattered to the floor as she pressed her back firmly against the door. Every sense sharpened to the frantic rhythm of her heart pounding against her ribs. Each breath came sharp and quick as she strained to hear the sound of tires on gravel. She placed a hand over her heart, feeling its rapid beat against her palm, driven by the rush of sensations still lingering from Roman's touch. No one had ever touched her with such unexpected gentleness, yet with an undercurrent of command that both unsettled and stirred her. She had felt the quiet strength in every careful movement of his fingers. "He's all wrong for you," her mind warned quietly. And she knew it was true, yet she couldn't entirely dismiss the pull she felt. She shook her head, trying to clear the confusion. She couldn't allow herself to feel anything for this man. A near stranger whose presence carried the same kind of danger she had fled from. His reputation alone spoke of trouble she wanted no part of. She couldn't quite name it, but a small voice inside told her Roman represented a different, perhaps deeper kind of risk. Groaning softly, she ran her hands through her tousled hair, remembering how his fingers had moved through it. What was wrong with her? She shouldn't feel even a flicker of attraction for someone so commanding, so far out of her reach. Yet something had stirred, a faint, inexplicable thread drawing her toward him. What began as the smallest spark had flared into something intense and confusing. Surely it was nothing more than a fleeting infatuation. In time, it would fade. She had come to Black Mountain for one reason: safety. So far, she was doing a poor job of staying unnoticed. If Daniel found her, he would make her pay. Perhaps worse than before. She shuddered at the thought, a chill running through her. "Please," she prayed silently, closing her eyes. Katherina drew a steadying breath and pushed the dark memories of Daniel aside. She refused to let them take root again tonight. The sound of Julietta hurrying down the stairs gave her something else to focus on. She quickly smoothed her expression and moved toward the kitchen, leaving the heels and clutch behind. "You're home," Julietta called eagerly. Katherina winced slightly at the sound of footsteps descending. Julietta was about to launch into a barrage of questions about every moment of the evening, and Katherina had little choice but to face it. She busied herself with the kettle, listening as Julieta burst into the kitchen. "So?" Julieta prompted immediately. Katherina sighed, keeping her focus on preparing tea and avoiding Julieta's expectant stare. "It went fine." Julieta stomped her foot lightly. "Fine? What do you want me to say?" Katherina shrugged. "He was charming? Irresistible? Impertinent," Katherina said sharply. Julieta blinked. "He kissed you, didn't he?" Katherina looked away. "It was nothing. Nothing. He's arrogant and overbearing." "He's incredibly striking," Julieta countered, flouncing to the table. "Most women would consider themselves lucky." "I'm not most women," Katherina said firmly, setting the kettle on the stove. Silence settled between them, heavy and expectant. Katherina felt Julieta's gaze on her back, thoughtful and searching. "I don't like prying," Julieta said quietly. "I'm only asking because I care." Katherina turned slowly, gripping the counter behind her. Julieta's usual brightness had dimmed, replaced by a quiet sadness that made Katherina's chest tighten. "People here respect privacy," Julieta continued, meeting Katherina's eyes steadily. "Even Black Mountain has its secrets." She paused. "I don't have many close friends. Maybe because I speak my mind too freely." Her hands fidgeted in her lap. "I'd like to think we could trust each other. Maybe even confide in one another someday." Katherina felt the familiar pressure in her chest. She wanted to open up, but the words wouldn't come. "This isn't just about tonight, is it?" she asked softly, already knowing the answer. Julieta's gaze was serious, perceptive in a way Katherina hadn't expected. "I'm not asking for every detail," Julieta said gently. "I just need to know, are you okay?" Katherina clenched her jaw, defenses rising instinctively. She barely knew Julieta, yet the other woman had welcomed her without judgment, offering friendship freely. For the first time in a long while, Katherina felt the possibility of real connection, but she wasn't ready. She had no family left. Not Aunt Mia. Not the child she had lost. The hollow ache in her chest tightened, sharp and familiar. Fighting back tears, she met Julieta's eyes. "I will be," she said quietly. Julieta studied her for a long moment, then offered a small, reassuring smile. "You will." Katherina remembered their first meeting, bruised and shaken, offering the flimsy excuse of a car accident. Julieta had never pressed, but she clearly hadn't believed it either. For now, that was enough. Sensing the tension, Julieta launched into cheerful chatter, filling the silence with light-hearted talk. Katherina managed a small smile, grateful for the distraction as she finished making tea. It was going to be a long night. The silver moon hung like a shard of glass against the deep black sky. It called to his beast, pulling the change to the surface with relentless force. Bones snapped and shifted as he surrendered to the transformation. He tore off his shirt, the cool night air and pale light washing over his bare chest. Shoulders flexed, muscles strained, and reshaped as the shift took hold. Talons lengthened. Pain flared familiar, searing, then faded as his body settled into its other form. A deep, resonant howl tore from his throat, echoing through the trees, a declaration of dominance that carried across the forest. He shook free of the last remnants of clothing and stood fully in his loup-garou shape, larger, more powerful than any natural wolf, built for strength and command. The ground felt soft beneath his paws as he climbed to a high overlook. Ears swiveled, catching every rustle, every heartbeat in the night. To human eyes, he would appear far more than a wolf, immense, formidable, unmistakably other. Though his human side thrived in the city's restless energy, his wolf preferred the quiet wildness of Black Mountain. As Alpha, he knew every ridge and shadowed hollow of this land. A breeze carried the scent of pine and earth. He inhaled deeply. This was his territory. He protected it, pack and humans alike. Neighboring packs respected his strength and kept their distance. He had cleared rogues, silenced threats, and guarded against those who would expose their kind. His senses sharpened on the sounds of prey moving through the underbrush. Adrenaline stirred, the hunt calling. Moonlight spilled through the trees in silver streams. He padded deeper into the forest, ears tuned to the others answering the same call. Katherina's image rose unbidden, her dark hair, pale skin, haunted green eyes. He pushed the thought aside, securing it carefully. What would she think of this side of him? The question lingered, unexpectedly appealing. A sudden rustle snapped his focus. He turned just as a heavy shape launched from the shadows with a snarl, slamming into him and driving him to the ground. They rolled, claws and teeth flashing. Roman twisted free and faced his attacker, Vaughn, black eyes gleaming with challenge. Roman felt the others closing in, drawn by the sounds of conflict. Vaughn circled, head high, ears forward, bold and mocking. Roman bared his teeth in response. The taunt struck home. Vaughn lunged again. They clashed, snarls filling the air, fur and claws tearing. Roman felt teeth graze him, then struck back, sinking fangs into Vaughn's thick mane. A sharp yelp of pain. Vaughn struggled, but Roman held fast, shaking him roughly until flesh gave way. Vaughn broke free. Roman tasted blood. They circled once more, then collided, rolling, ripping, drawing more blood. Roman surged forward, jaws closing around Vaughn's throat. The other wolf thrashed, strength fading. Roman dragged him across the earth, then released him. He rose over the fallen wolf, staring down with cold authority. A low, mocking laugh echoed in his mind. He lifted his head. Nico stood apart, watching with smug satisfaction. Their gazes locked. Why send a pawn instead of facing me yourself? Nico's mental voice carried no warmth. This was Vaughn's choice, not mine. Perhaps you have unsettled business? Roman narrowed his eyes. He trusted nothing Nico said. The rest of the pack arrived, gathering around them. Micah moved to Roman's side. We good here, Ron? Roman gave a curt nod. Nico remained where he was, eyes glinting. What's happened here? Adeline asked, stepping forward with concern. He was attacked, Kara snapped, glaring at Roman. A chorus of low growls answered her. That's a lie, Sabine said firmly. I saw Vaughn waiting in the brush before he struck. Cowardly, Lorelei added. Kara bared her teeth. Enough, Roman commanded. Silence fell. Adeline, tend to Vaughn. The elder moved forward. Kara stepped aside reluctantly. We take risks gathering under the full moon, Alaric said, glancing around. Humans are starting to notice. They suspect wolves, not werewolves, Luca countered. It's nothing new. Roman studied the gathered pack. Some uneasy, some watchful, one openly amused. It's come to my attention that some of you question my leadership, he said, gaze settling on Nico. I would hear those concerns now. What concerns? Micah asked, scanning the others. Nico stepped forward. His refusal to take a mate. He ignores our oldest law. Dark eyes met Roman's with open challenge. You cannot lead without a mate of Lugaru blood. Is this true? Lorelei asked quietly, unease in her voice. Roman felt the weight of every gaze. Have you chosen a mate? Nico pressed. Chapter 11. Roman suppressed a low growl at Nico's deliberate provocation, refusing to let it derail the gathering's purpose. He noticed the uncertainty in some of the others, doubt flickering across their expressions as they questioned whether he could still lead according to the feral laws. He knew those laws better than anyone and would uphold them, even at great cost. But he sensed the growing division. Nico was well aware of why they had assembled. Rumors had reached him. Whispers of unrest, shifting loyalties, hints of rebellion. If Nico moved against him, some would follow. He had not yet chosen a mate, and the bonded calling was drawing near. Ignoring it carried serious consequences for an alpha. Without a mate of Lugaru blood, his position became vulnerable, exactly what Nico wanted. Every Lugaru understood the danger of resisting the calling. The instinct grew unbearable, driving unchecked aggression and madness if ignored. Rogue wolves had become more cunning lately, harder to detect and contain. Accusing another of rogue behavior without undeniable proof was dangerous. The accuser could face exile or worse. Roman needed evidence, solid, irrefutable, before acting against Nico. He had long suspected Nico of planning a challenge. The wolf was cunning, patient, and skilled at manipulation. He had already drawn Vaughn and Kara into his circle with false promises. Nico had joined the pack years ago, claiming abandonment. Roman's father had taken him in, raising him alongside his own son. Rivalry had grown quickly. Nico wanted the alpha position. Roman had been born to it, but he had earned it through challenge after challenge, blood drawn, lives lost in honorable combat. When his father passed, Roman had taken the mantle young and held it firmly. Nico had opposed him at every turn, becoming the greatest internal threat. Roman met Nico's gaze with cold resolve. Rest assured, I am considering the matter carefully. But you have yet to choose a mate? Nico pressed. Are you not already deep in the stages of the bonded call? Roman remained outwardly calm, refusing to rise to the bait. I am fully aware of my obligations. And you, of all wolves, should refrain from judgment. The pointed reference to Nico's rejection by Luna landed. Nico's eyes narrowed with barely concealed fury. Since when is it a crime to satisfy basic needs? Roman continued, voice level. Kara's head snapped up. You frolic with a human? Roman stiffened inwardly. The dinner with Katherina had already become ammunition. He leveled a hard stare at her. Since when do my private choices concern the pack? Wulfric stepped forward. Taking human companions carries risk. Roman's patience thinned. Since when has that been an issue? My personal matters remain just that, personal. Micah's voice cut through. He's Lugaru, not a monk. He has needs like the rest of us. Expecting celibacy until he chooses a mate is unreasonable. Lorelei spoke unexpectedly. He takes risks with these human women. Roman felt her gaze linger, jealousy and interest clear. The feeling was not mutual. He ignored it. My life outside the pack does not interfere with my duty. I maintain our secrecy by blending in among humans. My reputation in the city serves that purpose. Nico edged closer. Then explain it plainly. Roman advanced a single step. Nico retreated instinctively. You understand discretion, Nico. Blending means appearing ordinary. I am simply a man who owns clubs, enjoys nightlife, and keeps company as he chooses. A few low chuckles rippled through the pack. Roman relaxed slightly. The human is nothing to me. The statement settled the immediate tension. The conversation shifted to a moonlit run and hunt. 2 full kettles of tea later, Julieta finally drifted off on the couch. Katherina smiled softly as she gathered the empty cups and half-eaten bag of cookies. She carried them to the kitchen, shaking her head at the mismatched combination of herbal tea and chocolate. She had dozed lightly in the chair but woke to the TV's blue screen after the movie credits rolled. Julieta's steady stream of cheerful talk had kept her distracted and surprisingly content. She was still smiling as she rinsed the cups and tucked the cookies away. Glancing at the clock, she froze. 5:31 a.m. Nearly dawn. She stepped to the kitchen window and looked out. A faint chill brushed her skin despite the cardigan she pulled tighter around herself. The darkness was slowly giving way to sunrise, soft light filtering through the trees. Then she felt it, someone watching. She couldn't explain how she knew, only that the same quiet instinct that had warned her before now stirred again. Heart pounding, she backed away from the window, clutching the cardigan. Was Daniel out there? Waiting? The thought struck hard, freezing her in place. A hand touched her shoulder. Katherina screamed. It's me. Julieta jumped back, hands raised. I'm sorry. Katherina pressed a hand to her chest, breathing hard. You startled me. Julieta's expression softened with concern, though she didn't press. What were you looking at? Katherina forced a small smile. Just the sunrise. Hard to see with all those trees, Julieta said lightly. Katherina rolled her eyes inwardly at the practicality. Julieta yawned. Did you sleep at all? Katherina shrugged, moving to the coffee pot. Not really. Insomnia. Something like that. She didn't mention the nightmares. She didn't want to dim Julieta's usual brightness, especially with their limited coffee supply running low. She set the pot aside. Maybe we should go to the diner for donuts and real coffee? Julieta's face lit up. Perfect. Katherina hesitated. One more thing. Julieta paused mid-rise. Yeah. Katherina twisted the hem of her cardigan. Is the diner hiring? Julietta's grin widened. You want to work there? Katherina shrugged. I need something to do. Keep busy. Julietta bounced lightly on her toes. I don't know if Lawrence has openings, but I'll ask. Katherina smiled. I have to pay the bills somehow. She didn't mention the inheritance from Aunt Mia tucked safely away. The money was security, plan B, if she ever needed to disappear again. Her heart gave a small, uneasy skip at the thought. Would she always be running? Always looking over her shoulder? This is what he wants, she reminded herself. He wants you afraid. She refused to give him that power. Empowered by the thought, she straightened. Let's go. A week later, Roman sat in the VIP lounge of Club Red, nursing yet another glass of Jack while 9-inch nails pulsed through the space. A lively blonde pressed close to his side, doing little to lift his mood. He stared into the empty glass, trying to recall her name. Candy? Mandy? It didn't matter. Names rarely did. He downed the shot, irritation rising. He shouldn't have kissed Katherina. The memory of her soft, startled, then melting against him had left him restless and unsatisfied. No amount of whiskey or distraction had dulled it. Women, since then, had failed to hold his attention. The image of a certain brunette kept surfacing, uninvited. He cursed under his breath and signaled for another bottle. A shadow fell across the table. Micah slid into the opposite seat, glancing at the blonde. How much have you had? Micah asked with a half-smile. Roman motioned to the empty glass. Not enough. Micah chuckled. The bartender cut you off. He's fired, Roman muttered, though the edge lacked real heat. Can we talk privately? Roman turned to the blonde. Another martini. He handed her a 50. Keep the change. She pouted briefly, then sashayed off. What is it with these types? Micah asked, amused. Roman shrugged. No strings. Just one-night stands? Exactly. Micah's expression sobered. Nico. Roman's mood darkened further. What about him? I'm trying to understand why you haven't exiled him yet. Roman exhaled slowly. You know the law. He hasn't crossed a line that justifies it, not yet. Micah leaned forward. You said he's planning something. If you're sure, why wait? Roman's hands fisted beneath the table. Our history goes back years. I have suspicions, but I need more. If others are turning, I want to know who before I act. Micah nodded slowly. Then what's next? Roman pushed up from the seat. Right now? Another bottle. Micah smirked and followed him to the bar. Alaric grinned as they approached. What'll it be, boss? Jack, Roman said. Before Alaric could pour, Roman collided with someone stepping backward. A rough shove met his shoulder. Roman turned, temper flaring. Problem? The stranger glared back. Tall, average build, dark, cropped hair, several days stubble. Roman didn't recognize him. The man's eyes darted around the club, tense and searching. Can I help you? Roman asked, voice low. The stranger met his gaze briefly, then looked away. My bad. Didn't see you. You looking for someone? None of your business. Roman stepped closer. I own this place. Your business is my business. Speak or leave. The man smirked, eyes cold. Guess I'll go. He turned and walked out. Roman watched until the door slammed shut. Every instinct rang with warning. Chapter 12. Table 5 needs a refill, Katherina, grumbled her coworker. Katherina winced, biting her lower lip as she glanced over her shoulder. A group of teenagers snickered in her direction, some waving their half-empty glasses mockingly. And 3 is still waiting on their order. Lighten up, Campbell. Julietta snapped, stepping around the counter to plant herself in front of the stout, tattooed waiter. I remember when you started and nearly set the kitchen on fire. She raised a brow and poked his chest lightly. It's her first week. Don't be an ass. He muttered something under his breath, wiped grease on his stained apron, and stormed toward the back. Katherina sighed and sank onto a stool, shoulders slumping. I'm not sure I'm cut out for this. Julietta snorted. Don't let Johnny Campbell get to you. He's all bluster. Katherina managed a small smile and stood, noticing a few sharper glares as she picked up her tray. "I'd better get back to my tables. Let me know if you need backup," Julieta teased, giving her shoulder a reassuring squeeze as she passed. Halfway through her first week, Katherina had already mixed up orders, forgotten refills, and dropped a tray more than once. So much for blending in. "You need this," her mind reminded her quietly. The diner, crumb-covered counters, tap water, endless butter, was far from perfect, but it felt grounding. The constant noise soothed her. Silverware clinking, children laughing, B.B. King drifting from the corner jukebox. No silence. No empty stillness that invited dark memories. Though safety still felt fragile, this small routine offered a quiet sense of hope, even if her customers weren't always pleased. "We've been waiting 10 minutes. "Excuse me, miss," one teenager called, shaking her glass with a skull. "1 minute," Katherina replied softly. "She's not getting a tip," another muttered. Katherina closed her eyes briefly and drew a steady breath. The complaints came from every direction. "Breathe. Miss?" A gentle voice cut through the noise. She opened her eyes. Table 3 held an elderly woman whose sharp, knowing gaze swept over Katherina from head to toe. The look was unnerving, yet the woman herself seemed harmless, observant, thoughtful. "You're new to Black Mountain," the woman said. It wasn't a question. Katherina stiffened. "Are you ready to order, ma'am?" The woman's smile held steady, her eyes carrying a quiet certainty that unsettled Katherina further. "Just a cup of tea, please." Katherina nodded quickly and moved away. "Do you know her?" she asked Julieta under her breath as her friend fell in beside her. Julieta glanced back. "That's Adeline. She's a town elder." "Town elder?" Julieta nodded, dropping ice into glasses. "She's lived here forever. Nice woman, but a little strange." "What do you mean?" Julieta straightened, hands on hips. "She always smells like my mother's medicine cabinet." Katherina laughed despite herself. "You're impossible." Her shift stretched into the early morning. By the end, exhaustion settled deep in her bones. She longed for a hot bath. Julieta waited outside by the curb. "Need a ride?" Katherina nodded gratefully and slid into the Jeep, sinking into the seat. Julieta chuckled. "Tired, huh?" She flipped on the radio. The Beatles filled the space. Katherina drifted in and out, lulled by the music. Dreams flickered fragments, some clear, some shadowed. John Lennon passed briefly through one. Darker shapes lingered at the edges, watchful, prowling the line between light and shadow. She startled awake as they pulled into her driveway. "You okay?" Julieta asked, hand gently on her shoulder. "Want me to stay?" Katherina shook her head. "No, go home. I'm fine." As she stepped out, Julieta reached beneath the seat. Katherina froze when Julieta produced a 9mm revolver. "I want you to take this," Julieta said quietly. Katherina stared. "I can't." Julieta's expression turned serious. "I'm not blind, Katherina. I know you're running from someone. You're alone in that big house, isolated, working late shifts. You're vulnerable." Katherina shook her head. "But a gun? Do you even have a permit?" "It was my dad's." "I do. Take it, please." "I wouldn't know how to use it. And I couldn't shoot anyone." "I'm not asking you to shoot. Just hold it. If you look confident enough, most people will back off." Katherina swallowed hard. The thought of aiming at Daniel made her stomach turn. How had it come to this? "Safety on," Julieta demonstrated, then clicked it off. "Point and pull. Simple. You sound like you've done this before." "Target practice. I'm a good shot." Katherina eyed the weapon warily. "I'm not." "You don't have to be. Sometimes just the size of it is enough." Julieta was right. A locked door wouldn't stop someone determined. Katherina reached out slowly and took the revolver. Its weight felt cold and foreign in her hand. Julieta met her eyes. "This man, would he kill you if he found you?" The question landed heavily. Julieta saw more than Katherina had realized. Katherina's voice came out quiet. "He tried once. I believe he'd try again." Julieta's gaze held steady. "Then you empty that 9mm, Katherina." Katherina watched until the Jeep's taillights disappeared into the darkness. She started toward the house, gripping the revolver carefully. Julietta's words echoed in her mind. She couldn't imagine taking a life, not even his. It would make her no better. Still, the weapon felt like a grim necessity. She would keep it in the nightstand drawer, out of sight, but close. The hour was late past 3. The quiet felt heavy. As she neared the porch, she froze. The night was unnaturally still. No crickets. No rustling leaves. Something watched. Her heart slammed against her ribs. She scrambled up the steps, fumbling with keys and a gun. The door finally opened. She slipped inside and slammed it shut, sinking to the floor. She sat there a moment, staring at the revolver, willing her pulse to slow. Eventually, she stood, hid the gun in the drawer, and moved to the kitchen. The refrigerator held little: apples, half a carton of milk. She'd shop later. She washed an apple and headed upstairs. The steps creaked beneath her shoes, the only sound in the house. She started a bath, biting into the apple as the tub filled. Sinking into the warm water, she hummed a fragment of "Come Together." Her thoughts drifted to Adeline, the older woman's intense, knowing gaze. It had felt like she saw straight through Katherina. She laughed softly at herself. No one could know her secrets just by looking. Then her mind turned unbidden to slate-gray eyes. A quiet breath escaped her. Roman Morrissey slipped into her thoughts without permission. She remembered his kiss, gentle yet commanding. For a moment in his arms, the weight of everything had lifted. She had felt safe, desired, seen. She shook her head. He was wrong for her, too powerful, too dangerous. What bothers you more, sweet Katherina, that I kissed you, or that you kissed me back? Her face warmed at the memory. The water had cooled. She drained the tub, dressed quickly, and climbed into bed. Moonlight pooled across the covers as exhaustion finally claimed her. She dreamed of gray eyes watching from the shadows. Roman sat in wolf form beneath her window, ears tuned to the soft, even rhythm of her breathing. He knew he shouldn't be here. Yet he couldn't leave. This human woman had taken root in his thoughts. Her scent, her voice, the way she had responded to him, tentative, then unguarded, haunted him. His body still burned for her. The memory of her in his arms refused to fade. His wolf stirred restlessly, drawn in a way he had never experienced. The bonded calling pressed closer. He recognized its signs: restlessness, hunger, the pull toward one specific person. But she was human. If the pack knew he lingered here, watching over her, they would question everything. A twig snapped in the distance. Roman's ears flicked. He rose, scanning the darkness. Micah emerged from the shadows. "What are you doing here?" Roman growled low. Micah met his gaze steadily. "I could ask you the same. I'm patrolling." Micah's look said he didn't believe it. "Ron, if the others knew." "There is nothing to know," Roman cut in sharply. "My time is my own." Micah stepped closer. "I don't doubt your loyalty. You've led us well. But there are those watching for weakness. Nico will use anything he finds." Roman rose higher. "Then let him look. He'll find nothing." "What of the woman?" Roman tensed. "She is nothing." Micah studied him a moment longer, then dipped his head once. With that, Roman turned away. Micah left quietly. Roman remained a moment more, listening to Katherina's steady heartbeat. Then he slipped back into the night, shadows folding around him. Chapter 13. Roman eased into one of the shadowed corners of Club Red, his keen hearing tuning the thunderous Rob Zombie music to a distant part of his senses. He focused more intently on the wayward chatter of the many out-of-towners filling his bar. He did a quick scan, his unusual eyes glinting with something almost feral within the enveloping shadows, unnoticed by the unsuspecting humans. He grimaced at the many unfamiliar faces crowding his space. He much preferred the drunken regulars to the rowdy newcomers looking for a brief good time. Groaning inwardly, he braced his weight against the bar, the same bar where he had encountered that enticing red dress. He dipped his head with a muttered curse. "Damn. She was an aphrodisiac, his most preferred and intoxicating draw, one he simply couldn't shake. He couldn't deny the attraction. What man wouldn't be drawn by the allure of those haunting green eyes? He was beginning to suspect that this pull, these unwarranted and perilous feelings, ran far deeper than he had thought possible. Katherina Channing was undeniably human fragile, with those vivid green eyes and soft, expressive features. These feelings for her seemed to grow the longer he kept his distance, and they were becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. So lost in the depths of his thoughts, he at first hadn't detected that distinct lone scent, one that signaled a certain rogue wolf. He pushed away from the bar and directed a hardening, icy glare toward the floor below. He inhaled deeply, his chest rising with the quickened breath, confirming the scent with a low, throaty growl. The women lining the dance floor unconsciously parted, their eyes fixed on the statuesque figure striding through. The streaming red lights flickered briefly over black hair smoothed back at the top and cropped on either side. The shadows clung to the hardened contours of his face, further sharpening those cruel, chiseled lines. He had chosen the preferred color among the loup-garou, dressed entirely in black, from head to steel-toed boots. To the humans, he radiated a dangerous edge, with the beginnings of a tribal tattoo peeking from the collar of his leather jacket, an ink Roman knew ran the length of his left arm. Another growl rose in Roman's throat and settled there with distaste as steel eyes clashed with eyes of sage green, outlined in silvery gray. Nico. And the wolf wasn't alone. Vaughn trailed closely behind, along with another whose loyalty had been questionable until now. Steely eyes locked sharply on Draven. Traitor. Roman caught Alaric's gaze behind the bar, his scowl meaningful. Alaric appeared just as surprised by Nico's presence. The wolf had never entered this place of business before. So why now? Roman gave Alaric a curt nod and stepped away from the bar, settling into a leather chair. Nico greeted him with a sly, distrustful grin as they reached his level, those steel-toed boots striking steadily against the marbled floor. He peeled his muscled forearms free of the heavy leather jacket and crossed to settle opposite Roman. Roman raised a steely gaze to the other two, who noticeably kept their distance. Vaughn glaring from beneath deep-set brows, Draven avoiding his stare altogether. Cowards. What the hell do you want? Roman asked icily, watching Nico with suspicion as the wolf lounged comfortably in the leather, extending his arms on either side in a languid pose. A server suddenly appeared. By the way her eyes fastened on Nico, she was eager to take his order. What can I get you, handsome? She asked sweetly. Bourbon, he replied with a smirk, never breaking Roman's unyielding glare. Find it elsewhere, Roman snarled in a deep baritone, the muscle at his jaw flexing. Nico's wry grin curved, revealing a hint of cruelty. That's no way to treat a paying customer. The server quickly hurried away, clearly unnerved by the tension. This is my place of business, Roman said with an ominous edge. Whatever your purpose here can wait until the next moon. His steely eyes swept from Nico's icy ones to the two wolves lingering behind. And I don't particularly like traitors in my bar. Nico smirked, the hardened lines of his face twisting with feigned skepticism. I can assure you, all is as it should be. All but your presence in my bar, Roman retorted dryly, gray eyes sharpening. What the hell was Rue up to? The server returned with the bourbon. Dismissing the shot glasses, Nico took a hefty swig straight from the bottle. The hot liquor burned a swift path down his throat, prompting a sudden fiery glow behind his sage eyes, revealing the beast within. He slammed the bottle down, splashing some of the spirit onto the tabletop as he leaned forward, his eyes taking on a granite hardness. I want rank, he growled viciously, his sage eyes shifting to white. Roman felt his mouth twist. Is that a challenge, Rue? His expression darkened. You know it is. Roman felt his muscles tighten, adrenaline surging through his veins, the kind that belonged strictly to the immortal beast. He squared his shoulders, holding that white, furious stare. You've had ample opportunity. Instead, you send your lapdogs after me. He snarled. You lack the courage you speak so freely. You want my pack? Fight for it. He stood and leveled an icy, calculating glare at his opponent. Otherwise, tuck your tail and get out of my bar. Nico's expression blackened with a flash of rage as he rose from his seat. Vaughn and Draven advanced, but Nico stilled them with a raised hand. Only then did Roman notice Micah positioned at the top of the stairs, eyes glowing with his beast, and a riled Alaric close behind. Nico's eyes brightened with suppressed malice. Brace for hell, Morrissey. Roman clenched his jaw, the muscle ticking with barely restrained fury. I'm counting on it. What the hell was that about? Micah demanded, moving to stand over Roman as he snatched the forgotten bourbon and drained its contents to dull the anger bristling beneath his skin. All these years of running with the pack, he chooses now to challenge you? What's changed? Alaric asked, brows furrowing. Me, Roman muttered, rising to cross to the steel railing. His eyes swept the bustling humans below, blissfully unaware of the wolves who ruled their territory. My lack of choosing a mate has given him reason to believe he has justification to challenge me and that others will follow. Roman sensed the sudden unease radiating from Micah as his beta fell in beside him. Have you not chosen a female? His mouth tightened into a grim line as he gripped the railing. They do not interest me. Roman, others will back his threats, Alaric warned. He straightened and turned to meet their intense stares. Do you? Alaric shifted uneasily, glancing between his alpha and Micah. He raised his chin and met Roman's piercing gaze. You've done substantial things for this pack. You need not question my allegiance. Nico cannot be trusted, Micah added. He's ruthless and will destroy the peace you've maintained. Where's the damn bartender? Someone shouted from below. Alaric turned his attention to the crowd gathering at his post. Willow and I will run with you. That is where our loyalty remains, he vowed before heading downstairs. Micah turned to Roman once they were alone. Why have you not chosen a mate, Ron? He fell silent for a moment, studying his alpha intently. Does this have anything to do with that human? Roman stiffened, steely eyes clashing with his betas. What the hell are you talking about? He growled. I told you the woman means nothing to me. Then why haven't you chosen? Back off, Micah. He snarled, his eyes flaring with the edge of his beast. Micah stepped back, knowing he was on dangerous ground, but as Roman's beta and brother in all but blood, he had a responsibility. They had run together since they were young, long before Roman took alpha. Roman had honored his father's legacy and protected the pack. He had cleared the area of bloodsuckers and kept them from feeding here. He kept rogues from roaming the territory, harming the innocent, and ensured the safety of both humans and pack. Immortals of all kinds existed and thrived unseen by the humans who shared the earth, but concealing that truth was a constant effort. The pack lived by one law above all: never take a human as your mate. It risked everything they had worked centuries to protect. I'm not asking as your beta, Micah said firmly. I'm asking as your brother. Roman swept a hand through his tousled hair. What the hell do you want me to say, Micah? He turned sharply to face him. That I have feelings for a human, despite every rule, and that it's unbearably difficult to stay away from her? That every instinct demands I claim her, even as my mind rejects the idea. He snapped. You think I don't know our laws, when it was my father who set them? Steely eyes glinted in the dark. I know the risks, Micah. I've tried convincing myself that whatever this is amounts to nothing more than a passing attraction. You've had countless women, Ron. What is it about this one? Roman groaned inwardly, closing his eyes as an image of Katherina rose unbidden. Everything about her drew him, the scent of her skin, the way she worried her lower lip when he looked at her, the rhythm of her heartbeat when she met his gaze. What of Lorelei? Micah asked, breaking the memory. Roman met his stern stare. What of her? Micah stepped closer. Ron, she's got that scent. She wants you. Roman tensed. He had suspected Lorelei harbored feelings for him, but hadn't given it much weight. Her efforts are futile, he said rigidly. There are other males to choose from. Micah chuckled. As if it were that easy, brother. He gripped Roman's shoulder reassuringly. No matter what you decide about the human, I stand by you. His expression grew serious. But I ask that you consider it carefully. Roman studied his beta with a quiet certainty. He had always trusted Micah, but in that moment, he understood just how deep that trust went. "Boss," someone called. Roman shifted to see Jackson at the top of the stairs. The bouncer nodded over his shoulder. "Someone here to see you." Roman hadn't noticed the man behind Jackson until the bouncer stepped aside. The stranger moved forward with an ease that belied his size. For a moment, Roman didn't recognize him. Until the dim light caught hair strikingly similar to his own unruly golden mane, only paler. A familiar grin spread across Roman's face. To most in the bar, the stranger could have been mistaken for him, similar height and build, with one clear difference. His chiseled features framed pale green eyes rather than silvery gray. Roman's grin widened. "Lucan Kirov." Kirov smirked, green eyes glinting. "Cousin. Movie night?" Julieta exclaimed excitedly as she bounced through the door, arms full of new releases. Katrina laughed and closed the front door behind her. "Depends on the selections." They moved to the kitchen. Julieta took her usual seat while Katrina started the popcorn. "No horror," Katrina declared. Julieta snorted, lining the movies along the table. "Strictly romance, with a hint of comedy." Katrina smiled. "I can do romantic comedy." She grabbed a large bowl for sharing while Julieta chattered on, a habit Katrina was growing to enjoy. "So, I have something to ask you," Julieta said, her tone suddenly serious. Katrina turned, curious. "Okay." Julieta stood and raised a hand, setting off alarm bells in Katrina's mind. Oh no. Whatever Julieta had in mind couldn't be good. "I just need you to be open-minded," Julieta said. "What have you signed me up for?" Katrina asked uneasily. Julieta bit her lip. A classic tell that she had already acted without asking. "I have a date." Katrina frowned, surprised. "That's great, Jules, but what does it have to do with me?" Julieta went quiet, wariness creeping into her blue eyes. Katrina's stomach dropped. "Tell me you didn't set me up on a double date." "Yes, but—" Katrina groaned and spun away, rubbing her palms over her face. "Listen," Julieta pleaded, stepping closer. "How could you do that?" Katrina asked quietly. Julieta gently grasped her shoulders. "Look, I'm no therapist, but I can see your past is holding you back from living in the present. I'm not trying to play matchmaker. I just want you to live a little, no regrets. I'm perfectly content being single. I tried dating, remember? Tall, blonde, and clearly not my type." She cursed silently as Roman's image flashed in her mind. Julieta smiled and eased her grip. "I'll be with you every minute of the date." Katrina sighed. "When is it?" "Tomorrow night." "Fine." But never again understood. Julieta nodded, smiling wider. "So, who are they?" Katrina asked, trying for enthusiasm. Julieta's grin grew. "Do you remember Jackson?" Katrina frowned. "Who? Jackson from Club Red?" Katrina groaned again. "The bouncer." "Yes." She turned back to the popcorn. "Are you sure he's dateable?" Julieta chuckled. "What do you mean?" "He's all serious. Only when he's working." "He's actually very charming," Julieta insisted. Katrina raised her brows. From what she remembered, he had been intimidating. And she wondered again, what was it with the men in Asheville? Everyone she met seemed so formidable. Her thoughts drifted once more to Roman Morrissey. What was it about him that kept pulling her mind back? She pushed the memory away, not wanting to recall the unexpected tenderness of his kiss or the gentle way his hands had touched her. Instead, she focused on the more immediate issue. "Who is my date?" Chapter 14. "You have a nice little establishment here, cuz," Lucan said, peering at Roman from across the table, scattered with peanut shells. Roman smirked, leaning further into his seat to study his cousin. "What the hell brings you to Asheville?" Lucan grinned as two women sauntered by in high stilettos and styled hair. "The attractions." His grin widened. "Unlikely. The women here never satisfied your tastes." Green eyes swiveled around with light humor. "What about you, Morrissey?" Lucan arched a brow. "No woman yet?" "I could ask you the same thing," Roman tossed back wryly. Lucan narrowed his eyes. "How long have you been running the pack without a mate?" His personal matters were the last thing Roman wanted to discuss. He trusted Lucan, perhaps more than any other wolf he had run with, but he wasn't ready to share his lack of a mate or his complicated feelings for a human woman. He draped an arm along the back of his chair and relaxed. "Why don't you tell me what you're doing here?" he deflected, studying the wolf across from him. The Kirov bloodline was known to every pack. They were among the first Lugaru and perhaps the most powerful. Though he and Lucan had been raised in separate packs, their mothers had been sisters. The same blood ran in their veins, and like Roman, Lucan could shift into his beast form without the moon's influence. "Last I heard you were in New York," Roman said. "Still riddled with vampires?" "More so than you think," Lucan replied, his usual humor fading. Roman frowned, sensing something serious. "Why are you here?" he asked again. Lucan inhaled deeply, his expression turning earnest, all traces of levity gone. "I need your help." He took a swig of his now flat beer and pushed it aside. "With what?" Pale eyes fixed gravely on him. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." Roman tensed. "Why don't you tell me then?" His cousin glanced around quickly to ensure their privacy before speaking low enough for Roman's ears alone. "I've encountered something we long thought impossible." His interest caught, Roman leaned closer. "What are you talking about?" "There's a scientist in Cove Neck. He's discovered us." Roman stiffened. "A scientist?" Lucan nodded. "And not just us, vampires too. He's been living on vampire blood for centuries, storing it for his experiments." "Does your pack know?" Roman demanded. Lucan straightened in his chair. "I didn't want to alarm them. I'd been tracking him for some time and planned to destroy him and his research." "Did you?" "I followed his scent to a compound, his lab. The human had gathered substantial evidence to prove his theories. He had vials of vampire blood stored away." "You destroyed them then?" Lucan shook his head. "Vampires had breached the building. I could smell them, but there was something else, another scent, clearly human, but not." He paused. "I found a woman, bound and drugged." Roman's brows furrowed. "What about her?" Lucan inhaled deeply, squaring his broad shoulders. "A half-breed," he said with certainty, his pale eyes unwavering. "Half human, half vampire." Roman felt every muscle tighten. "That's impossible, and you know it." "So we believed, but I've seen her, Roman." "How can you be certain?" he argued. "It's difficult to explain." Lucan sighed, running a hand through his untidy hair. "She's carried vampire blood since birth." He paused. "She's his daughter." "You're telling me he turned his own daughter into his experiment?" Lucan nodded. "It gets more complicated. She's mated to the very vampire whose blood runs in her veins." Roman groaned, a headache building. "How the hell did you get mixed up with vampires?" he snarled. "And what will your pack think once they learn of your involvement with bloodsuckers?" Pale eyes flickered with anger. "What do you think, cuz?" "They know now, and they've declared war on the vampires. They hold them responsible for it all." He leaned closer and tapped the table with a fist. "Everything we've known since our beginning, everything we thought impossible, is possible." He fell silent, then added, "The woman is pregnant." Roman stilled. "She's with child." He shook his head. "You can't be sure. It grows rapidly within her. It is clearly of immortal blood. My pack has demanded that I destroy it, but I cannot." "You would go against your pack for vampires?" Roman exclaimed. "Do you know the position you've put yourself in?" Lucan settled deeper into his seat, the chair creaking under his weight as he met Roman's gaze. "I don't have time to argue my reasoning. The woman and her unborn child have fled, and the vampire has been declared a traitor by his elders." Roman frowned. "The elders seek to destroy them?" Lucan snorted. "On the contrary, they want to clone the unborn child. Use its blood to create more half-breeds, following the scientist's methods." "That doesn't explain why you've come to me for help." His cousin smirked. "You know damn well why. You've driven every bloodsucker from your territory and kept them out since. I stand alone without my pack. I need someone I can trust beside me." "To help you aid vampires?" Roman snarled. "Not the vampires, cousin." Lucan paused. "But me." Roman suppressed a groan. Why would Lucan risk his pack, his rank as Alpha in Cove Neck, everything he had fought for to assist vampires? A thought struck him. He lifted steely eyes. You still haven't explained your involvement. He studied his cousin, watching for any shift in that resolute expression. There is a woman, Lucan admitted reluctantly. If my pack knew my feelings for her, they would kill me. This woman, Roman asked, is she Lugaru? Lucan hesitated. She is vampire. You asked for me? Roman looked up from the cash spread across his desk and motioned his beta to a seat. We need to talk. Micah closed the office door, muffling the booming music to a dull hum. The hour was late, but the crowd and the earnings continued to grow. I'm needed in New York, Roman said once Micah settled opposite him. New York? Micah asked with suspicion. Does this have anything to do with Kirov? I can't elaborate, Roman replied. I just need you to run things here while I'm gone. How long? Roman rubbed his jaw, feeling the day's stubble. No more than a day or two. I'll let you know if longer. His steel-gray eyes leveled sharply. Can I trust you to lead the pack in my absence? You know you can, Micah assured him. When do you leave? Roman leaned back, his mind elsewhere despite the stacks of money on the desk. The day after tomorrow. I have something to handle first. And Nico? Micah asked, unease creeping into his voice. And the others? I'll return before they suspect anything. Tell them nothing. Once again, Katherina found herself caught up in one of Julieta Bennett's enthusiastic primping sessions. How did Julieta always manage to talk her into things she would never do on her own? She never would have agreed to a double date, yet here she was doing things lately that felt out of character. Was some of Julieta's carefree spirit rubbing off on her? She smiled at the thought and imagined a life without constant worry. Part of her envied Julieta's confidence and fearlessness. Perhaps that was why she was stepping outside her comfort zone. She stepped back from the full-length mirror to assess herself. Had she regained some of that confidence Daniel had tried to destroy? The memory surfaced, grim and unwelcome. She pushed it aside, unwilling to let it ruin the evening. Still, she often wondered if others could see the lingering sadness in her eyes or the loneliness she carried. Her heart ached under the weight of her past, the loss of her child, the fears that still held her back from being the woman she once was. Are you ready? Julieta called eagerly from downstairs. Katherina exhaled nervously, smoothing her hands over the silk blouse Julieta had insisted she borrow. She turned from the mirror, convinced that no amount of makeup or new clothes could hide who she truly was, a woman still healing from old wounds. Julieta looked stunning in a sequin top and dark jeans, flashy hoops glinting under the chandelier, classic red lipstick in place. Why haven't you told me who my date is? Katherina asked as she reached the bottom step. Julieta paused at the door, a sheepish expression crossing her face as she turned. I haven't told you because I don't know. Katherina's mouth fell open. You're telling me you talked me into a double date and you don't even know who he's bringing? She groaned and stepped out into the cool night air, the breeze whispering through her blouse. It's just dinner, Julieta assured her, heels clicking close behind. Would it help to know I'm a wreck on the inside? Katherina paused on the path and turned, surprised. You're nervous. Julieta gave a half grin, eyes sparkling. I really like Jackson. Katherina suppressed a smile, though it showed in her eyes. Fine. But no more blind dates after tonight, agreed. Julieta's smile widened. The restaurant was a small Victorian pub on the east side of town. From the street, its worn brick exterior and stained glass windows cast a warm, inviting glow. Classic rock drifted faintly from within, luring passers-by. Julieta's heels clicked noisily as they crossed the street. Katherina noticed the shadowed areas around the streetlights and felt a faint unease. There they are, Julieta whispered excitedly, drawing Katherina's attention to the two men waiting at the entrance. She recalled her brief encounter with the bouncer from Club Red, his imposing build and toothy grin. The memory sparked an image of Roman, vivid and sudden, his striking gray eyes stealing her breath. She blinked hard to clear it and focused on the man before her. Despite his formidable presence, Jackson greeted them with a warm, gentlemanly smile. Evening, ladies. His gaze swept over Julieta, clearly appreciative. Julieta beamed. Jackson. Her eyes lit up as she gestured. You remember Katherina? Jackson nodded warmly. Katherina. He turned to the man beside him. This is John. Katherina studied John. He stood as a quieter shadow next to Jackson, watching them calmly. He gave a curt nod, his dark cobalt blue eyes steady. Tall and slender compared to Jackson's solid frame, with tousled chestnut hair, he brushed back casually. His kind eyes met hers with gentle warmth. Shall we eat and have a few drinks? Jackson suggested, wrapping an arm around Julieta's waist to guide her inside. Katherina hesitated, but John stepped forward and offered his arm. Ma'am, he said lightly, a hint of a smile. Despite her nerves and barely knowing him, she accepted and let him lead her in. Inside, the pub's worn exterior gave way to polished woodwork, vintage stools, sleek tables, and low-hanging lights. A large bar dominated the center wall, and patrons ordered drinks around it. A stage played classic rock, and a marbled dance floor held a lively crowd. They were seated in a back booth. A young server approached cheerfully. What can I get you all? I'll take a brewski and a burger with the works, Jackson said first. I'll have the same, Julieta added, smiling beside him. The server noted their order and turned to Katherina and John. And you? I'll have the turkey club, John said. And a Corona. Katherina wasn't hungry, but felt obliged when all eyes turned to her. I'll just have a salad, she said, then added, and a glass of red wine. Great. I'll bring drinks and some chips shortly. The server left them to talk. Katherina noticed Jackson and Julieta already deep in conversation. Feeling awkward, she toyed with a napkin. So, were you forced to come tonight too? John asked quietly. She looked up from her lap to find him watching her. He wore a pleasant cologne. Her mind traitorously recalled a different scent, wild, untamed, unmistakably masculine, tied to one particular man with steely eyes. She swallowed and pushed the thought away. What was wrong with her? I don't blame you, John said, taking her silence for agreement. Most people aren't fans of blind dates. Me especially. She smiled. Really? He nodded. Yes, but I can honestly say I'm glad I came. He had a nice smile, she noted. Food arrived, and the evening flowed. She sipped her wine slowly, deciding John was simply nice. Friendly, engaging, with warm blue eyes that stayed respectfully on her face. He glanced at her mouth now and then, but quickly looked away. She tried imagining herself with someone like him, easygoing, well-adjusted. They could be friends. But nothing more stirred in her. Excusing herself, she headed to the restroom for a moment alone. She needed to clear her head. It was hard to focus on anything but those piercing gray eyes that kept surfacing in her thoughts, along with memories of gentle touches. A splash of cold water might help. In the mirror, she tucked stray strands back into her pinned hair and smoothed her blouse. Satisfied, she stepped into the darkened hallway. A sudden chill warned her of someone else. Before she could react, a strong force pulled her from behind into an empty closet. A cold shiver ran through her as she was pinned against the door by a solid wall of muscle. Her scream was muffled by a hand. She kicked instinctively. Katherina, a rough voice commanded in the dark. She froze, recognition hitting instantly. It couldn't be. Had her thoughts somehow summoned him? She couldn't see his face clearly, but Roman's powerful frame was unmistakable. He eased his grip slightly, but held firm. Her mind reeled. What are you doing? She managed, her chest rising and falling against his. She kept her hands between them, pushing against him, knowing her strength was nothing compared to his, but needing the small barrier. She felt his gaze on her, those intense, steely gray eyes tracing her face in the dimness. What do you want? She whispered, voice trembling. His silence heightened her unease. Then he touched her, his thumb brushing her lower lip, slow and deliberate, igniting that familiar, consuming warmth. You will know this, he said firmly in the darkness. That you are mine. Chapter 15. Katherina felt panic settle over her as he uttered those heated words in the pitch-dark closet, a thin sliver of light slipping from beneath the door. She couldn't see him clearly, but she knew he towered over her, his muscled arms caging her on either side, leaving no room to escape. The heat of his body pressed through the silk of her blouse, and she shuddered, pressing her back harder against the wall as that wild, spicy scent enveloped her senses. Her heart hammered in her chest, erratic with every fear she had ever known. She flinched at the sudden brush of his fingers and instinctively swatted his hand away. "Don't," she hissed, anger and alarm sharpening her voice. "Katherina," his tone softened to a low, soothing rumble. "I didn't mean to frighten you." Her mouth felt dry. She blinked into the darkness. "What do you want?" she demanded, her breath coming fast and shallow. Her spine stiffened as he shifted closer, his breath warming her forehead. "I want you to relax. I'm not going to hurt you." "Then why am I in a closet?" she asked, voice trembling. Roman knew no explanation would justify trapping them in a cramped broom closet, but jealousy had driven him here. He had gone to her house first, needing to see her one last time before leaving for New York. He understood the risk, yet he couldn't ignore the pull. He had followed her scent to the pub. The moment he caught the trace of Jackson and another male, raw possessiveness surged through him. She hadn't noticed him enter. He stayed in the shadows, watching her intently, ears tuned to every word. Every instinct urged him to upend their table and pull her away from the dark-haired man beside her. The human posed no real threat, but each smile she gave him, each soft laugh, darkened Roman's mood further. He was exhausted from resisting this powerful draw to her. He was a man used to claiming what he wanted, and what he wanted most was the woman with those captivating green eyes. Now he realized his mistake in crowding them into such a small space. Her scent filled his lungs as he inhaled deeply. Her quick, shallow breaths revealed her racing heart, stirred by fears that clearly came from somewhere deep and shadowed. It sickened him to have scared her, but he couldn't risk the pack seeing them together. "They might be watching." "I am not yours," she said sharply, repeating his earlier claim. "Let me out." Roman felt a reluctant grin tug at his mouth, intrigued by the defiance in her voice. He leaned closer, catching her quick intake of breath as she pressed herself flatter against the wall. Her fists pushed uselessly at his chest. "I'm warning you, Morrissey," she whispered, breathless. He gently cupped her face, his thumb brushing softly across her cheek. "Why do you fight me, Katherina?" His deep voice coaxed gently. "Last time, you kissed me back." He remembered the softness of her mouth, warm and responsive. "I don't want this, any of it," she said softly, her palms flat against his chest, pushing. "Liar," he growled low, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her flush against him. She gave a small cry as he held her close, savoring the feel of her in his arms. She struggled, feet barely touching the floor, but her efforts were no match for his strength. "Let go of me," she exclaimed. "I'll scream, Roman." His hand slid up her back, fingers threading into her hair at the nape of her neck. "You can try, but there will be consequences." He felt her chest expand as she drew breath to call out. Instantly, he cradled the back of her head and captured her mouth with his, silencing what would have been a cry. She stiffened at first, then softened almost immediately as he kissed her deeply, teasing and insistent, his need for her overwhelming. His fingers worked her hair free, letting it fall loosely around her face as he tangled his hand in the silken strands. He broke the kiss to trail fervent presses along the column of her throat, tasting her sweetness. She made a soft sound beneath his touch, a spark of desire buried beneath layers of resistance he was determined to break through. His hand slipped beneath her blouse, spanning her ribcage small and delicate in his palm. Then gliding over the smooth plane of her stomach, his touch warm and deliberate. Katherina was furious with her own response. She shouldn't feel anything for this intense, commanding man who seemed made of storm and certainty. She had never met anyone like him, bold, confident, entirely assured. She knew she should push him away, but the more he kissed her, the more her body betrayed her. Her skin burned with longing as his lips moved over her. His hand skimmed her stomach in a slow caress that sent shivers through her, weakening her resolve. Her senses spun. His touch awakened a deep, unfamiliar desire that chipped away at the walls around her heart. She had never felt so alive, so wanted. His low growl vibrated through her. The arm at her back pressed her tightly against the hard planes of his chest as he lowered her slightly, her body sliding along his. Her gasp echoed in the dark as realization hit. "What are you doing, Katherina?" Her mind snapped. "You're letting a man you barely know overwhelm you in a closet." She thought of the others waiting at the table and how long she had been gone. This was wrong. Her resistance surged back. Furious with herself, she pushed harder. Roman sensed the change and lifted his head. Though she couldn't see him clearly, he saw the confusion and hurt on her face. Katherina, regret twisted in his chest. He hadn't meant to distress her. He knew his desire for her edged into something primal, something his kind struggled to contain. His wolf stirred powerfully in her presence. With every touch, it responded instinctively. And Roman knew, beyond doubt, that this human woman, beautiful, resilient, was meant for him. The idea defied everything he had been taught. A human mate was unthinkable to the pack, yet the more he considered it, the stronger the bond felt. He sensed her conflict, the attraction she tried to bury beneath layers of pain and fear. That realization made him release her. He stepped back. She stayed silent as she straightened her blouse and hair, gathering her composure with visible effort. Then she turned for the door. He caught her arm gently. She stiffened at once. "Don't," she muttered, avoiding his gaze. Reluctantly, he let her go. Katherina stumbled out onto the carpeted hallway, heat flooding her face as she smoothed her rumpled blouse with trembling hands. His scent clung to her clothes, and she could still feel the ghost of his fingers on her skin. A shiver ran through her. Shouldn't she be repulsed instead of lingering on the memory? What kind of man pulls a woman into a closet like that? Her rational mind protested. Yet, she hadn't felt truly threatened. Her body had responded willingly, leaving her confused and unsettled. Maybe it would be simpler to give in, to let this attraction run its course. Surely that was all a man like Roman wanted. She wasn't his type, and she carried far too much baggage. She didn't understand him or the feelings he stirred. She wasn't seeking a relationship, and he didn't seem the type either. As she returned to the table, she felt Julietta's sharp gaze, but avoided it. She slid into the booth and reached for her wine, hoping to cool the flush in her cheeks. "Are you all right?" the man beside her asked. For a moment, she had forgotten his name. "I'm fine, John." "Thanks," she murmured, lifting her eyes only to freeze. Roman stood across the room, his formidable presence unmistakable. Even from here, she saw the hard scowl on his face, the sharp gleam directed at the man beside her. It looked unmistakably like jealousy. When she glanced back, he was gone. How could someone of his size vanish so quickly? Katherina was relieved when the evening finally ended. She said a quick goodbye to John, politely declining his suggestion of another date, and hurried toward the curb. Julietta's accusing stare followed her into the jeep. "What on earth was that about?" she demanded. Katherina winced inwardly, hoping to avoid the conversation. "No luck." "What do you mean?" she asked innocently. Blue eyes narrowed. "You disappeared to the bathroom for like 15 minutes. What happened?" Julietta started the engine, headlights cutting across the road as she pulled out. "John is a great guy," Julietta continued. "He was really interested in you." Katherina exhaled slowly, shifting uncomfortably. She couldn't tell Julietta she had been pulled into a closet by a golden-haired giant who had kissed her senseless and claimed she belonged to him. Those words still sent a thrill through her. "He wasn't my type," she said instead. "So you hid in the bathroom for half the date?" Julietta asked, incredulous. Katherina looked down, her mind still half in that closet. Julietta fell quiet for the rest of the drive, and guilt tugged at Katherina. Julietta's matchmaking effort had clearly failed, and though Roman was to blame, Julietta didn't know that. The night had meant something to her friend. When they pulled up to Aunt Mia's house, Katherina wanted nothing more than to crawl into bed and forget the evening, though she doubted her thoughts would allow it. "I'm sorry, Jules," she said genuinely. Julieta shrugged with a small smile. "Don't worry about it. Silly me for playing Cupid, right?" Katherina managed to smile, still feeling guilty. "You and Jackson hit it off." Julieta's face brightened. "He asked me out for next Saturday. He must have been smitten." Julieta laughed, her usual bright energy returning. After saying goodnight, Katherina walked up the path as a light rain began to fall, drops pattering softly on her blouse. A gentle wind moved through the trees, carrying the quiet hush of the night. Inside, she headed upstairs to start a bath. Her thoughts kept drifting back to the closet. "You will know this, that you are mine." Those words carried such certainty. Roman Morrissey was not a man easily denied. She eyed the full tub, then kicked off her shoes and went to her bedroom for her robe. She hadn't noticed the closed curtains darkening the room. Lost in thought, she crossed to the dresser, then froze at a sound etched into her memory. Her breath caught. Her heart slammed against her ribs as her eyes strained into the shadows. She stood motionless, ears straining. When the sound came again, she dropped the robe and lunged for the nightstand. Her fingers closed around the sleek 9mm. With trembling fear, she pulled it free and spun toward the darkness. Her gaze swept the room, gun wavering, seeing nothing. Her breathing began to steady until another click sounded. A small flame sparked in the dark, flickering briefly before vanishing with another click. Terror gripped her stomach. Her face drained of color as the lighter flicked on and off, taunting her. It couldn't be. The room flooded with sudden light. She jerked the gun up, aiming it straight at the face of her nightmare. Daniel's cruel smile twisted as he stared down the barrel. Katherina felt the raw fury in his black eyes as they raked over her. Her hand shook, the gun growing heavier. She tasted the metallic edge of fear as nausea rose. How had he found her? He stood as she remembered, dark hair falling to his neck, framing a hard, stubbled face. Leaner than some of the men she had recently met, but she knew his strength too well. She remembered waking in the hospital, walls stark white, no memory at first of how she got there. How could she forget that night? The blow that sent her into darkness. His hands around her throat. The cracked ribs. The bruises. Tears burned behind her eyes as the worst memory surfaced, the child he had taken from her. The gun wavered. She gripped it tighter. He took a step forward. She gasped and raised it higher, aiming at his chest. "You going to shoot me, baby?" His rough voice sent ice down her spine. "Stay where you are," she ordered. His eyes narrowed on the gun. "I don't think you've got it in you," he said with a smug grin. Julieta's words echoed in her mind. If you can appear confident enough to grip and aim, your attacker will think twice. She flicked off the safety. Surprise flickered in his eyes. Her hand steadied. She met his gaze with resolve. "You're an intruder. I have the right to shoot you." Fury radiated from him. "You've got some nerve pointing that at me, Katherina," he hissed. "How did you find me?" she demanded. The bed stood between them. He would have to cross or circle it to reach her. The gun kept him at a distance. "Thank you, Julieta." Daniel smirked. "I'm military, Katherina." She almost laughed. Ex-military. Discharged for disorderly conduct, remember. The jab hit. Anger flared in his eyes. "Doesn't matter. I found you." His voice dripped malice. "You're mine, you got that?" "There's no running from me. Put the damn gun down before I finish what we started." He stepped closer. Her heart raced wildly. She tightened her grip. "I'm warning you, Daniel. I will shoot." Darkness swept his expression, pure, unfiltered rage. She knew what came next. Her mind screamed to pull the trigger, but her fingers froze. He lunged. The gun flew from her hand. Chapter 16. Katherina felt an uneasy tremor take hold. It rendered her immobile, seizing her voice and mind, anchoring her in place with a paralyzing fear. Her chest ached with a hollow pain, and her hands began to quiver. She felt depleted, a mere shell of herself, as though the woman she once was had never truly existed. Darkness closed in around her, trapping her with the evil that lurked within it. She spun wildly, searching every direction for light, for any sign of escape. No sound broke the silence, nothing to warn her of the danger looming from the endless black. Daniel was coming, she felt it deep in her bones. And suddenly he was there, his eyes burning with fury. A gust of wind struck her, as though summoned by the rage glinting in those dark eyes. It whipped her hair fiercely across her face in tangled strands. She collapsed to her knees with a sharp cry. Her hands splayed against the cold ground, scrambling for purchase as she fought to stand. Her gaze lifted, pleading, catching the cruel twist of his smile. But it vanished in an instant, replaced by a vicious scowl as his stare fixed on something behind her. Katherina turned. The darkness seemed to shudder with another presence. She felt that intense gray gaze before he appeared. Tawny hair pulled back, accentuating the sharp lines of his face and the hard set of his jaw. Her heart lurched at the sight of him. He stood immense, a wall of muscle and barely contained fury. The air around him crackled with lethal energy, stealing the breath from her lungs. She was frozen in place, trapped between the two men. Tears burned behind her eyes as she searched desperately for an escape. She had to get away. They would destroy her. The air thickened with raw power. She looked at Roman and felt ice flood her veins. His eyes were no longer gray, they glowed silver, edged with an eerie red. Her mouth fell open as a change swept over him. His broad shoulders bowed, muscles straining as though gripped by agony. His throat thickened, veins bulging beneath the skin. Katherina pushed up onto her knees, watching in horrified fascination. For a moment, their eyes locked. She was caught in that silver stare. "Beast!" Daniel shouted, his voice trembling with menace. Her heart stuttered. She tried to move, but a deep, inhuman growl froze her in place. "She's mine," Roman roared, his voice a terrifying blend of man and something primal. His eyes flared vivid red. His fingers lengthened into claws. A scream tore from her throat. Katherina woke with a scream that died the instant she saw the ceiling fan above her bed, turning lazily through its dusty circle. Her chest rose and fell in short, rapid breaths. She closed her eyes as relief washed over her. It had only been a nightmare. But the relief faded quickly. Her real nightmare had only just begun. She scrambled upright, realizing she was on her bed. Panic surged as she scanned the room frantically. Where was he? She waited, breath held, expecting Daniel to lunge from the shadows. Remembering the gun, she reached for the nightstand, only to find the lamp overturned. Her heart sank. He had the gun. She slid from the bed. The room spun violently, forcing her to brace against the wall to stay upright. He had hit her hard enough to knock her out. Now her balance was gone, and he held the weapon. Escape seemed impossible. Pressing a hand to the swelling knot at her temple, she edged along the wall toward the doorway. She paused, listening for any sound that might betray his position. Maybe he had left. "Don't be stupid, Katherina." Daniel wouldn't walk away. He had a plan, and she was at its center. She stepped carefully into the hall, avoiding creaks in the floorboards. Her throat was painfully dry. Her heart pounded so loudly she was sure he could hear it. Her trembling hands reached for furniture to steady herself. If she could reach the kitchen, she could call the police. Each step heightened her fear, her legs threatening to give out. She descended the stairs, wincing at every protesting creak. Her head throbbed, dizziness worsening the longer she stood. Gripping the banister, she scanned every shifting shadow. Then it hit her, he was toying with her. Playing cat and mouse, just as he always had. Letting her think she might escape when he controlled everything. She slipped down the hallway to the kitchen, terrified he would appear at any moment. Once inside, she lunged for the phone. She had never bought a cell phone, reception was poor in the mountains anyway. Her shaking fingers fumbled with the buttons. She pressed the receiver to her ear and froze at the dead tone. The line had been cut. The phone slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. Then came the ominous clicking. Katherina stiffened as terror flooded her. Daniel stood in the doorway, flicking his lighter, the small flame flickering like a warning. She backed away until the counter pressed into her spine. His dark eyes fixed on her coldly. Moonlight spilled through the window, casting him in pale silver. It felt wrong, something so serene illuminating someone so cruel. "Did you need to make a call, baby?" he asked, his tone strangely calm, but she knew the malice beneath it. "What do you want?" she demanded, her voice cracking. His eyes narrowed, studying her with cold anger. She wondered how she had ever loved him. "I want you back," he said flatly. She shook her head. "No." He tilted his head, as though surprised, then pushed off the doorway and stepped closer. Her heart hammered with every step. "I came all this way," he said, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with that same lighter, "only for you to pull a gun on me?" The sharp scent of smoke hit her, dragging up buried memories. Fear surged. She yanked open the drawer beside her and pulled out a butcher knife. Her fingers closed around the handle with surprising steadiness as she raised it. "Stop." He paused, cigarette between his fingers, raising his hands mockingly. He grinned, the expression making her grip falter. In an instant, he reached behind him and drew the 9mm. Katherina froze, staring down the barrel at his smirking face. "Drop it," he ordered, aiming steadily. Her fingers trembled around the knife, her only defense. His expression darkened at her hesitation. Never bring a knife to a gunfight. Tears blurred her vision. When she didn't move, he snarled and snatched the knife away. Tears fell freely as she felt the cold barrel press against her temple. He leaned in close, his stale breath on her face, chest against hers. His fingers wrapped around her throat, squeezing just enough to restrict her air. She clawed at his hand, fighting for breath. "If you pull another weapon on me again, I'll kill you. Understand?" He spat, face flushed with rage, eyes empty. She managed a weak nod. He released her abruptly. She gasped, clutching her throat. "What are you waiting for, then?" she rasped. "Get it over with." He stepped back, smirking as he tucked the gun into his waistband. "You think I drove all this way just to shoot you?" He stubbed out his cigarette on the counter and faced her again. Dread settled heavily in her stomach. "I told you you're mine. We're going to live this life together, even if I have to chain you to me." She shook her head. "You're crazy." He chuckled darkly. "Does my insanity appeal to you?" He was trying to scare her into submission, another old tactic. She straightened, lifting her chin. "I'm not going anywhere with you without a fight." The words struck him. Fury flashed in his eyes. He seized her blouse, yanking her close. "You'll do as I say." He growled, shoving her back. She caught the counter and glanced toward the front door down the hall. Could she reach it? "Why do you always defy me?" he shouted. "I gave you everything." Hysteria bubbled up. She laughed bitterly. "What have you given me except bruises and broken bones?" The laughter died. Tears streamed down her face. "You put me in the hospital and left me to die." She pushed away from the counter, fueled by raw emotion. "You killed my baby." The words slipped out before she could stop them. She had sworn never to speak of it, to protect that fragile memory from this ugliness. He froze, staring at her in disbelief. His face twisted. "What did you say?" She trembled under his icy gaze. "You killed my baby. You were pregnant?" He processed it, then advanced, expression darkening. "You were sleeping around on me?" Outrage flared. "It was our baby." He grabbed her arm, wrenching her against him. "I find that hard to believe." He seized her chin, forcing her to look at him. "Who is he? How many men?" She struggled against him. "You're ridiculous." "How many?" Panic rose. His grip bruised. "Daniel, please." He shoved her. She sprawled across the floor. "It doesn't matter," he seethed. "When I'm done with you, no man will want you." The words stole her breath. She scrambled up and bolted for the front door. She felt him behind her. As her hand closed on the knob, pain exploded and everything went black. Katherina woke with a groan, head throbbing fiercely. How many times would he knock her out? He had moved her to the couch. Why bother? She thought bitterly. He would only hurt her again. She sat up slowly, scanning the living room. The house bore the marks of his rage, furniture overturned, figurines shattered, cabinets ransacked. She nearly jumped when he appeared, crossing the room in furious strides to yank her from the couch. His eyes were distant, glazed, drugged. Terror gripped her. Whatever he had taken had unleashed something worse. "Where is the money?" he demanded. She paled. "Money?" He shook her violently, snapping her head back. "Don't lie to me." His fingers twisted in her collar. "Where is it, Katherina?" "You didn't get all this," he gestured wildly, "without money." She cried out as he grabbed her hair. "Tell me." "It belonged to my great-aunt." "There is no money." "Damn you." He slapped her hard, pain exploding across her face. "Stop lying." He jerked her upright, finger in her face. "Where's the money?" She had hidden her savings carefully for escape. She would never tell him. "I told you, there is no money." Rage contorted his features. "Fine. I'll tear this place apart, and you're going to help." He seized her hair again and dragged her upstairs. The destruction was everywhere. Her heart sank at the sight of ruined belongings, some hers, some Julietta's. In her bedroom, he shoved her inside and blocked the door. He swept the nightstand clean, then rifled through drawers. Katherina backed away, trembling as he tore through her things, shredding clothes, muttering curses. When he reached her bureau, dread iced her veins. He would find the cash she had hidden there. He froze, then straightened, clutching the money. He pocketed it, dashing her last hope. A whimper rose in her throat. She swallowed it. He slammed the door shut with deafening force. When he turned, he began unbuttoning his shirt, eyes gleaming with a new, terrifying intent. "Despite what you think," he said calmly, "I've missed you." Her stomach twisted. She backed into the corner. "No, I won't." His eyes narrowed. "But you'll lay with another man?" Her body shook uncontrollably. "I'm not yours anymore." He had taken so much, her security, her joy, her trust. But not this. He lunged. She shrieked and darted for the door. He caught her waist and flung her onto the bed. She tangled in the blankets, fighting desperately. As his weight pressed down, she raked her nails across his face. He cried out and fell back. She scrambled off the bed, yanked the door open, and fled down the stairs. A cold draft hit her face as she reached the front door. She burst into the night. The midnight air chilled her skin, cutting through her torn blouse. Wind tugged at her hair as she ran blindly toward the trees. Her legs felt heavy, but terror drove her deeper into the dark woods. Branches snagged her clothes and hair like grasping hands. She spun in panic, fighting free. Daniel's voice echoed behind her, angry, closing in. She forced herself onward, heart pounding painfully in her chest. Then the ground gave way. Her feet found nothing. Panic seized her as she fell, soil and roots rushing past. Pain bloomed everywhere. When the falling stopped, darkness claimed her. Chapter 17. Roman returned to Asheville with a sense of urgency he could not explain. A deep foreboding had settled over him, sharp and unrelenting. He had gone to New York at his cousin's request, only to be drawn onward to Bucharest, Romania, and straight into a vampire conflict. He never involved himself in vampire matters unless they crossed into his territory. But this time, curiosity had pulled him in deeper than he wanted to admit. Lucan had spoken of a woman carrying both human and vampire blood, and, most astonishingly, she was pregnant. Roman had been skeptical. Such a thing was considered impossible across all immortal kinds. Yet this woman had defied every known limit. She was a rarity among vampires, one who could either save them or destroy them. His interest had centered on her alone. He cared little for the politics of Romania or New York. He had gone only to repay Lucan's trust, in hopes his cousin might one day do the same. His true priority was Asheville. He arrived in the city just past noon. The sun stood high, casting bright light across the crowded streets. As he moved through the tourists toward Club Red, he noticed many stares fixed on him. "What the hell happened to you?" a familiar voice demanded. Roman turned to see Micah striding toward him, frowning at his disheveled, blood-streaked clothes. "You do realize you're a mess?" Roman scowled. "We need to talk." Inside the dim interior of Club Red, Micah raised a questioning brow. "Care to explain what happened in New York?" Roman ignored the look and moved behind the bar. He grabbed a bottle of liquor, took a long swig, and welcomed the burn. It did little to ease the gnawing unease in his gut. He set the bottle down hard and faced Micah. "What's happened here?" he demanded. Micah's brows drew together in confusion. "You're the one covered in blood and you're asking. Just answer the question." Roman's voice was sharp. The apprehension sat like lead in his stomach. "Nothing's happened," Micah said. "Everything's been quiet." "Rue." Micah shrugged. "No show. Haven't seen him." "What are you getting at?" Roman stared past his beta's shoulder, trying to make sense of the sick twist in his gut. "Bucharest," he said quietly. Micah frowned. "Bucharest? I didn't stay in New York." "As in Bucharest, Romania?" Roman nodded and waved off further questions with the bottle. "I'll explain later." The realization hit like ice water. Katherina. Roman did not scare easily. Yet a fear unlike any he had known propelled him from the city into the shadowed Black Mountains. He stopped first at the diner. Her scent lingered there, but it was faint, stale. He spoke briefly with Julieta Bennett, who hadn't seen Katherina since their night out. Her growing worry only sharpened his own. He assured Julieta everything was fine and left quickly. He could not afford a frantic waitress trailing him. His thoughts raced ahead, dark and urgent. Had Rue discovered her? Was that why the wolf had vanished? He even considered the human, John. Had he been a threat? These questions churned as his car rolled up the gravel drive to her house. Nothing appeared out of place on the surface, yet the air felt wrong, too still. He cut the engine and listened. His heightened senses strained against the silence. A faint, indistinct sound drifted from the house, but no movement followed. No heartbeat. No breath. He stepped out. His gaze swept the ground, searching for disturbed earth, flattened grass, overturned stones, any sign of an intruder, or worse, a wolf. The porch groaned under his weight as he approached. He reached for the door and froze. It stood slightly ajar. He pushed it open. The sight inside confirmed his dread. Furniture lay overturned. The rug was twisted as though caught mid-flight. Broken items were scattered on the floor. Curtains hung in shreds. From upstairs came the steady rush of water. His heart slammed against his ribs as he followed the destruction. In the kitchen, cabinets gaped open. Dishes and utensils lay strewn across the floor. The table and chairs were upended. Most chilling of all, a butcher knife rested on the linoleum, catching the late afternoon light along its sharp edge. His jaw clenched. A cold wave of alarm swept through him. He left the kitchen and climbed the stairs, drawn by the sound of running water. In the bathroom, the clawfoot tub overflowed. Water poured steadily over the rim, pooling across the floor, a clear sign of how much time had passed. He shut off the faucet and stepped back. His gaze settled on the door across the hall. Her bedroom. Her scent filled the space, warm, intoxicating, achingly familiar. But the room itself was chaos. The bureau doors hung open. Clothes and personal items littered the floor. Roman's breath caught as his eyes landed on the bed. The sheets were tangled, the mattress askew. A struggle had taken place here. For a moment, rage blinded him. He could almost see it, feel it. A violent fury rolled off him in waves. His nostrils flared. He caught the sharp trace of cigarette smoke and a male scent, familiar, though he could not immediately place it. His loup-garou memory held it somewhere. Two truths burned clear. Katherina was gone, and someone or something had taken her. He forced the rage down, channeling it into focus. He retraced his steps, searching for anything he might have missed. Outside, the air had cooled. Dusk gathered over the mountains. The sun dipped low, lengthening shadows. As he stepped off the porch, his gaze caught a clear footprint pressed into the damp grass. It led in a frantic line straight toward the trees. She drifted between darkness and pain, dimly aware of the unrelenting cold. She lay half buried in earth and leaves, listening to the wind move through the branches above. Time had lost meaning. She stared up through heavy lids at the black sky, faint stars glinting between the canopy. Pain came in waves, then receded. Each time the darkness pulled her under, she went willingly. There was no pain there. No cold. No fear. Later, how much later, she could not tell. Moonlight filtered weakly through the trees. She tried to move. Nothing responded. Her body remained a broken weight. She hovered between waking and oblivion, disoriented, until she heard the crunch of leaves. Her gaze drifted. Moonlight caught on something solid and massive. Her breath lodged in her throat. The darkness widened, and the last thing she saw was the shape of a beast. Chapter 18. Katrina's eyes drifted open to soft traces of early sunlight streaming through tall bay windows. She willed her body to move, mindful of the stiffness in her limbs and the dull ache that followed. Her eyelids grew heavy again, tempted by the pull of sleep, but she forced them open and focused on the unfamiliar room. Her thoughts slowly sharpened, piecing together fragments of memory. What surfaced nearly pitched her upright. A horrified gasp lodged in her throat. Her fingers instinctively moved to the pulse beating hard at her neck. Wide-eyed and panicked, she scanned the space. Gray-on-gray upholstery. A settee positioned beneath one of the windows. Exposed brick walls lined with a few pieces of modern art. She sat frozen in the center of a large king-size bed covered in slate-gray linens and piled with thick feather pillows. Nothing felt familiar. Fear surged through her like electricity. Her hands trembled as she pushed the heavy duvet aside, noting its weight and quality. She swung her legs over the edge of the mattress and tried to stand. The moment she put weight on her right foot, sharp pain shot from her swollen ankle. A cry escaped before she could stop it. Grimacing, she shifted to her left foot and limped across the room to a tall mirror propped against the wall. It wasn't the oversized button-down shirt, clearly a man's, that shocked her. It was the woman staring back. She had seen this reflection once before, in a sterile hospital room. Now she understood the ache at her throat, the imprint of cruel fingers. The right side of her face bore a deep, ugly bruise in shades of purple and blue. Thin scratches crisscrossed her cheeks, neck, and collarbone, marks left by sharp branches and rough earth as she had run blindly through the woods. She squeezed her eyes shut against the sight. Tears burned behind her lids. Her stomach twisted. Daniel had found her. Just as he promised. Even when she believed she was safe, he had erupted back into her life. Tears streamed down her face as memories flooded in, his rage, the destruction of her home, the theft of her hidden money. Her knees buckled. Though the movement sent fresh pain through her ankle, she sank to the floor. The cold hardwood pressed against her bare legs as sobs shook her weary body. He had tried to kill her again. Another sob tore free. She curled into herself, overwhelmed by grief. She had never felt so empty, so completely drained of life. So utterly alone. There was nowhere left to run. No family to shelter her. No place he wouldn't find. A small, dark part of her wondered if death might finally bring peace. The despair was so consuming that she didn't notice the sudden warmth that enveloped her. One moment, the floor was cold. The next, she was lifted, cradled against a solid chest. Strong arms held her securely. A steady heartbeat thudded against her ear. Though she hovered between consciousness and darkness, she registered the faint scent of wood and spice. Warm lips brushed her forehead in a gentle caress. She tried to open her eyes, to see the face of the man who carried her, but the softness of the bed met her back, and exhaustion claimed her completely. Roman stepped away from the bed, jaw clenched tight. His gaze burned over the damage done to her face. Every trace of the fear he had felt earlier had hardened into something far more dangerous: rage. The brutality written across her skin spoke clearly of her attacker's cruelty. Whoever the man was, he had left his mark. Roman had taken a risk shifting in daylight, but without his wolf's heightened senses, finding her would have been nearly impossible. Once transformed, he had caught her scent immediately and followed it to the base of a steep drop. There he found her half buried beneath loose soil and torn leaves. The damp earth had cushioned her fall, likely saving her life. The sight of her had turned his blood to ice. Her breaths were shallow, barely audible. Dark hair fanned across the ground in wild tangles. Her face and clothes bore the marks of branches and human violence. The image had seared itself into his memory. A soft knock sounded from downstairs, pulling him from his thoughts. He moved to the front door and opened it to find Adeline, the pack's elder healer, standing there with her medicine satchel. "You came alone?" he asked sharply, gray eyes scanning the shadows behind her. She nodded, dark eyes assessing him calmly. She slipped past, carrying the strong scent of herbs and soil. "Where's the woman?" He gestured toward the upper level of the loft. As she turned to go, he caught her forearm. "First," he growled low, "I will have your word." She glanced at his grip, then met his cold stare evenly. "I have given it. You needn't worry." He hesitated, searching her expression for any sign of deceit. Then he released her. They climbed the stairs. He stood watch as she examined Katherina with careful hands. "You have cared for her well," Adeline noted, gently applying salve to the scratches along Katherina's arms. Roman stiffened. "What are you implying?" Adeline continued her work, undisturbed by his tone or the weight of his stare. "The tenderness you show this woman speaks clearly of your feelings for her. I wouldn't be so quick to assume, old woman," he warned, voice edged. Her dark eyes glinted with quiet knowing beneath graying hair. "Then why call on me, Roman? Why not take her to a human hospital?" His mouth pressed into a grim line as he looked down at the woman asleep in his bed. "Because she is mine. I trust your methods more than human medicine," he said. His expression darkened. "And a hospital would place her back in reach of whoever did this." Adeline held his gaze for a long moment, then returned to her task without argument. Surprised by her silence, he asked, "No objections?" She inclined her head, focused on her work. "None that would change your mind." Roman frowned. The elder clearly knew more than she let on. "Now leave the room," she said firmly. "I need to tend to her more thoroughly." It was the first hint of challenge from her. He did not argue. She was a healer of rare skill, and he trusted her discretion. He descended to the marble bar stocked with the finest liquor and poured himself a measure of scotch. For the next hour, he drained glass after glass. The malt burned pleasantly, but it did nothing to dull the fire raging inside him. White-hot fury coursed through his veins, stirring the beast beneath his skin. His flesh prickled with the urge to shift, to hunt. He pictured it clearly. Claws extended, tearing into the man who reeked of cigarettes. Come hell or high water, he would end him. A sharp knock at the front door snapped him back. His eyes narrowed. Adeline had claimed to come alone. Had someone followed her? Had she betrayed him to the pack? He suppressed a growl. No matter the cost, he would protect Katherina. Fists clenched, muscles coiled, he stalked to the door and flung it open. Micah stood on the threshold, expression darkening at the sight of him. "What the—" Micah began. Roman pinned him with a furious stare. "What the hell are you doing here?" Micah pushed past him. Roman slammed the door hard enough to rattle bottles on the bar. His beta lifted a brow at the empty glasses. "Having a private tasting?" "I'm not in the mood for company, Micah," Roman growled. Micah studied him with open suspicion. "You show up at the bar looking like you crawled out of hell, then disappear without a word. Care to explain?" Roman realized he had done nothing to clean himself up. Blood and dirt still clung to him, and the liquor had only sharpened his temper. Adeline appeared at the foot of the stairs. Micah frowned. "What's she doing here?" His gaze snapped back to Roman. "Are you hurt?" Roman crossed to the elder. "What do I owe you?" Adeline raised a thin hand. "Consider it a kindness." Her dark eyes flicked to Micah before returning to Roman. "She will need rest. I left salve and herbs on the bedside table." Roman nodded. "I am grateful." She met his gaze with unexpected warmth. "She is your match in every way." Then she left, leaving him briefly stunned. The sound of boots on the stairs spun him around. Micah. But his beta had already reached the upper level. One hand gripped the iron railing as he stared down at the woman in the bed. Roman seized Micah's arm in a crushing grip and yanked him back with a low snarl. That's enough. Micah's expression twisted with outrage. What is this? He pulled free and pointed toward the bed. What is she doing here? He raked a hand through his hair. She's under your protection. To what extent? Roman's gray eyes shimmered with silver. Are you finished? He thundered, gesturing toward the bar. I haven't reached my limit yet. Roman, some of the anger left Micah's voice. I'm concerned. Roman's expression remained unreadable. I understand. But they're my concerns. And when the pack learns you harbor feelings for a human? He held Micah's gaze steadily, revealing nothing of the storm inside. He had asked himself the same questions countless times. How, why this human woman had awakened something so powerful in him. The attraction was undeniable. The longing grew with every thought of her. It went beyond physical desire. It bordered on something deeper, more dangerous. If he did not act soon, the fire might consume him entirely. He met his beta's worried stare. I do not expect you or anyone to fight for my cause. Remember that when lines are drawn. Chapter 19. Katherina awoke to the soft patter of rain against glass. Her gaze drifted to the tall windows, watching rivulets trace slow paths down the panes. She pushed herself upright, wincing at the chorus of aches that protested through her body. She shoved aside layers of blankets and swung her legs over the edge of the bed. Her eyes moved across the room, unfinished brick walls, exposed rustic beams, the restrained gray tones of the furnishings. Nothing felt familiar, yet the space carried an odd sense of permanence. She pressed a hand to her temple. Her head throbbed as though it had swollen to twice its size. Though her thoughts still floated in a haze, fragments of memory assembled with brutal clarity. Horror surged through her, sharp and cold. She squeezed her eyes shut, but Daniel's face rose anyway, his voice echoing in the dark corners of her mind. I want you back. A ragged gasp escaped her. It felt as though she had never truly escaped him. He had always been there, waiting. How could she have believed she might live a normal life? Her parents were gone. This was the existence she had been handed. Why fight it? Why not surrender and return to the hollow shell she had once been? Her chest felt impossibly heavy, as though her heart no longer belonged inside it. She wiped tears from her cheeks with the heel of her palm and brushed tangled strands of hair from her face. What are you going to do now, Katherina? Her mind demanded. What could she do? She didn't even know where she was or how she had arrived here. She noticed the fresh bandage wrapped snugly around her swollen ankle and caught the sharp scent of medicinal ointment. She still wore the same oversized button-down shirt and tugged self-consciously at its hem. Her gaze swept the room again. Where were her clothes? She spotted the open staircase and grimaced at the prospect. Limping carefully, she made her way toward it. From the upper level, she took in the lower floor. At first glance, the space appeared to be little more than a renovated industrial building, yet it carried surprising warmth and refinement. Spacious and open, it featured modern touches in muted tones, clean lines, subtle elegance, understated luxury. The polished concrete floor felt cool against her bare feet as she descended. She glanced around. A sleek bar lined with empty bottles, a spacious kitchen beyond it with dark appliances and gleaming granite counters. Her stomach growled loudly. She pressed a hand to it, suddenly aware of the hollow ache. She couldn't remember her last meal, or what day it was, or how long she had been unconscious. The loft was quiet. No sound betrayed another presence. She decided to address the most immediate need. She crossed to the large refrigerator and pulled the door open. Her body objected to every movement, but the thought of lying helpless in bed any longer sparked quiet defiance. A small part of her refused to surrender completely. The shelves were well stocked, fresh fruits and vegetables, sliced meats, even a selection of wines. She reached for a Granny Smith apple, rinsed it under the tap, and turned it slowly in her hand. Then she froze. A prickle of awareness lifted the fine hairs at the back of her neck. The air in the room seemed to thicken, pressing against her lungs. She wasn't alone. She turned slowly. Roman Morrissey stood several feet away, wearing only a low-slung towel, the center island between them. Her breath caught. She had imagined him without clothes more than once, but the reality eclipsed every fleeting thought. Her heart slammed against her ribs as her gaze moved unbidden over his damp, powerful frame. Water droplets traced paths down the hard planes of his chest and abdomen, catching faint light. His golden hair hung in wet curls. The breadth of his shoulders seemed to steal the oxygen from the room. His thighs were thick with muscle, rooted and unyielding. For a moment, she wondered whether even Daniel's madness could stand against such raw strength. Her stomach twisted at the comparison. Roman had power and control. Daniel had unpredictability and cruelty. There was no telling which would prevail. Roman's gray eyes, almost silver in the dim light, held hers with unmistakable intensity, edged with something possessive. A visible shiver ran through her. He stood without a trace of self-consciousness. If anything, the faintest hint of a smile touched his mouth. She tore her gaze away, shut off the faucet, and set the untouched apple on the counter. His eyes flicked to the fruit, then returned to her face. Her stomach performed an unsteady flip as his gaze moved over her slow, deliberate. She was suddenly grateful for the island between them. Then she remembered how she must look, bruised, scratched, hair in wild disarray. She tugged self-consciously at the edges of his shirt and cleared her throat. "I don't think an apple will be enough," he said, voice low and smooth. The sound sent another shiver through her. She gathered what courage she had left and met his stare. "What am I doing here?" Her voice cracked, small and unsteady. He moved toward her. Instinctively, she stepped back, trying to keep the island as a barrier, but he simply reached past her, returned the apple to the refrigerator, and leaned against the counter where she had stood moments before. He crossed his arms over his bare chest. "You need something more substantial," he said calmly. "How did you find me?" she asked, forcing her voice to hold steady despite the tremor beneath it. Something dark flashed in his eyes, anger, swift and bright. His expression hardened, turning him into something far more dangerous. "Perhaps I should be the one asking questions," he said, voice colder now. "Who did this to you?" The quiet demand struck like a physical blow. Her heart lurched. A knot rose in her throat. She didn't want to speak of it. She didn't want to remember. Tremors started in her legs. Panic bloomed in her chest. Memories rushed in, his hands, his rage, the destruction. The room tilted. Her breath came short and shallow. She raised her hands as though to push the images away. "Katherina." His voice had softened, closer now. She squeezed her eyes shut against the spinning. Her knees buckled. Strong arms caught her effortlessly, lifting her against a solid chest. She sank into the warmth, registering dimly that he wore only the towel but too exhausted to care. Rain continued to tap against the windows, a steady, soothing rhythm. He carried her upstairs and eased her back into the bed. Only then did she feel the sharp throb in her ankle and realize how much strain she had placed on it. Roman disappeared briefly and returned wearing dark, distressed jeans. She tried to look anywhere but the sculpted lines of his torso. He settled on the edge of the mattress. The bed dipped under his weight. In the low light, his eyes appeared almost gentle. "Tell me who did this," he said quietly. Beneath the calm tone, she sensed a tightly leashed storm. She felt small in his bed, smaller still beside him. Danger radiated from him, but she could not tell whether it was aimed at her. His face remained unreadable, save for the occasional flicker of something raw and untamed. "What does it matter?" she whispered, voice heavy with resignation. His gaze sharpened, a hidden emotion flaring behind it. "You need protection." She managed a faint, painful smile. "What I need is a restraining order. A useless piece of paper that might give me the illusion of safety for a few hours." He didn't like that answer. His shoulders stiffened. A shadow of something fierce and barely contained crossed his features. He reached toward her. She held still, barely breathing, as he gently drew the collar of the shirt aside. His eyes darkened at the sight of the bruises wringing her throat. Though he hadn't touched her skin, heat bloomed where his gaze lingered. He started to rise. Panic surged through her. Her hand shot out, grasping his wrist with sudden desperation. "Don't leave me," she whispered. His eyes locked on hers. Heat flooded her face. She released him quickly and looked away, mortified. He didn't return to the edge of the bed. Instead, he moved to the far side and eased down beside her. The mattress shifted, drawing her closer. The warmth of his body pressed against her back. His arms settled around her waist. She curled into him without hesitation, surrendering to exhaustion as the rain continued its quiet rhythm outside. Chapter 20. Katherina awoke the next morning to the steady warmth at her back and the solid weight of an arm draped across her waist. She stiffened, heart slamming against her ribs as full awareness settled in. A man slept soundly beside her. She didn't dare move. She tried to slow her breathing, to quiet the frantic rhythm pounding in her chest. "Breathe, Katherina. Just breathe." The casual sprawl of his forearm across her hip sent sparks racing over her skin. She squeezed her eyes shut. Had she really spent the night pressed against Roman Morrissey, the man who radiated danger in every line of his body, who spoke words like, "You are mine," and "You need protecting," as though they were ordinary? She knew men like Daniel Horner. Roman was something else entirely. Those gray eyes held a feral gleam that warned her to run, yet some reckless part of her refused to listen. Her rational mind screamed at her to slip quietly from the bed, down the stairs, and out the door. Vanish before he woke. But another part of her craved the safety she had felt in his arms. "No, this is wrong. You don't want this." She listened to the slow, even cadence of his breathing. Even in sleep, he exuded raw masculinity. "You need to be protected." His words from the night before echoed in her mind. A part of her believed he meant them, as though some unspoken obligation bound him to her safety. "Don't be ridiculous. You trusted a man once. Look where that left you." Her hand fisted in the sheets. The memory of bruises, of pain, of loss surged forward. She choked back a sob. If she had known sooner, if she had seen the signs before. Tears slipped from beneath her lashes, soaking the pillow. A soft sound escaped her, a broken whimper. The mattress dipped. Her heart lurched. "Katherina." His voice, low and rough with sleep, sent another jolt through her. His arm tightened, drawing her onto her back. Morning light spilled across her face. She flinched from it. He loomed above her, close enough that she felt every steady rise and fall of his chest against hers. Her skin prickled with awareness of his nearness, broad shoulders, magnetic heat. His fingers moved her hair, smoothing tangled strands away from her face. Then they drifted lower, tracing the edge of the bruise along her cheek with startling gentleness. "You're safe," he murmured, calloused knuckles grazing her jaw. "But who will protect me from you?" His hand fell away. Cool air rushed in where his touch had been. She blinked rapidly, swiping at the tears on her cheeks. Her gaze followed the strong lines of his back as he rose from the bed. Sunlight caught in his tousled tawny hair, igniting it like fire. He raked a hand through the waves, then turned. Those pale gray eyes, almost silver in the bright light, fixed on her. "Tell me," he said. The quiet command carried weight. Her chest tightened. "No." Anger flashed across his features. She recognized the signs. He stalked to the foot of the bed, pinning her with that icy stare. "I will know his name." His voice had thickened, edged with something dangerous. She refused to flinch. "I don't have to tell you anything." She flung the blankets aside and swung her legs over the edge, ignoring the sharp protest of her ankle. Humiliation burned through her. She had let this go too far, let him think he could demand answers. She tried to stand. Pain lanced through her leg. She cried out, half agony, half fury. And stumbled. He moved faster than should have been possible. Strong arms caught her, lifting her against his chest. Her injured foot dangled uselessly. "You are damn stubborn," he growled, though a trace of reluctant amusement threaded through the words. He carried her downstairs despite her protests, depositing her carefully on a stool at the bar. "Are you hungry?" he asked, as though the moment before had never happened. She raised a brow as he moved into the kitchen. "What is this?" He pulled eggs and milk from the refrigerator without looking at her. "Breakfast." She shook her head. "No, this." She gestured between them. His eyes, vivid gray, met hers. "I'm not looking for a relationship," she said. The words felt thin, unconvincing even to her. Something flickered in his gaze, challenge, interest. He braced his palms on the granite, studying her with unnerving calm. "You realize you're a missing person?" Her heart stuttered. The words landed like ice. "What does that have to do with anything?" she asked, voice tight. "Are you trying to scare me?" He said nothing, expression unreadable. "Yet you found me," she pressed. He gave a single nod. No explanation. "How?" She gripped the edge of the stool. Silence stretched between them. Then he rounded the island. Each step stole a little more air from her lungs. Heat and intensity rolled off him in waves. Her gaze darted instinctively toward the door. Too late. He loomed above her. Worn denim, raw power. She couldn't look away from the burning silver of his eyes. "He could break you in half." The thought flashed and vanished. Thinking clearly became impossible with him this close. Sunlight carved every angle of his face, illuminated the perfect line of his mouth, and turned his eyes molten. Desire, open, undisguised, stared back at her. His scent wrapped around her wood, spice, heat. Her stomach pitched with a dizzying mix of exhilaration and fear as his arms braced on either side of her, caging her between the bar at her back and the solid wall of his body. His gaze traced her, lingering on the frantic pulse at her throat. The room blurred. Only he remained in focus, those slate eyes consuming her. He leaned closer. She tilted her head instinctively, lips parting on a shallow breath. He looked at her as though she were the only thing in the world worth wanting. No one had ever looked at her that way. But fear lingered. She had only ever been with one man before. Roman, judging by the way people stared at him, had far more experience. She stiffened, pressed her palms flat against his chest. "No," she whispered. "I don't want this." The protest sounded weak, unconvincing. His arm banded around her waist, pulling her flush against him. "What are you afraid of, Katherina?" His voice rasped against her restraint. "You. This. Everything." His gaze dropped to her mouth. Her lips parted on a trembling breath. Her heart hammered in time with his. "I'm afraid you'll hurt me." She made one last weak attempt to push away. He exhaled sharply, almost a hiss, then his mouth came down on hers. The kiss was fierce, consuming. His arm tightened briefly, then eased as though he remembered how fragile she was compared to him. He kissed her with unrestrained hunger, as though he would never get enough. When he broke away to trail kisses down her throat, she gasped. A low sound rumbled from his chest. "Mine." The word vibrated against her skin, grave, possessive. He pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. Hunger flared there, then something shifted. Restraint. Care. A sharp knock thundered against the front door. He went rigid. The fire in his gaze snuffed out, replaced by cold alertness. Someone was here. Chapter 22. "You can't expect me to believe any of this," Katherina said, a half-delirious laugh escaping her. Roman's silver eyes held hers, steady, unyielding, and piercing. Katherina, his voice carried no trace of humor, and for a moment her heart stuttered. "You're serious?" The urge to laugh faded under the weight of his expression. The room suddenly felt smaller, the air heavier. When he remained silent, she began to squirm in his hold. "You really think you're a werewolf?" Roman drew a slow breath, nostrils flaring. He could smell her fear. "I don't want to frighten you," he said quietly. "Frighten me?" She pushed harder against him, though his grip remained firm. "How do you expect me to react?" "Let go." He released her immediately and stepped back. She retreated several paces, eyes wide. The wild beat of her heart echoed in his ears. It took every ounce of restraint not to pull her close and ease the fear he had caused. Instead, he spoke evenly. I am Alpha of the Lugaru of Black Mountain. My pack and those before us have lived in these mountains for generations. He watched her carefully. She gave little away, but she met his gaze without flinching. Braver than she realized. She took a breath. The pulse at her throat fluttered. Let's say, metaphorically, that you are what you claim to be. She swallowed. Werewolf. The question hovered between them. Have you, she paused again, killed people? His gaze never wavered. Humans? No. She paled slightly. And do you hunt? What do you eat? He resisted the urge to smile. I prefer a good T-bone. When she didn't respond, he added more seriously, but my kind often hunt wildlife. Are you cursed? He almost laughed. I was born this way. Her eyes narrowed slightly. What about wolfsbane and silver? Can they kill you? Wolfsbane is highly poisonous, often fatal to us. Silver, he gave a faint grin. Hurts like hell. The sharp edge of her fear had dulled, replaced by curiosity. That woman Lorelei, is she yours? Lorelei is not mine. Katherina raised a brow. She seems to think otherwise. Roman took a deliberate step closer. Is that what you think? She straightened as he approached, heart racing. It doesn't matter what I think. She hadn't realized she was backing away until her shoulders met the door. Roman loomed above her, eyes tracing her face, lingering on her lips. I told myself you and I could never be, he said quietly. The moment you walked into my bar, I knew you were mine. He lifted a hand, relieved when she didn't pull away. I know now that I can never let you go. Her heart pounded so fiercely, he could hear it like a drum. That's how you found me? She asked suddenly. In the woods. He cupped her face, thumb brushing her lower lip. The signs would have gone unnoticed by most. I tracked you. His expression darkened. I will find the man responsible for your suffering. He will never hurt you again. Her eyes widened. You would kill him? Roman frowned, startled by her reaction. Do you care for this man? No, but she swallowed. He deserves punishment, but death? Roman studied her, awed by this woman who would spare the life of the man who had nearly ended hers. The urge to make Daniel suffer was strong, but Katherina's quiet mercy tempered it. She looked up at him, conflicted. Part of her wanted retribution, wanted Daniel to feel the helplessness she had endured. But another part recoiled at the thought of more violence. She met Roman's gaze again. Can you prove it to me? His expression shifted, darkened. His body tensed. No. She narrowed her eyes. Why not? His nostrils flared. That side of me desires you just as badly. She stared at him, pulse racing. The room felt charged, the air thick with unspoken tension. He stepped back, giving her space. I won't force this on you. But you need to understand I cannot let you walk into danger. Not now. Because I'm human, she said quietly. Yes. She exhaled shakily. I need time. He nodded once. You have it. But you stay here. For now. She didn't argue. Not yet. The weight of everything pressed down on her, fear, confusion, and something else she wasn't ready to name. She turned toward the stairs, limping slightly. Roman watched her go, jaw tight. He had told her the truth. Now the rest would depend on whether she could accept it or run. Chapter 21. Katherina sucked in a sharp breath as she scrambled for the shirt at her feet. Her fingers trembled when she realized it had been torn in two. Her gaze darted between Roman and the front door. Spotting the bathroom, she gritted her teeth and limped toward it, clutching the ruined fabric to her chest. She slammed the door behind her and pressed her back against it, closing her eyes. Muffled voices filtered through from the other side, too low to make out. Cool air drifted from a vent, fanning her flushed face. Her skin still tingled from his touch, and his scent, rich, warm, unmistakably him, lingered in the air. She pressed a hand to her forehead. Her body had responded so readily, so eagerly, to his nearness. If the interruption had not come, she knew he would have continued. Part of her wanted to resist him, yet the pull between them felt almost magnetic, fierce, undeniable, overwhelming her senses. He was intense, commanding, and the attraction terrified her even as her body betrayed every instinct to pull away. He made her feel safe in a way she had not known in years, liberated, if only for a moment, from the weight of grief and fear. But how had he found her? Why bring her here instead of a hospital? How could he have known she was in danger? A firm knock sounded against the door. She spun away, clutching the torn shirt tighter. The door opened. Roman braced himself in the frame. He had pulled on his shirt, but his expression had hardened, any trace of gentleness replaced by cold resolve. "I have to go out," he said. His voice echoed off the tiled walls. His gaze moved over her deliberately, igniting a flush across her skin. Those pale eyes seemed almost silver in the light. He stepped inside. The room felt smaller instantly. She tilted her head back as he closed the distance in 2 strides. His hand cupped her face, thumb brushing lightly across her lower lip. "Stay here. Take a bath. Eat something." Simple commands, delivered with quiet authority. His hand fell away, leaving her mouth tingling. Katherina blinked, pulling herself together. "I can't stay here." Her voice sounded stronger today, steadier. He arched a brow. "And where will you go?" Her mouth opened, but no answer came. The thought of returning to her aunt's house sent ice through her veins. What if Daniel was still there waiting? She shuddered. "But staying here with him? I have no clothes," she stammered, shifting uncomfortably. His gaze swept over her. "I noticed." Then, more seriously, "I will get you clothes. But work. Call in." She paled at the sharpness in his tone. "You know I can't do that. You're not fit to work." His voice carried steel now. "Are you prepared for questions?" "For stares." Her hand drifted unconsciously to the bruise darkening her cheek. She had never handled scrutiny well. Daniel had already isolated her from the world once. "Do not leave the loft," he said in clear warning. Then he turned and left. Roman muttered under his breath as he stormed from the building. Micah's timing had been abysmal. He had been painfully aware of her soft, responsive, willing in his arms. The interruption had left him coiled tight with frustration. He could have taken her then. She had been ready. But this was more than physical desire. He believed, against every rule he had ever known, that she was his match. His fingers still remembered the silk of her hair, the warmth of her skin, the way she had arched toward him. Damn Micah. He considered a drink when he reached Club Red, but decided against it. He needed clarity. Micah leaned against the bar, expression brooding. "What is it?" Roman growled. Micah's sharp gaze fixed on him. "You carry her scent. How do you plan to hide that from the pack?" Roman's expression darkened. "I didn't come here to discuss Katherina." Micah studied him a moment longer, then shoved a crumpled newspaper across the bar. The headline seized his attention, "Body found mauled." The words hit like a physical blow. He scanned the article quickly. An unidentified body had been discovered at the bottom of a ravine outside the city. The injuries pointed to a wild animal attack. Authorities urged residents to avoid wooded areas. Roman crushed the paper in his fist. "This is Rue's doing," Micah said. Roman's jaw clenched. "It's a threat." The brutality was deliberate. Rue had declared war in the most public way possible. A human death blamed on a feral animal would restrict shifting for the entire pack, except for those like Roman who could control the change at will. "Has he gone rogue?" Micah asked. "No. This was calculated. He wants attention. He wants fear. This will divide the pack. Vaughn and Kara cannot be trusted. Or Draven," Roman added darkly. He rolled his shoulders against the tension building there. Accusing Rue without proof would backfire, especially given his own unresolved status. Some would see it as a deflection. "Say nothing of your suspicions until we have evidence," he instructed. "What will you tell the others about the killing?" "Leave their concerns to me." He started to leave, but Micah caught his arm. "Ron, what are your intentions for the woman?" Roman met his beta's gaze steadily. Micah was one of the few he trusted completely. His silence was answer enough. Micah's grip tightened. "Why not Lorelei? She is pack. She is worthy. Would you have chosen anyone but Luna?" Micah exhaled. "Luna is Lugaru." This woman is human. It goes against everything we've upheld for centuries. You risk too much. Roman felt the muscle in his jaw flex. I cannot let her go. Not now. Micah released him slowly. She is not safe. Do not ask me to let her go, Roman said quietly. Then he left. Katherina had found another of Roman's shirts. It hung loose to her knees. She padded barefoot across the loft, noticing the stark absence of personal touches, no photographs, no keepsakes, nothing to reveal who he really was. Her gaze kept drifting to the clock above the stove. Where had he gone? Who had been at the door? She paced the sleek floors, restless. She had called in sick, as he suggested. Lawrence had been understanding, but how long could she keep up the excuse before she lost her job? Her stomach growled. She limped to the refrigerator and made a simple turkey sandwich, then settled on a stool at the bar to take weight off her ankle. The loft felt vast and quiet. Unlike her aunt's house, full of creaks and memories, this place was open, almost serene in its simplicity. A sharp knock at the front door startled her. She froze, staring at the door as the knocking continued. Had the visitor returned? A flicker of fear whispered that Daniel might have tracked her here. She dismissed it as irrational and moved quietly toward the door. The knocking came again, sharper. Roman? A woman's voice, impatient. Jealousy stabbed through Katherina, unexpected and sharp. Who is this woman? She shook her head. Why should it matter? She hesitated, then opened the door. Dark eyes met hers, then widened with instant hostility. The woman swept her gaze from Katherina's head to her bare feet. Who are you? She demanded. Katherina's stomach nodded. He's not here. The woman's expression shifted from anger to something softer, almost too quickly. I'm sorry. That was rude. I'm not used to Roman having company. May I come in? Katherina shifted uneasily. I don't think. Nonsense. The woman brushed past her, stepping inside with easy confidence. Katherina closed the door and turned. Can I get you anything? The woman smirked. I know my way around. Katherina bit back a retort. What happened to your face? The woman asked bluntly, eyes tracing the bruises. Katherina touched her cheek self-consciously. I was in an accident. The woman seemed satisfied. Does Roman's pet have a name? Katherina stiffened. Pet? The woman's smile turned sharp. What else would you be? Katherina's temper flared. And who are you? Other than yesterday's news. The woman froze. Something dangerous flickered in her eyes. Human, she hissed. Katherina braced herself as the woman advanced, hands raised. Lorelei. Roman's voice cracked like thunder. He stepped between them, seizing the woman's arms. Roman, she gasped, paling. What the hell do you think you're doing? He demanded. Lorelei pointed at Katherina. Who is she? What is she doing here? That is none of your concern. She is human. Out. The single word carried lethal weight. Lorelei flinched, then slipped past him and fled. The door slammed behind her. Katherina stood frozen, heart racing. Roman turned to her. His expression softened, anger draining away. Did she hurt you? Katherina shook her head. What did she mean by human? He studied her carefully. There isn't any easy way to explain. Explain what? He held her gaze. That you're mine. Her heart lurched. She remembered him saying those words before. What does that have to do with whatever you're hiding? Everything. She tugged at the collar of the shirt, suddenly breathless. I have to go. He caught her arms gently, turning her to face him. You can't. You can't keep me here. You're not safe. Because I'm human, she snapped. Exactly. What does that even mean? Her voice rose. You're not making sense, and what I'm starting to suspect, I can't believe it. If you leave this loft, I cannot protect you. That is all you need to know right now. Protect me from what? He was silent for a long moment, weighing his words. Do you know the term loup-garou? The word meant nothing to her. Lycanthropy. She stared at him in disbelief. You're not suggesting. I am telling you, he said quietly, that everything you think you know about werewolves is wrong. Chapter 23. The scent of him was intoxicating. Katherina simply couldn't form a single thought without it affecting her deeply. That scent had become embedded in every part of her being. There was no escaping the dark, tantalizing allure that captivated her senses and mind. She felt marked. His silver eyes seemed to brand her now, the heat of that stare setting her insides ablaze. It was as if a warm current coursed through her limbs, stirring an intense pulse she could hardly ignore. Her gaze fell instinctively to his beautifully sculpted mouth, recalling how he had lavished her with sweet, gentle kisses, remembering how his hands had swept over her, exploring every inch with profound care. How could such an assertive and intimidating man be capable of such tenderness? Daniel had been tender too, and she had been naive. He had fooled her. Roman appeared to be a man capable of violence. He could easily overpower her, yet he had shown her nothing but kindness. I will find the man responsible for your suffering and ensure he never hurts you again. That heated vow replayed in her mind, and she wondered at the sincerity of his protective promise. Would he truly confront another man so fiercely? If he was capable of such intensity, did that not speak volumes of his temperament? Katherina lowered her gaze and peered at him from beneath her lashes. The shirt he wore stretched taut over the broad expanse of his chest, conforming to every powerful line. His forearms alone were thick and strong, arms that had cradled her with warmth. She barely reached his chest, while he stood a few inches over 6 feet. He wore his hair swept back from his forehead, and she longed to run her fingers through that golden length. That feral side desires you just as badly. She still didn't know what to make of his claim about being a werewolf, but if there was any truth to it, her life from this point on would never be the same. Do you mean to keep me here? She asked suddenly, hoping to divert her attention from his imposing presence. His expression darkened, those silver eyes losing some of their brightness as he replied, I can't let you leave. It's not safe. Her heart sank at his words. I have responsibilities, Roman. You can forget your 9 to 5. Katherina stiffened, startled by his blunt tone. No, I won't. This isn't up for debate. He growled low, his eyes flaring vivid silver once more. I will get you anything you may require. His voice carried no room for argument, and it struck a furious chord within her. She stalked toward him, her ankle protesting with each step as she pointed a finger at him. I'm not your pet, she hissed, recalling what that spiteful woman had called her earlier. You can't keep me here like some caged animal. His chest rose and fell with a heavy breath. He reached up to gently take her wrist in his calloused hands, drawing her lightly against him. You're mine, he affirmed in a deep, resonant voice as he brushed strands of hair from her face. And until I officially make you mine, here is where you will stay. He released her and stepped away. Her heart jolted against her ribs, and a sharp breath escaped her. Officially? What does that mean? She demanded, following after him. Roman turned to fully face her. She drew up short as he grasped her shoulders. Do not fight me on this. You will remain here without further protest. Understood. She shrugged out of his hold. To keep me safe from your pack, she asked, emphasizing the last word. Yes, he snarled. And from the bastard who put his hands on you. Katherina flinched at the force of his anger. Why do you insist on protecting him? Roman demanded, his voice sharp. She narrowed her eyes, mouth falling open. I'm not. Then give me his name. What good will it do? She asked, tears burning at the backs of her eyes. Can't you see how he still controls even you? Roman stiffened as a single tear slipped free. He watched her dab it away with her hand before she turned from him. His hands curled into fists at his sides. He cursed himself inwardly for pressing her so hard. He shouldn't have pushed, but seeing her still shaken by that man and his actions ignited an unimaginable fury within him. Her shoulders trembled with a quiet shudder. He resisted the urge to go to her. Her dark hair tumbled loosely about her shoulders, and he yearned to run his fingers through it. She padded barefoot across the floor, wearing nothing but his t-shirt, which hung loosely to her thighs, stirring a deep warmth in him. He resisted a groan and turned his back to her, sweeping a hand through his hair. He felt that primal side stir beneath the surface, rising and urging him to claim the woman standing within reach. If only she knew the effect she had on him, how deeply he wanted her. She was every bit his equal, though human and undeniably fragile. He would fight anyone who stood in the way of protecting her. He loved her. The realization struck him hard, right to the core of his being. That primal side surged with clarity, recognizing her as his destined mate. If only he could make her understand. Katherina was just as drawn to him as he was to her, but her fears held her back, preventing her from fully grasping what was unfolding between them, what was meant to be. She didn't trust him yet, but everything he did from that moment on was for her well-being. "I will gather some things from your house." Her green eyes flashed with anger and defiance. "I'll not let another man dictate my life." Roman hid a grin. "I wouldn't have it any other way." Then he stalked from the loft. The sun was descending, casting streaks of coral across the cerulean sky. Roman stood on Katherina's front lawn, listening to the branches bend beneath a distant wind before it swept through the wilted grass beneath his boots. He surveyed the darkened windows of the Victorian house, noting the emptiness it projected. The structure's age spoke in every moan and creak of its weathered wood. His boots thumped solidly on the rickety porch as he stepped up, searching for anything he might have overlooked. Inside, the house remained in disarray. His nostrils flared as he inhaled the stale odor of cigarette smoke. Roman stiffened. At some point, the man had returned. Clenching his fists, he moved through the house, righting some toppled furniture while carefully checking each room. Had her ex come back to finish what he started? The memory of how he had found her crumpled, trembling, and broken enraged that primal side, rousing it fully. He felt it take hold, rippling through him. His eyes reflected silver. His fingers flexed as claws threatened to extend, his canines sharpening. A low, guttural growl rumbled from his throat, nearly drowning out the sharp click of a gun. Roman turned, half expecting the worthless man, only to find himself staring down the barrel of a 9mm held by a pretty blonde with fierce eyes. For a moment, those blue eyes widened at the silver gleam in his gaze, and her aim wavered. "Demon," she hissed, steadying the gun with both hands. Roman raised his chin to study her. "Bennett." Julietta's aim remained firm, her anger sharpening. "What have you done with her?" "It's not what you think," he said, trying to reassure her. She arched a brow. "No? Then what the hell is all this?" She gestured at the disordered room before pressing the weapon closer. "And just what the hell are you?" Roman resisted a grin, admiring her nerve. "You're not frightened?" She laughed shortly. "Do I look it?" She raised the gun higher. "It takes a lot to make my blood run cold." His smirk widened. He liked her courage. "If you didn't do this, who did?" she demanded. His grin faded, expression darkening as he scanned the room. "Her ex," Julietta asked, drawing his silver gaze. "She told you." He noticed she had lowered the 9mm to her side, though her wariness remained. He knew she would raise it again if needed. "What's his name?" She shook her head. Katherina never gave details, but it's clear she's fleeing a troubled past. "I just assumed a bad ex." His eyes flared brighter, the primal side evident in his intense stare. "He nearly killed her." "Why are you here?" she asked. "To collect some of her belongings." Blue eyes narrowed curiously. "She's with you." Roman nodded. "Is she hurt?" "She's fine," he said, turning away. "I will see to her safety." "I know what you are," Julietta stated. Roman stiffened and half turned to fix her with a sharp look. "You feigned ignorance a moment ago." "Just what am I then?" She smirked as she stepped around debris. "You may have fooled this town, but you haven't fooled me." Her eyes held his in the dim light. "Wolf." He arched a brow, surprised. "And yet you don't run screaming?" She laughed. "I've adjusted." "You'll keep my secret?" Her blue eyes glinted shrewdly. "I suspect you're the reason our town hasn't become a blood bank. And if you ask me, I'd rather deal with the likes of you than bloodsuckers." Chapter 24. Roman drew up, slightly startled by her revelation. He stepped to the left as she moved to the right, still wary of him as she held firm to the 9mm with freshly manicured nails. "You seem surprised I know this," she said, blue eyes glinting astutely. He arched a tawny brow at her. It doesn't happen often. Her mouth curved into a grin. No, I imagine it doesn't. If you know so much, why haven't you alerted others? She tilted her head to peer more directly at him. I'm well aware of the secrets these mountains hold. What good would it do me to disclose them? You're a smart woman. He paused, studying her more intently. Are you genuinely concerned for her? Julieta straightened, somewhat offended as she pinned him with those spirited blue eyes. Why else would I be here? He raised his chin and peered down at her. She appeared truthful. But could she be trusted? The man responsible reeks of cigarette. You're good with faces. You can't expect me to narrow it down from chain smokers? He smirked at her. Someone as clever as you? She fixed him with another blue glare. The residents of this town are smoking fiends. It's near impossible to find your man off that one trait. Regardless, he will visit areas that permit smoking, such as your diner and my bar. She fell silent, considering his words. I'll help you find him on one condition. Roman squared his shoulders, arching another brow at her. We're negotiating? A corner of her red lips curved as she turned the 9mm over in her hands. You will take me to her. He stiffened. No. She raised the gun at him. No? I need to assure my friend as well. Your bullets cannot kill me, but they'll hurt nonetheless. She paused. Stop being pig-headed. Katherina needs a friend right now, not some muscle-toting brute. Roman groaned inwardly. He had to admire her fiery spirit. Fine, he grumbled. She beamed a smile and spun away from him. Where are you going? He demanded. To get some of her things, she shouted over her shoulder. I suspect you have no clue as to what a woman needs. He scowled. Katherina paced the confines of Roman's loft, sweeping a hand through her damp hair as she cast an anxious glance at the front door. He had been gone for some time, and her fears were getting the best of her. The walls seemed to close in around her. The sounds of the rustic structure rang eerily in her ears, further intensifying her anxiety. She reminded herself repeatedly that Daniel had no way of finding her. Not here. And yet, she wasn't easily convinced. Hadn't he already found her once? Katherina wrapped an arm about her midsection and curled up on the leather sofa. What was she going to do? Her new beginning was shattered, and her plan B, all the money she had kept stashed, was gone. Tears welled in the backs of her eyes, and she blinked them away. What good was a pity party anyway? She flung her legs over the couch and stood, resuming her pacing. Instead of crying, she focused on her anger. How dare Roman insist she remain put? She wasn't his, no matter how often he felt the need to reiterate it. Damn him. Katherina thought furiously, her nails digging into her palms. She was downright sick of men commanding her every move. She didn't belong to him. Despite whatever delusions he had, she belonged to no one. She stalked to the front door with every intention of storming out of the loft when, suddenly, it swung wide, producing a startled Julieta. They nearly collided, only to be steadied by a set of masculine hands. Katherina shrugged out of Roman's grip and stepped back, avoiding his sharp glare as she peered in surprise at Julieta. What are you doing here? Where are you going dressed like that? Julieta demanded, motioning to her t-shirt ensemble. Katherina flushed, suddenly remembering her appearance. I thought I heard something, she lied, hoping to deflect the anger radiating from Roman's icy stare. She retreated further into the loft as the two of them entered. Katherina noticed a duffel bag slung over Roman's shoulder. We brought some of your things, Julieta said as Roman deposited the bag on the floor. Katherina felt his eyes on her, but averted her gaze to Julieta. What are you doing here? She asked again. Her friend's blue eyes softened. You didn't show for work. I was worried and went to your place. She cringed inwardly. If Julieta had gone to her house, then surely she would have seen the destruction left in Daniel's wake. I will leave you too, Roman grumbled, clearly displeased. If you have need of me, there is a number on the counter. With one last, meaningful glance at Katherina, he left. Julieta jabbed a thumb over her shoulder at the door. Bit of a brute, isn't he? Katherina rolled her eyes and reached for her bag. You have no idea. Noticing her limp, Julieta rushed to take it from Katherina's hands. I got it. She straightened and sighed. I'm not completely helpless, you know. I can manage just fine. Julieta frowned at her. I never said you were helpless. Her blue eyes widened as they surveyed Katherina's face, taking in the faint bruises and the discoloration of fingerprints around her throat. What happened to you? Katherina stiffened and immediately turned away, crossing the room to feign hunger as she moved toward the refrigerator. I don't want to talk about it. Of course you don't, Julieta exclaimed, because Lord knows it's done you good so far. The duffel bag forgotten, Julieta moved to stand at the bar. I'm not trying to pry, but your walls are going to get you killed. Katherina spun around. My walls. Yes, she said firmly. You shut everyone out, and damn it, I can't help you if you can't trust me. For a moment, they stood glaring at each other, Julieta's hands braced on the countertop, Katherina's chest rising and falling with angry, rapid breaths. Her expression softened as she realized she was unleashing all her frustrations on Julieta. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't trust you. I've never had anyone to confide in. Julieta settled onto the stool and placed her hands in her lap. I'm all ears, she said gently. Katherina met her cerulean gaze and detected the sincerity reflected there. She sighed, feeling the weight of her troubles pressing down on her chest. Her hands began to tremble, and she dropped them to her sides. His name is Daniel. Daniel Horner. The very name sent chills down her spine. We were happy. I loved him. He loved me. Then he enlisted in the military. Julieta remained silent, listening attentively. He returned stateside several months later. He wouldn't explain why, but I noticed a change in him. He wasn't the same man. He was angry and violent. He often put his hands on me, and many times I tried to leave him, but he held me back with soft words and promises I knew deep down he couldn't keep. She fell silent, suppressing a tremor as she closed her eyes, visions of her past replaying like a broken record. When she opened them, tears glinted anew beneath the low lighting. He was gone most of the time. When he returned home, he was usually irritated and volatile. He would become enraged over the smallest things, and no matter how hard I tried to please him, it was hopeless. She met Julieta's fixed gaze. I found money stashed in a drawer while putting laundry away, a lot of money. And I questioned him about it. She fell silent, her lip trembling. Julieta tensed. What happened? She asked tentatively. Katherina opened her eyes, having closed them against another welling of tears. He knocked me cold. Julieta gasped, pressing a hand over her mouth to stifle it. When I awoke, he'd already left. She wiped at the tears streaking her cheek and continued. He was stealing money. I don't know how he obtained it, but he warned me to never question him again, and so I didn't. Her fingers gripped the edge of the counter so tightly that her knuckles turned white. He would be gone all hours of the night and sleep all day. He forbade me to work, told me how to dress. I had no friends, no family to call on. He was all I had, and because of that reason alone, I stayed. But his violence worsened. He made demands of me, and if I didn't fulfill them, he hurt me. Julieta pressed a fist to her mouth to suppress another gasp. Katherina, her blue eyes glimmered with tears. Katherina shuddered, her green eyes glazed over with the past. The night he put me in the hospital was the night I found his drugs. I had suspected it all along, but had never been certain. He often smelled of liquor, and I thought it contributed to his abuse. She paused, recalling the moment she awoke in that cold, sterile room, having no memory of what happened. It was all so vivid now. He returned home after what I believed to be another night of binging on drugs and alcohol. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was agitated. He accused me of sleeping around and grabbed me by my hair. Julieta reached out and gripped Katherina's hand, jarring her from the pain illuminated in her eyes. You don't have to say any more. Katherina peered gravely at her, the grief so raw and stark. But I do. She cried softly, he killed my baby. And she began to sob. Club Red was teeming with bodies, all moving in rhythm to the sensual sway of Lana Del Rey. It was a welcome distraction from the angry thoughts plaguing him as he pushed his way through the many faces crowding his dance floor, but even the nightlife that often appealed to him could not keep Katherina from straying into his thoughts. He had hoped the Bennett woman would be good company for her, but he wondered if he had made a mistake. Katherina would have fled if they hadn't arrived when they did. Would the woman truly help her? He made his way to the second landing to overlook the dance floor and leaned against the railing, the same post where he had first spotted her that night. He recalled her unease and the fast beat of her racing heart. Like a moth to a flame, she had captivated him in that little red dress and those large, cat-like eyes. His hand curled around the railing, and he dipped his tawny head, exhaling a great breath. He caught a whiff of a familiar scent and straightened, spying his beta in the shadows. "We need to talk." Roman shifted toward the sofa. "Then talk," he growled. Micah stepped forward. "The pack knows about your human, Roman." Lorelei. He dismissed Micah's words with a wave of his hand. "Had no business at my place." His beta pinned him with an intense glare. "Nico will challenge you." Roman smirked. "And I will accept." "And the human?" He shifted his gaze to the flickering lights suspended above. "Will be mine. Do you hear yourself? You, above all others, upheld our laws, and now you simply disregard them for the sake of a human." Roman rose from the couch and returned to his post by the railing to oversee his generous, drunken customers. "I cannot fight the inevitable. I have tried, and the more I fight it, the stronger it becomes." He turned to face Micah. "I have taken countless women, and none have appealed to my beast like she has. I feel that fiery thread binding our souls as one. She is my destined mate, and I'll not fight it anymore." Micah sighed, feeling the weight of that icy stare as it impaled him in the dark. "I had hoped to convince you one last time." He fell silent as he settled into a chair. "I need a damn drink." Roman settled across from him. "I second that." For a moment, they sat in silence, listening to the sounds of inebriation from below as more bodies circulated the bar. Roman could smell their drunkenness and the sweat that permeated the air. It was enough to churn his gut. "Any lead on the body?" Micah peered at him from across the way. "Word from the coroner is that the victim was a tourist." He wouldn't elaborate on details, but said the man was cut to ribbons. Roman frowned, shifting in his seat to brace his elbows on his knees. "'Cause of death. The wounds were substantial. He died from considerable blood loss." He paused. "You know who did this," Micah said. "He's ruthless and unpredictable." "We can't be certain," Roman argued. His beta frowned. "I believe him capable of anything, especially murder, all just to piss you off." He had been so absorbed in their conversation that he hadn't first detected the pungent odor of a certain cigarette. Every muscle of his stalwart frame stiffened in awareness, and a warranted rage propelled him to his feet with a resonating growl. Chapter 25. Roman surged forward, his hands fastening tightly around the steel railing as silver eyes scoured the dance floor. He felt Micah fall in beside him and mutter something, but the beta's concern fell on deaf ears. He inhaled deeply, distilling the many scents in the air, trailing the single offensive odor that would betray his target. The flickering strobe lights swept fleetingly over the crowd, disrupting his view. With an exasperated snarl, he whirled toward the stairway. The man was in his bar, drinking his liquor, breathing his air. It was enough to set his blood ablaze. He felt the stirrings of his wolf, evoked by the sudden rage coursing through his veins. His nostrils flared, narrowing in on that unmistakable scent amid the salty tang of sweat that filled the air. His gaze fixed indignantly on a man lounging lazily against the bar, one arm draped around the waist of a woman known for her heavy habits. He pressed her close, his hand roaming freely, prompting a giggle from his companion. A deep, savage growl rumbled from Roman's throat as his beast rose violently at the sight. He had seen this man before, in a brief encounter, and the face had burned into his memory. The distinctive cigarette odor confirmed it. This was Katherina's attacker, magnifying his fury. Roman launched forward, patrons forgotten, his control slipping as he stalked toward his prey with lethal intent. He pushed bodies aside, his vision tinting red as he recalled Katherina's battered form. His fists tightened, his stride quickening, eager to end the threat, when a sudden grip halted him. Enraged by the interference, Roman rounded furiously on his restrainer, forgetting the crowd around him. "Roman," Micah cautioned in a low hiss. The vice-like grip on his forearm tightened warningly. Slowly, Roman emerged from the haze to meet his beta's eyes. "You're Wolf," Micah murmured, low enough for Roman alone. He straightened, realizing his eyes blazed with the beast within, his fingers lengthened with claws. "Restrain yourself," his beta commanded. Even as he reined in the primal side, Roman's gaze returned to the bar, only to find the man and his companion gone. With a furious growl, Roman shook off Micah's grip and stalked outside. He heard Micah mutter. Roman stopped short of the road and swept a quick scan of the area, his eyes glinting menacingly beneath the moonlight. "What is it?" Micah demanded, glancing around. Roman snarled in frustration. A sudden shuffling drew their attention as two figures emerged from the shadows. Roman turned and suppressed a growl at the approaching faces. "Word under the moon is you've taken a weakling as your mate?" Vaughn hissed. Micah turned to face Vaughn and Draven fully as they stepped into the moonlight. "Word of advice. Whatever bone you have to pick, now isn't the time. Wait for the next full moon." Vaughn cast dark eyes on Micah and smirked. "Now is as good a time as any." He shifted his gaze to Roman. "You've been summoned." Roman's jaw tightened. "I don't take orders from Ruse Lackey." Vaughn stiffened, expression darkening. Shit," Micah grumbled, rolling his eyes. "Perhaps I should settle this with your sweetheart?" Vaughn provoked. A thunderous howl split the night. The hour was late. Julieta lay sprawled on Roman's couch, finishing off a bag of chips, when the brute strolled through the front door. She swung her legs over and sat up, setting the bag aside. "Where the hell have you been?" she demanded from the dark. Roman turned, groaned, and swiveled toward the bar. "I didn't realize I had a curfew," he snapped. Julieta frowned, straining to make out his frame. She had switched off the lights once Katherina fell asleep. She could see only the outline of him as he grabbed a bottle of spirits and took several hearty swigs. "Where is she?" he asked hoarsely. Julieta stood and moved around the coffee table. "Upstairs, asleep." He kept his back to her and took another pull from the bottle. "Roman, we have to talk." At the seriousness in her tone, he turned to face her. "Talk," he commanded. She cleared her throat. "There's something you should know." He set the bottle down. "What is it?" he demanded, concern edging his voice. Julieta hesitated, sensing his turbulent mood. She had no right to tell him, it wasn't her secret, but after watching her friend sob for hours, something had to be said. She was pregnant. His frame stiffened in the darkness. An oppressive silence fell. For a moment, neither spoke, and Julieta feared she had erred. Then he shifted back to the bar, slammed his fists down, and hurled the bottle across the room. It shattered in an explosion of glass. Julieta flinched and glanced worriedly upstairs. When no sound came, she turned back to him. "Are you mad?" "Damn it," he hissed furiously. She inched closer as he pushed a hand through his hair, muttering curses under his breath. "Are you all right?" she asked, frowning. "I appreciate you staying," he said, ignoring her concern. Julieta nodded and took it as her cue to leave. She gathered her things and headed for the door. "Have her call me if she needs me." With Bennett's departure, Roman turned to face upstairs. He cursed inwardly, feeling his rage intensify with each breath. Pregnant. The revelation struck him cold. The man had gotten her pregnant. His beast roused with renewed fury. The scent of blood lingered on him, enough to push that primal side toward something savage. He moved toward the stairway and found her curled in his bed. The sight of her set his body ablaze. For a moment, he simply watched her. Then the pain registered. Gritting his teeth, he turned away and peeled the torn shirt from his back. The sudden flick of a lamp and an audible gasp brought him still. "What happened?" Her sweet voice washed over him like a caress. Captivated, he turned. She sat upright in bed, dark hair tousled around her face, clutching the sheet to her chest. Roman resisted a groan and straightened. "You should be sleeping." She ignored him, her green eyes drawn to the blood trailing down his torso. She flung the sheet aside. He sucked in a sharp breath. She wore a thin silk top and shorts that bared her thighs. With each step closer, his chest tightened, muscles tensing. Her scent struck him hard, and he curled his hands to keep from reaching for her. Her eyes widened in horror at the gash across his abdomen. "You're hurt." Roman closed his eyes, her proximity threatening to shatter his control. "I'll manage," he groaned hoarsely. Then she touched him. A gentle, concerned caress that drew a low rasp from his throat. He caught her wrist, gripping it carefully. "No." She froze and met his gaze. "But you're bleeding." His breath came labored, her nearness unraveling his restraint. His eyes roamed over her, lingering on the way the silk clung to her curves. The pain faded beneath a burning desire. She held his gaze and slowly freed her wrist, then reached up to trace her fingers lightly down his chest and over the ridges of his abdomen, careful to avoid the wound already beginning to heal. His body ached with need as he fought the urge to pull her close. "Katherina," he warned, voice rough. Her eyes widened, and she withdrew her hand. "Am I hurting you?" "Not in the way you think." "No," he whispered. Her fingers returned, smoothing gently over his skin. He watched her breathe, the rise and fall of her chest beneath the silk drawing him in. His hand lifted instinctively to stroke the faint marks still visible on her neck. She shuddered and leaned into his touch. He traced the curve of her shoulder, easing the strap down. "Tell me you want this." It was only a moment before she answered fervently yes. His fingers tangled in the strap. "There's no turning back. You'll be mine." She met his eyes. "I thought I was." Roman crushed her against him, drawing a sharp breath as her body pressed to his. He tore the strap, the silk dipping to bare one breast. A primal sound escaped him as he dipped his head and took her into his mouth. She gasped, arching into him as he teased and tasted. "Roman," she cried softly, hands gripping his shoulders. He pulled the silk lower, lavishing attention on the other side, drawing soft sounds from her. "You're beautiful," he breathed, pulling her flush against his chest. He gripped her hips, pressing her to his arousal. "Take me," she pleaded. Roman groaned and swept her into his arms, carrying her to the bed. He stepped back, drinking in the sight of her. Katherina felt heat flood her skin under his intense gaze. Her body tingled, aching for more. Her eyes traced his powerful frame, the hard lines of muscle, the evident strength. Her pulse raced as her gaze dipped lower. He kicked off his boots and shed his jeans. The sight of him left her breathless. He moved to the bed, pinning her gently beneath him. He braced himself above her, tracing her jaw before claiming her mouth in a deep, searing kiss. She opened to him fully, lost in the heat of it. He cupped her breast, teasing the sensitive peak as his kiss grew hungrier. "Mine," he murmured against her lips. His hand slid lower, easing her shorts away, fingers finding her warmth. She arched into his touch with a soft cry, pressing against him. He teased and stroked until she trembled with need. "Roman, please." "What do you need, baby?" he murmured, pressing closer. "You," she pleaded. His eyes burned bright silver, the beast evident but controlled. Sensing her brief unease, he brushed a gentle hand over her cheek. "I could never hurt you." His touch soothed her, desire flaring anew. He drew her close, parting her thighs, then joined them with one deep thrust. She cried out in pleasure, clinging to him as he moved with her. Strong, steady, tender. Their rhythm built, bodies moving as one until release crashed over them in waves. In that shared peak, she felt the depth of his claim, binding them closer than before. Chapter 26. Roman awoke early the next morning, mindful of the woman curled beside him. A profound sense of contentment washed over him as his hand absently stroked her hair, his eyes drawn to her peaceful sleeping face. It was done. Katherina belonged to him as he belonged to her, Their souls were permanently bound as one. He had defied his pack and the laws he once upheld. His actions marked him a traitor in their eyes, and Rue would surely exploit that to his advantage. Claiming a human as his mate was the ultimate offense, one that carried severe consequences. Yet none of it mattered. He would protect her at any cost, even if it meant turning against his own kind. He slipped from the bed and moved to the window, gazing out at the gray skyline. He pushed a hand through his hair and glanced back at Katherina, tucked safely beneath the duvet. The sight of her robbed him of breath. She was his. Completely. His thoughts darkened as he considered the coming conflict. His pack would be outraged by his betrayal, and their anger would be justified. He anticipated repercussions and would not fault them for it. But Katherina was innocent. She did not fully understand the dangerous world he had drawn her into. As a human, she was vulnerable. They would see her as a threat to be eliminated, unless he found a way to protect her permanently. Roman paused, his gaze intense on her sleeping form. Was it possible to change her? Claiming a human was forbidden, but turning one into one of his kind? It was a death sentence under the pack law. He turned the idea over carefully, weighing its risks and appeal. Their souls had merged the moment he spoke the ancient words of his people, a solemn oath to honor and protect the one destined for his beast. After claiming her, that intense, fiery bond had settled into something deep and steady. Somehow, the fates had chosen a human for him, and his wolf had accepted her without resistance, retreating into calm acceptance. If he changed her, would her body survive it? Would she accept it? The thought of her falling to his enemies ignited a fierce protectiveness he had never known. He would not lose her. Pack or not, anyone who threatened her would regret it. She felt weightless, drifting on a soft cloud, free of worry for the first time in what seemed like forever. Shouldn't she be running? Wasn't there something to fear? But there was only calm blue sky and a single drifting cloud. She couldn't recall the last time she had felt so peaceful. The word felt foreign, yet she welcomed it after so long without it. But surely it was an illusion, a trap waiting to spring. As if summoned, the dream shattered. Her eyes fluttered open. Katherina blinked up at the ceiling, realizing it had been only a dream, and suddenly remembered where she was. Groaning, she rolled onto her side, inhaling Roman's scent and noticing his absence. She sat up, clutching the blanket to her chest, and glanced around the room, frowning. It was still early, judging by the faint light streaming through the windows. So where was he? She leaned back and listened for sounds below. Perhaps he was making breakfast or showering. But only the quiet of the rustic loft answered, and disappointment stabbed through her. Her thoughts began to spiral. Where was he? Why leave without a word? Did he regret last night? Should she? She worried her bottom lip, fingers plucking at a loose thread in the blanket. Closing her eyes, the memories of the night before flooded back, vivid and overwhelming. His hands had been so gentle, awakening feelings she thought long buried under someone else's cruelty. In his arms, the world had faded away until it was just them. For a moment, she had forgotten her pain, the horrors of her past, the grief that still threatened to overwhelm her. But the intensity of their connection had stirred something frightening, leaving her uneasy. He had charmed her with that irresistible smile and quiet strength, yet here she was, questioning whether last night had been a mistake. Hadn't she made the first move? When he returned bloodied and late, worry had driven her to him. The moment she touched him, her doubts had melted away. She had given in to the pull she could no longer deny. She had forgotten her purpose. She had come to Asheville to escape one man's control. Daniel had deceived her, pretended to be her protector, only to tighten his grip. Roman made her feel cherished and safe, but what did that matter if he sought to control her too? He was dominance itself, and here she lay in his bed. She felt foolish. She had broken her own promise and now risked losing her heart again. It was nearly noon when Micah entered Club Red. Their eyes met and Roman leaned back against the leather couch, bracing an arm along its length. Have you come to argue? Micah stopped short and snorted. Do you intend to listen? Roman smirked. No. His beta groaned and took the seat opposite. You haven't heeded my warnings yet. I don't expect you to now. Roman stared at a distant point, aware of Micah's scrutiny. After a long silence, Micah bowed his head gravely. They will kill her. But not before making you pay first. They can do what they want to me, Roman growled. Micah's expression darkened. And what do you think that will be? He swept a hand through his hair. Why not just hand your rank to Rue on a platter? Roman lifted his chin, resolve like stone. If Rue wants alpha, he must challenge me for it. Huh, Micah cried. You think the rules still apply? Everything has changed. I know more than you think. Regardless of what I've done, I am still alpha. You could have prevented this. Had I wanted to, I would have Roman cut in sharply. It's done. She's mine. They will turn on you. Roman met his stare. And you? Where do you stand, Micah? His beta inhaled deeply, steadying himself. Roman rose. I warned you lines would be drawn. I don't expect anyone to stand with me, not even you. But I will carry out my role with Katherina at my side. Micah turned to face him. And what of your human? Does she know what you truly are? Telling her is one thing, showing her is another. Roman remained silent, having wrestled with that question since the beginning. Micah smirked. Well then, I suppose you have it all figured out. He moved to the bar, poured a shot of whiskey, and downed it. Why did I come? Another body was found this morning. Roman stiffened. Another attack? Micah nodded. In the mountains. He set the glass down. Thought you might want to see the coroner. I intend to handle this alone. Micah turned fully. I'm guessing not the body? At Roman's silence, he continued. Claiming a human will anger plenty, but it doesn't change where I stand. So what are you saying? His beta smirked. Let's bag us a killer. After showering and dressing, Katherina tried to make breakfast. But once seated with poached eggs before her, her appetite vanished. She glanced at the clock, anger rising. How could he leave without a word? And still he had not returned. Like a fool, she had waited. Katherina shoved the plate aside and stood. She had sworn never to let another man control her life. Roman was no exception. How had she let this happen? He had already made demands of her. She had escaped Daniel only to fall toward another dominant man. As she paced, his claim of being a werewolf resurfaced. It should have been a warning sign, but she had brushed it aside. Now, with a clear head, it sounded absurd. Was she so desperate for normalcy that she ignored the impossible? She had made too many mistakes, this one the worst. Roman had charmed her straight into his bed. Had that been his plan all along? Humiliation burned her cheeks. She spun toward the stairs, suddenly desperate to leave. She gathered her belongings and stormed from the loft. She would not become another man's possession. Roman and Daniel had no claim on her. Rounding a corner in the stairwell, she collided with someone. Her clothes scattered as a familiar voice exclaimed, "Ach!" Katherina stepped back, startled. What are you doing here? Julieta straightened, mirroring her retreat. I came to see you. Where are you going? She bent to gather her things. I'm leaving. Julieta frowned, brows furrowing as Katherina moved past. What's going on? Where's Roman? Katherina stopped and spun around. Good question. Maybe ask him when he returns. Julieta caught her elbow, expression hardening. Has he hurt you? Katherina was silent for a moment, embarrassment clear on her face. Just my ego. She shrugged free. Where are you going? Julieta asked, following close behind. I'm going home. No, you can't. Do you have a better idea? Katherina spun to face her. I'm out of options. You know that's not true. Stay with me. Katherina shook her head. I won't impose. Julieta laughed. Are you kidding? Late night movies, junk food, prank calls? Roommates sound perfect. Come on. Katherina suppressed a smile, then sighed. I can't, Jules. It's not fair to you. What's not fair? My baggage. Julieta chuckled. Everyone has baggage. Sensing her hesitation, she added quickly, fine then, how about I impose on you? Katherina looked up. What? I stay with you for a while. I'll eat your ice cream, borrow your clothes, fill up your DVR. Katherina laughed. Ice cream maybe, clothes sure, but DVR? Julieta shrugged. I watch a lot of shows. Her smile widened. After a moment, okay. It took little convincing to view the body. The coroner, swayed by a discreet incentive and Roman's reputation, granted access without protest. Like the first, this victim bore wounds suggesting an animal attack to human eyes. But Roman knew better. The cuts were thin, precise, and narrow, not the wide tearing of a werewolf. This was something else. What are you saying? Micah asked after studying the marks. I'm saying a vampire did this. How can you be sure? No bite marks, no blood drained. And there hasn't been a vampire in Asheville for nearly a decade. Roman considered. I know a vampire's mark. This wasn't one of us. He paused under Micah's gaze. And I think I know someone who can confirm it. What about the full moon tonight? What of it? Roman growled. Vaughn and Draven already acted on impulse last night. I expect a fight. Micah exhaled. As do I. Roman shook his head, squeezing his friend's shoulder. No, this one's mine. Think of Luna and what this could mean for her. He left before Micah could argue. He had much to consider, but first, he needed to get home. He had stayed away too long, imagining Katherina angry at his absence. He hadn't meant to leave her, but he had needed time to think about their future. As he neared his building, unease settled in his gut. He quickened his pace, taking the stairs two at a time, catching her scent in the stairwell. He burst into the loft, gaze sweeping the lower level and landing on her abandoned breakfast. He didn't need to check upstairs. Her absence hit him like a weight, and he muttered a curse under his breath. Chapter 27. Katherina was grateful for Julieta's company, and even more so when they stepped over the threshold of her Aunt Mia's house, her house. She froze in the doorway, thoughts churning with a shudder as she recalled her last encounter with Daniel. Even now, she could hear the ominous flick of his lighter and felt a tremor ripple down her spine. Her hands curled at her sides, remembering the weight of the 9mm as she had aimed it unsteadily, Daniel's eyes blazing with fury. And like a coward, she hadn't found the courage to fire, and he had reached her. The impact of his punch had knocked her senseless. Her stomach churned, and she swayed on her feet. A steadying hand touched her arm, followed by a reassuring voice. Are you okay? Julieta asked, leaning closer. She nodded, managing a half-smile. Yes, I'm fine, just... I understand, Julieta interjected. And you know the offer to stay at my place still stands? Katherina straightened, shaking her head and lifting her chin defiantly. No, this is my home. I will not be driven from it. Julieta smiled. Shall we get started then? She nodded and stepped further into the foyer that opened to the living room, fully expecting overturned furniture and shattered figurines. But the sight that greeted her was the opposite. The room was practically immaculate. Not a thing out of place, not even a speck of dust. Her mouth fell open as her eyes swept the perfectly restored space, every surface wiped clean, every figurine returned to its shelf, not a rug disturbed. Did you do this? She asked, gesturing toward Julieta. Her friend looked equally perplexed. No. Katherina moved to the kitchen and paused. It too was spotless, not a cabinet ajar, not a drawer disturbed. She knew if she checked the rest of the house, she would find the same careful restoration, as if Daniel's rage had never touched the place. Who did this? Julieta asked, coming up behind her. Roman. The answer came instinctively. He had been the one to clear the wreckage, to restore order as though nothing had happened, even replacing her phone. Why had he gone to such lengths? A small part of her felt a flicker of guilt for leaving him so abruptly without explanation. But then she remembered waking to his absence, the sting of abandonment sharp in her chest. Well, seeing as we're no longer on cleanup duty, how about some lunch? Julieta suggested. She crossed to the fridge, muttered something displeased at the empty shelves, and straightened. Pizza it is. Katherina shrugged. Sure. A pizza sounds good. I'll be upstairs. Julieta turned, concern in her eyes. Do you need me to come with? She shook her head, offering a faint smile. No. I'm just going to take a quick bath. Appearing satisfied, Julieta gave a curt nod and reached for the phone. Katherina started up the stairs. As her hand curved around the banister, a sudden uneasiness settled in her stomach, her knees trembling. With each step, the image of Daniel forced its way into her mind. I want you back. Those chilling words lingered, a vivid reminder of the brutality he would inflict if he ever caught her again. How had she ever loved such a monster? How had she ever believed herself safe? There was no true refuge, not while Daniel Horner hunted her. The thought nearly brought her to her knees at the top of the stairs. Defeat washed over her, forcing tears to her eyes. She lifted her chin defiantly and blinked them back. He wanted to break her, and he had countless times. She was tired of being hunted like prey, tired of fueling his twisted pleasure with her fear. He thrived on the chase and would never stop until he was satisfied. She had tried everything. She had gone to the police, obtained a restraining order, but the paper had meant nothing. It had only enraged him further. She had taken him to court for domestic violence, but without medical records or visible evidence. Because he had forbidden treatment, there was nothing to prove her claims. The bruises were dismissed as soft tissue injuries, a misdemeanor at best. He would have faced little more than a few months behind bars before being released to torment her again. A tear slipped down her cheek. She wiped it away and pushed off the wall, moving toward the bedroom. She froze in the doorway, gripped by a sudden vision of Daniel unbuttoning his shirt, his cold, soulless eyes fixed on her. Katherina trembled and wrapped her arms around herself, but the chill remained. If she hadn't escaped, it wouldn't have been the first time he forced himself on her. The man she once loved was gone, replaced by something vile and dangerous. She blinked the image away and looked more closely at the room. A new comforter covered the bed. Everything was neatly in place, her belongings returned to their proper spots. If Roman had no intention of letting her return home, why restore it so carefully? She pictured him, his large, powerful frame moving through her space, setting things right with those calloused hands, and the thought felt strangely intimate. As she gathered clean clothes, memories of their night together surfaced, his gentleness, the way he had awakened feelings she thought long dead. He had sparked something in her, something thrilling yet terrifying. She couldn't trust it, not with a man who embodied dominance so completely. She had let her guard down and made a grave mistake. Now she feared the consequences. Though she had showered at Roman's that morning, nothing compared to her clawfoot tub. After nearly an hour of soaking by candlelight, she felt ready to rejoin the world. Dressing, she savored these small comforts and decided she might allow herself more of them. Towel-drying her hair, she descended the stairs, catching the scent of pizza. Her stomach grumbled, reminding her she had skipped breakfast. At the foot of the stairs, she noticed a newspaper in the corner. Frowning, she retrieved it. Roman must have brought it in. She tucked it under her arm and entered the kitchen, where Julieta was already devouring a slice of pepperoni. I'm sorry, Julieta mumbled through a mouthful. I couldn't wait. Katherina laughed. It's okay. She grabbed a plate, took a slice, and settled at the table, unfolding the paper. As she bit into the pizza, her eyes scanned the front page and froze. Another body found. Victim unknown. She skimmed the article, heart pounding at the words, possible animal attack. The blood drained from her face as she lowered the paper. It could mean anything, yet her mind spun back to Roman's claim. The more she considered it, the more it unnerved her. She had dismissed werewolves as folklore, impossible in the real world. Then a darker thought struck. What if he truly believed he was one and acted on it? What if he had killed someone? Had she been intimate with a murderer? Her hands trembled, drawing Julieta's attention. What's wrong? She set the paper down and looked away. Nothing. Julieta frowned. Not nothing, you're pale as a ghost. She reached for the paper, scanned it, and asked, Does this mean something to you? Katherina felt those cerulean eyes studying her closely. No, it's just scary. She bit her lip, debating whether to mention Roman's claims, then decided some things were better left unsaid. Julieta didn't look convinced, but opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by her phone ringing. She rolled her eyes and answered. Katherina stood, gathered the dishes, and moved to the sink. She half heard Julieta's conversation as she stared out the window at the expanse of trees. What might lurk in that vast green? For a fleeting moment, she imagined a large wolf moving through the shadows, eyes glowing under the moon. She blinked hard, banishing the image. Werewolves were fantasy. Roman's talk of pacts and bonds was nonsense. She had thought him delusional, but now she questioned her own mind for entertaining it even briefly. That was Lawrence, Julieta said, pulling her from her thoughts. Katherina turned, leaning against the counter. And? He said, whenever you're ready to come back, your tables are waiting. Katherina considered it, arms crossed as she looked around the restored kitchen. Though it appeared untouched by violence, the sense of vulnerability lingered. She decided to return to work in the evenings. Being at the diner felt like a relief. The familiar buzz of customers, the chatter of regulars. Lawrence beamed at her return, and even grumpy Johnny Campbell offered a crooked grin. No one questioned her absence or the faint bruises. Grateful, she threw herself into the work, turning tables quickly and chatting easily, losing track of time as the night deepened. What's gotten into you? Julieta asked with a grin, falling in beside her at the counter. Katherina glanced at her from beneath her lashes while rolling silverware. Nothing. I'm just happy to be out and about. Julieta smiled and squeezed her shoulder. It's pretty dead now. I'll be in the back counting straws if you need me. Katherina smirked as Julieta disappeared. Good job tonight, Katherina. She looked up and returned Lawrence's warm smile. Thanks. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. You've got a customer, table 8. Her smile widened. I'm on it. She grabbed her notepad and rounded the counter, fishing for a pen as she approached. Hi, welcome to Lawrence. Can I start you off? She lifted her head and froze. The room tilted as crippling fear seized her. Her notepad dropped to the carpet. I say, Daniel growled low, black eyes wide with disbelief. You're one hard bitch to kill. Katherina paled, throat closing around a scream. He lounged heavily in the booth, eyes bloodshot, clothes and hair disheveled from restless, drug-fueled nights. She glanced around desperately. Lawrence was gone. The diner was empty. Despair surged, forcing a scream to her throat. She opened her mouth. I wouldn't, he hissed, eyes glinting coldly. She clamped her mouth shut, trembling under his stare. I killed you, he spat. Fueled by a flash of defiance, the words escaped her. You failed. She knew it was a mistake the moment his gaze sharpened to slits of black ice. He motioned to the seat opposite. Sit. Her knees shook as she eyed the empty spot. I think I'll stand. His expression darkened, promising violence. You would defy me? She shifted uneasily, stomach churning. You need to leave or what? He slammed a fist on the table. What are you going to do? Her heart hammered. She took a step back. You can just leave, and no one has to know. He moved as if to rise. Panic surged. She spun to flee, a cry rising only for a hand to clamp brutally over her mouth, yanking her backwards. An arm locked around her waist. She fought, twisting, kicking, flailing, but it was useless. Realizing he was dragging her toward the door, she bit down hard on his hand. Daniel yelped and jerked away. She opened her mouth to scream, but he fisted her hair cruelly, stifling the sound. Tears stung her eyes as she struggled, but he dragged her outside into the deserted street. He shoved her. She fell hard onto the asphalt, crying out as she rolled to rise, only for a kick to her ribs to stop her cold. Pain exploded, immobilizing her. He hauled her up by her uniform. Daniel, please, she cried brokenly. Shut up, he bellowed, seizing her arm and pulling her toward a darkened alley. A cool breeze brushed her tear-dampened face. Her breaths came ragged, driven by terror as they neared the shadowed passage. If he got her into that alley, she was dead. She bucked and twisted, raking her nails, kicking with desperate force. She refused to go quietly. If he meant to kill her, she would make him work for it. He pushed her into the narrow passage. She stumbled, whirled, and dodged his swinging fists. His anger mounted. He charged. The impact knocked the breath from her lungs as they crashed to the ground. She thrashed beneath him as he straddled her hips. Terror threatened to overwhelm her, but memories of his cruelty, of her lost child, reignited her fight. She struggled to throw him off. "Bitch," he snarled, delivering a hard slap across her face. Pain stunned her. Her hand flattened against the concrete, fingers brushing something cold, glass. She seized the empty wine bottle and smashed it over his head. Glass shattered. She clenched her eyes against the spray and rolled free as he lurched back. Daniel groaned, cradling his head. She scrambled to her feet. His laughter echoed in the shadows. She froze, reaching blindly for support. He staggered into a sliver of moonlight, revealing a deep gash above his left eye, blood streaming down his face, scratches crisscrossing his cheeks. He crouched, breathing heavily, looking murderous. "You've had your fun," he snarled, voice cold enough to chill her spine. He lunged. She braced for the blow, but his hands clamped around her throat. Terror flooded her as she stared into his hatred-filled eyes. He squeezed until her vision dimmed, the world narrowing to black. Just as darkness closed in, Daniel was ripped away. The pressure vanished. She collapsed, coughing and gasping, hand pressed to her throat. She lifted her head. A massive silhouette stood before her, unmistakably Roman, all hard muscle and lethal presence. Daniel dangled in the air, hands clawing at the vice-like grip around his throat. But it wasn't Daniel's peril that stunned her most. It was the wild, savage gleam in Roman's silver eyes, eyes that mirrored the moon above, and the sharp, unmistakable talons at the tips of his fingers, digging into flesh. Katherina sucked in a sharp breath. The sound seemed to reach him. Roman's gaze snapped to her, the ferocity softening into concern as it swept over her. "Katherina," he called gently. She stood frozen, unable to speak, mind reeling. Roman wasn't delusional. Everything he had said was true. Though he hadn't fully transformed, she had glimpsed the beast beneath, and it terrified her to her core. He read her fear and stiffened. "Katherina!" Julieta's voice cut through the dark. She appeared moments later, halting a few feet away, eyes darting between them. Roman turned his attention back to Daniel. In a deep, guttural command, he said, "Take her home." Chapter 28. Roman saw red. He heard nothing, felt nothing, but the frantic pulse beneath his unrelenting fingers, and tightened. "You're dead," he drawled furiously on a low, menacing snarl. "Roman," a feminine voice cut through from somewhere distant, "don't kill him." A hand clamped around his forearm, fingers digging in, struggling to loosen his grip. He was barely aware of anything in that moment. Fury turned deeper, bloodthirsty and primal, stirring the beast within. He felt the imminent shudder beneath his skin, a warning that his other side was rising to the promise of violence. He grinned toothily, imagining the mortal's neck snapping with a simple twist. It would be so easy. "Roman," the voice commanded again. "She will hate you for it." He stiffened as though doused in ice. Dragging his gaze to the woman clutching his arm, he rasped, "Bennett." Julieta peered up at him, eyes pleading. "If you kill him, Katherina will hate you." He tried to process the words through the violent haze clouding his mind. His jaw clenched as he drew a deep, measured breath. "He deserves to die." Her fingers tightened. "Not by you." His silver eyes narrowed on the man turning blue beneath his grip. This pathetic creature had tormented Katherina, bruised her skin in shades of black and blue, split her lip, tried to extinguish the light in her green eyes. He had taken something irreplaceable, leaving her hollow. Fury flared anew, darkening to something ruthless. He could end it now with a flick of his wrist. Katherina would be safe. No more fear. The world would be better without him. "She will hate you for it." Julieta's warning struck deep, resonating through the red haze. Katherina had seen part of his true nature. He remembered the terror in her eyes. Killing this man would only confirm her fear that he was a monster. Reluctantly, His beast growling in protest, he released the man. Daniel crumpled to the pavement in a lifeless heap. Roman stepped back, fists clenched. "Where is she?" he asked Julieta, eyes never leaving the unconscious figure. "She's in the diner." He turned fully to her. "Take her home." The command was iron. "Make sure she stays there." "What are you going to do?" Her gaze flicked briefly to the man at their feet. Roman had no time to answer. A sudden prickle of danger raised the hairs at the nape of his neck. He stiffened. "Get out of here," he growled low warningly. "No." Julieta blanched and spun on her heel as laughter rang from the shadows. Two figures stepped into the moonlight. "Your mercy astounds me," Vaughn hissed, advancing slowly as Draven flanked him. "I doubt Rue would feel the same." Roman narrowed his eyes, fists tightening. "Have you come to finish what you started?" Black eyes glinted savagely. "Nothing would be more gratifying than to watch you bleed." Roman smirked. "Try it. Death awaits you." Vaughn paused, lips curling into a cruel sneer. The darkness shifted, revealing more shapes, multiple pairs of glowing eyes closing in. Roman growled low and summoned his beast. "We need to go," Julieta urged, appearing beside Katherina and grasping her arm. Katherina winced as pain lanced through her ribs. "What's happening?" Her voice rasped painfully as she pressed a palm to her throat. "Julieta," she implored, seizing her friend's forearm. "Did Roman kill him?" Julieta froze under those wide green eyes and shook her head. "No." "You saw him," Katherina asserted. "You saw what he is." Her friend drew a deep breath, shoulders dropping as her expression showed little surprise. Katherina's brows drew together. "Why do you look like you're not shocked?" "Katherina," Julieta interjected, "I'll explain everything later, but now isn't the time." She tightened her grip and pulled her toward the door. "We have to go." A cold draft hit Katherina's face, but it wasn't the air that stopped her, it was the menacing, violent snarls tearing through the night. Fear gripped her, paralyzing. "What is that?" she croaked. Julieta said nothing, only dragged her toward the jeep. "Get in," she ordered sharply. Katherina's heart hammered as another savage growl split the darkness. Roman, terror unlike anything she had ever known, seized her. "Get in the jeep, Katherina," Julieta shouted. Katherina cast one last anguished glance toward the alley, those thunderous snarls echoing in her ears. She climbed in. Julieta started the engine and floored it. The vehicle lurched forward. "You knew?" Katherina asked incredulously, staring at her friend. Julieta gripped the wheel so tightly her knuckles whitened under the passing streetlights. "I wanted to tell you." Katherina shrank against the door, eyes wide with distrust. "What are you?" Cerulean eyes flicked to her briefly before returning to the road. "Human," Julieta assured quickly. "You knew what Roman was and didn't tell me? Would you have believed me?" Katherina fell silent. No, she wouldn't have. She hadn't believed Roman. Now her world had turned upside down. What was happening back there? Julieta exhaled sharply. "I'm not sure, but it didn't look good for any of us." "You're not just human," Katherina pressed. "Are you like him? Are you a werewolf?" The word made her shudder. Julieta chuckled softly over the wheel. "Hardly. I don't find any of this amusing," Katherina snapped. "I'm sorry." Julieta's tone softened with genuine remorse. "This must be terrifying for you." She glanced across the jeep, expression direct. "All those stories you heard as a little girl, things that go bump in the night, they're real." Katherina paled, stomach sinking. "Like what exactly?" Julieta kept her eyes on the road, fingers tight on the wheel. "Werewolves. Vampires." "Vampires?" Katherina exclaimed, shaking her head. "You can't be serious." "I wish I wasn't," Julieta said sincerely. Katherina pressed herself harder against the door. She pushed a shaky hand through her tangled hair, wincing at the ache in her throat. "So, who are you really?" she demanded, eyeing Julieta warily. Julieta sighed. "My father was a hunter. I come from a line of vampire hunters." "You're a vampire hunter?" Katherina asked skeptically. Julieta nodded. "And a waitress," she added with a small grin. "Do you hunt werewolves?" A werewolf becomes a target if they turn rogue. Katherina frowned. Rogue? What is that? A rogue submits completely to carnage. They abandon pack laws, compassion, everything. They live only for bloodshed. Katherina suppressed a shiver, then gasped, remembering the newspaper article. Are there any in Black Mountain? Julieta shook her head. I can't say for certain. There have been 2 attacks so far, and it doesn't look good for Roman. Her heart twisted. Why? Roman is alpha. He's bound by obligations. If a pack member committed those crimes, he'll be held accountable. You hunt vampires. Why not werewolves too? I've only known Roman and his pack. Before me, my father made a pact with Royce Morrissey, alpha of the Black Mountain Pack. Royce? Katherina asked, suddenly curious. Roman's father, Julieta answered. Katherina realized how little she truly knew of Roman, his family, or his world. From what I understand, the wolves wanted to coexist peacefully, undetected among humans. Royce vowed that he and his pack would never harm humans. In fact, they would protect the people of Black Mountain and the surrounding towns. And your father? He wanted the same. In return, he vowed not to hunt any of the wolves, becoming an ally, unless a wolf became a threat. Then the agreement was void for that individual. Katherina sighed, body relaxing slightly as they pulled into her gravel drive. But not all wolves are alike, Katherina, Julieta warned. Some would kill us without hesitation. She trembled at the thought. They stopped just short of the house. Julieta didn't turn off the engine. Katherina frowned. Aren't you coming in? Julieta smiled faintly. Has your trust in me been restored then? She paused. I'm afraid I can't. Panic surged. What do you mean you can't? Julieta shifted to face her. Go inside and lock the doors. Don't open them for anyone but Roman or me. Understand? Katherina paled. How can you leave? I don't want to, Julieta interjected. But wolves shifting in town violates the treaty. I have to report to my family. Understanding dawned. Katherina resisted another shiver. She had never been this terrified, not even with Daniel. She couldn't turn to anyone, not even Roman. Her stomach plummeted as she remembered those inhuman snarls. She had dismissed Roman's claims as madness. Yet, she couldn't deny the pull between them, the irresistible attraction. There's no turning back. Roman's words echoed in her mind, fierce and heated from their night together. You'll be mine. She drew a sharp breath, heart slamming against her ribs. What had she done? She pressed a hand to her mouth to stifle a cry. In the heat of the moment, enthralled by his touch, she hadn't truly registered the words he spoke, the ancient claim. He had bound her to him. They were mates for life. He would come for her, no matter her objections. There was nothing she could do. Katherina, Julieta called softly. It took everything not to collapse into tears. She was retreating, shutting down. How had she let her guard down? How had she fallen for a man who wanted ownership? She didn't know what to say. She needed distance. She pushed open the door and climbed out. Katherina, are you okay? Julieta asked, voice thick with concern. I'm fine, she muttered. I'll see you later. She hurried inside. Roman was bleeding heavily. Warm blood seeped from gashes across his chest and thigh. He hadn't fully shifted, and it had cost him. His attackers had taken their wolf forms, sleek coats gleaming under the moon. He struggled to focus through the onslaught of claws and jaws. His thoughts kept drifting to Katherina. Had Julieta gotten home safely? Was she hurt? Had any of the wolves followed? The thought forced a vicious roar from his throat as he launched into the air, intercepting 2 advancing wolves. He deflected their attacks with practiced ease, but he was weakening fast. They came from every shadow, surrounding him. Vaughn stood apart, smirking. I'll kill you, Roman vowed silently. If any harm comes to her, I'll rip you apart. Jaws clamped around his thigh, nearly dropping him. He seized the wolf's neck and snapped the bone with controlled force. The wolf crumpled. Roman staggered forward, hunched against the pain radiating through his limbs. Do not kill him. Vaughn snarled at the circling wolves. Save him for Rue. Come at me. Roman roared, silver eyes blazing. Vaughn advanced slowly, wolves parting for him. He sneered down at Roman. I will enjoy watching Rue tear you apart. But not before you watch me peel the flesh from your woman. Roman unleashed an unearthly growl and launched himself at Vaughn's throat, mindless of the pain. Caught off guard, Vaughn stumbled back, motioning the others to attack as he narrowly avoided the talons slashing toward his neck. Roman cursed as he met only air and braced for the next wave. He fought them off one by one, strength fading. When his legs finally buckled, pooling blood beneath him, he collapsed to the concrete. Their mocking laughter echoed in the dark as they closed in. Get up. She needs you. You need her. Roman rolled to his knees, gritting his teeth against the taste of blood, and staggered to his feet. The wolves hesitated, exchanging uneasy glances as he loomed before them. Attack. Vaughn bellowed. What the hell are you waiting for? As Roman squared his shoulders for another charge, drawing a ragged breath, he sensed a familiar presence emerge from the darkness. Several figures, one poised at the center. A voice, cold and unlike his beta's usual tone, cut through the night. Kill them softly, boys, Micah announced with chilling calm. Chapter 29. Roman staggered to his feet, gritting his teeth against the searing pain that tore through his body. He swayed, the asphalt seeming to shift beneath him as he clutched his chest, blood seeping between his fingers. He scanned the alley through narrowed eyes. Broken and twisted bodies lay motionless in spreading pools of blood. The ferocious snarls and growls had faded into an eerie stillness. A cold sweat broke across his skin. Vaughn was gone. The bastard had slipped away in the chaos. Roman. Micah emerged from the shadows, steadying him with a hand on his elbow as he assessed the visible wounds under the streetlight. The human is missing, Roman growled low. Had Daniel escaped during the fight? Was he already heading for Katherina? He swallowed a vicious snarl. I need to get to Katherina. Micah tightened his grip. Roman reacted on instinct, baring razor-sharp canines. Let go, he hissed. You're bleeding badly. You need time to heal before you go to her, Micah said firmly. You're no use to her like this. Unacceptable. His mate was in danger. He would not rest until every threat was eliminated. He shoved Micah's hand away. I'm already healing. Roman, these wolves were rogue. He stopped, turned, and fixed his beta with a hard stare. Rogues are solitary. They don't follow anyone's command. Regardless, they targeted you specifically. That kind of coordination doesn't happen without direction. Roman's jaw clenched. Rogues were feral, lawless, rabid beasts that submitted to no one. Rue consorting with rogues? What could he possibly offer to bend such creatures to his will? Dispose of the bodies, he ordered. Micah gave a respectful nod. You need to hunt. I need Katherina, Roman said, the words ringing with finality. The moment Julietta's jeep pulled away, Katherina sank to the floor and let the sobs come. She cried until every buried pain, every memory of cruelty, every fear that had hollowed her out poured free. Her fingers brushed the tender skin of her throat. How much more suffering could one person endure at the hands of men? But the violence she had survived was no longer her greatest fear. She could still see the sharp talons extending from Roman's fingers, the feral red glow in his eyes. She had witnessed the impossible, a creature of legend made real. And she had given herself completely to the alpha of a werewolf pack. She drew a painful breath through her nose. Her ribs ached fiercely, bruised, not broken, but protesting every movement. Her gaze settled on the darkened rooms of her home. The space felt vast and hollow, colder than it had ever been. She had come to Asheville for a fresh start. Instead, she had stumbled into a nightmare beyond anything she could have imagined. Pushing up from the floor, she climbed the stairs. Her heart pounded with urgency, but her limbs felt heavy, burdened by everything she carried. In the bathroom, she flicked on the light and stared at the stranger in the mirror. She didn't recognize herself. The woman looking back had empty eyes, drained of hope. Her hair was a tangled wreck from cruel hands. Her face was streaked with dirt and tears, already swelling toward bruises. She tugged the collar of her uniform aside and revealed the cruel imprint of fingers around her throat. She bit her lip to stop its trembling and fought back fresh tears. It felt as though a hole had been carved into her chest, the pain endless. Her heart raced, blood surging painfully through her veins. She dragged in a ragged breath, feeling her entire world teeter on the edge of collapse. The fear and grief were crushing. She had lost her parents, her child, herself. How much more could she bear? She was exhausted from running, from crying. Daniel wanted her dead. Why keep pretending to live when she barely felt alive at all? She didn't want to fight anymore. She just wanted the pain to stop. Before she realized it, her feet were carrying her downstairs. She flung open the front door. The night air struck her like ice, sharp and merciless. She turned and ran toward the trees. Branches clawed at her, snagging her hair and clothes as if trying to hold her back. But despair was stronger. It drove her deeper into the shadowed woods until she broke through into a clearing and stopped at the sudden drop-off. Her lungs burned. Her breaths came in short, painful gasps. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears. She edged closer to the overhang, staring down into the dark abyss. It would be so easy. One step, one leap. No more running. No more fear. She could be with her parents again. With her child. Her chest rose on a trembling breath. She took another step. Just as she prepared to let go, an image surged into her mind, vivid, overwhelming. Roman's face. She gasped and stumbled back from the edge with a choked cry, collapsing to her knees. She pressed her palms to her face as sobs shook her shoulders. She clawed at the earth, chest aching as though her heart might burst. No matter the pain, no matter the suffering, she could never take her own life. How could she have even considered it? She slammed her fist against the ground, horrified at how close she had come. Daniel's cruelty had nearly claimed her in the end, not through his hands, but through her own despair. She was not this person. She pushed to her feet, bracing against the wind that whipped through the trees. Then something moved in the corner of her vision. She turned, and ice flooded her veins. A creature stood at the edge of the trees, bathed in moonlight. Its eyes burned with a savage red glow. Gray, withered skin stretched tight over jutting bones. Long, slender fingers ended in razor-sharp talons. Its mouth peeled back, revealing lengthening fangs. Vampire. It tilted its head, nostrils flaring as though tasting her scent. Saliva glistened at the corner of its mouth. Katherina's heart slammed against her ribs. Terror consumed her. Death was staring her in the face, and suddenly she wanted nothing more than to live. She took a small step back, eyes locked on the creature. Her gaze darted to the trees on her right. She could run, but she knew it would be faster. Its fangs would be in her throat before she could scream. She scanned the ground frantically for anything she could use. Her fingers closed around a warped stick. She snatched it up and brandished it between them. Her hands shook as she backed toward the trees. The vampire's mouth widened in a grotesque grin. It stalked forward. Katherina swung the stick in a wide arc. It connected with a wet crack, drawing a streak of dark blood across the creature's face. Before it could recover, she spun and ran. Branches slapped her face and arms as she tore through the woods. She heard the creature crashing behind her, its shrieking cry close, too close. Talons ripped into her shoulder. She was yanked backwards with brutal force and slammed to the ground. She fought wildly, but the creature was impossibly strong. Just as she drew breath to scream, fangs sank deep into her throat. Pain exploded. She felt the vampire drinking, greedy and relentless, talons digging deeper as it pinned her down. Her scream faded. Strength drained from her limbs. The only sound was the wet pull of its feeding. In a final, desperate effort, she clawed at the skeletal hands on her shoulders. They only tightened. The pain crested, then began to dull. A strange peace crept in. She felt herself slipping, weightless, free of anguish. Her body went limp. Her vision blurred, fixed on a pair of smoldering gray eyes. Then a soul-shaking roar tore through the trees. Her eyes fluttered open. A massive wolf crouched low, lips peeled back from enormous canines. Silver eyes blazed with fury, every hair on its pelt bristling. The vampire released her instantly. She dropped heavily to the earth, pain flooding back in waves. Tears stung her eyes. Roman had come for her. For a brief moment, there was only silence, two predators measuring each other. Then Katherina's vision dimmed. She surfaced again to violent snarls and the sickening sound of tearing flesh. Her stomach lurched. She tried to push herself up, but her body refused to move. The sounds continued, growls, hisses, the wet rip of tissue, until at last an uneasy quiet fell. She lay still, heart racing, terrified of what she would find. Then gentle hands lifted her, cradling her against a broad, warm chest. She felt herself being carried, weightless in arms that sheltered both man and beast. Her head rested against a powerful shoulder. She forced her eyes open and met a gaze burning silver, the beast still close to the surface. A ragged breath caught in her throat. "I'm sorry," she whispered, pain lancing through every word. A tear slipped free. Roman cupped her face tenderly, brushing the tear away. "Don't think of it, sweetheart. I don't know what each syllable brought fresh agony." Warm blood trickled beneath her collar. He shifted her closer, holding her against his bare chest. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat filled her ears. Unable to fight any longer, she let herself drift, carried by the safety of his arms. Chapter 30. Katherina lay lifeless in his arms, her skin an ominous pallor that warned of death. His hold tightened protectively around her as his eyes scanned the stretch of trees, alert to every rustle and stir of the night, braced for another rogue to emerge at any moment. The moon's silver light pressed against his back, its pull urging his wolf to rise again and surrender to the unrelenting rage coursing through his veins. Her breathing had grown alarmingly shallow, her heartbeat faint, tethered to the edge of endless darkness. He could not lose her, not now, not ever. The thought of a lifetime without her was unbearable. He would die 1,000 deaths before yielding to his own if it meant keeping her safe. "Stay with me, baby," he whispered, fear roughening his voice. When he reached her house at last, he kicked the front door open and carried her gently to the living room couch. He stalked to the kitchen, seized the wall phone, and jabbed at the buttons with blood-smeared fingers. Her blood. The room seemed to drain of color, fading to stark black and white, except for that vivid red. It blazed against everything else, twisting his heart with dread. It enraged him. It terrified him. Hadn't she suffered enough? Hadn't he sworn to protect her? If she died, he would never forgive himself. His world would end with her last breath, and only then would he unleash the full savagery within him. Pack laws, alpha rank, none of it would matter. Those responsible would die slowly and violently. A cold sweat broke over him as he forced his trembling hands to dial. He barely registered the voice that answered before growling Katherina's address and hanging up. It felt like an eternity passed as he paced the living room floor before Adeline appeared in the doorway, her medicine satchel gripped in weathered hands. "What the hell took you so long?" Roman demanded, his voice a fierce growl as he pinned the elder with intense gray eyes. She stepped inside cautiously, her dark gaze shifting from Katherina to the restless Alpha. How long since she was bitten? Roman exhaled sharply, shoving a hand through his hair. "I don't know, maybe 20 minutes. Adeline moved past him, the sharp scent of herbs clinging to her as she knelt beside the couch to examine the wounds. "She has lost a great deal of blood." Roman stiffened, paling. "You say that like there's nothing to be done." The older woman looked up at him with timeless eyes. "Her wounds are grave, Roman." His hands fisted at his sides, jaw tight. "Then you have a lot of work ahead of you, old woman." She paused, then gave a curt nod. She opened her satchel and drew out herbs and salve. Did the creature force her to drink its blood? He froze mid-step, turning murderous. No. It was rogue, driven by thirst, not intent to turn her. Nonetheless, I must be certain. He sighed heavily, running a bloodied hand through his hair again as his gaze fixed worriedly on Katherina. She looked like death itself, hovering on its edge. Despite every effort to pull her back, he knew there was little he could do but entrust her to the healer. He could not lose her. Not when he had only just found her. Perhaps you should clean yourself and put on clothes, Adeline suggested without looking up from her work. I will not leave her, he growled. Adeline turned, fixing him with a stern gaze. She will not be herself when she wakes. We must calm her, not alarm her. The blood covering you may do the latter. Your pacing distracts me. Go. I will return shortly, he muttered, reluctant, casting one last fearful glance at Katherina. If she dies. Your threats change nothing, Alpha. Leave me to my work. Roman headed to his loft, the image of Katherina trapped in the vampire's skeletal grasp replaying endlessly, its fangs buried in her throat, blood streaming down her uniform. His wolf had erupted instinctively, bones snapping and flesh tearing as he shifted. In fur and fury, he had charged the undead, driven by the helpless woman pinned between them. The taste of tainted blood still lingered, sour in his mouth. He had kept vampires out of his territory for years. What was one doing in Black Mountain now? And why had Julieta left Katherina alone after what happened at the diner? He reached the loft quickly and stepped into the shower. He scrubbed away the grime and death, watching her blood swirl down the drain as though the creature had never existed. He braced his fists against the tile, head bowed beneath the cascade of water, hair plastered to his face. That image of Katherina refused to fade. An ache settled deep in his chest. He wanted nothing more than to hold her, to kiss away her tears, to be her shelter. He remembered the first time he saw her in that red dress, hauntingly beautiful and shadowed by grief. Her large, sage-green eyes had captured him instantly. He had wanted to run his fingers through her dark hair, to kiss those soft rose lips until she forgot everything but him. But he wanted more. He wanted to be her peace, her remedy for every wound life had dealt her. If he could take her pain into himself, he would do it without hesitation. He wanted every moment with her, kissing her, touching her, loving her. He wanted her forever at his side, forever in his heart. He loved her. And he would be damned if he lost her. Lost in thought, he lost track of time. He shut off the water, wrapped a towel around his hips, and stepped out. He crossed to the bar and poured a heavy glass of whiskey. The burn traced down his throat as a voice broke the silence. You look as though you could use some company. Roman inhaled sharply through his nose, tightening his grip on the glass as he turned slowly. Lorelei stood across the room, gazing at him with heated, sensual eyes. Her black hair cascaded in satin waves. Leather pants hugged every curve, and her low-cut tank drew deliberate attention to her figure. She had chosen the outfit with seduction in mind. It had no effect. She stepped closer, heels clicking sharply on the concrete. You look stricken, my beloved, she purred, eyes trailing down his bare torso to the towel at his hips. What are you doing here? He growled. She shrugged a shoulder, inching nearer. I heard about your woman and came to offer comfort. She stopped just inches away, tongue darting across her lips as she admired his chest. I thought perhaps you and I could. When she reached to touch him, he seized her wrists in an iron grip. You thought wrong, he snarled, shoving her back. Get out. A flash of pain crossed her face before hardening into contempt. How dare you treat me this way? You would take a human, but refuse me. She paused as he turned back to his drink. What does it matter now that she's dead? Roman froze. Despair clawed at his heart for a heartbeat, then suspicion surged. He turned slowly, pinning her with arctic gray eyes. What have you done? Realizing her mistake, Lorelei stepped back, unease flickering across her features. What the fuck did you do? He snarled, advancing. You damned fool, she cried, retreating further. Do you not see what that human is doing to you? I was meant to be yours, not some pathetic mortal. His eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. Did you have something to do with the attack on my mate? The emphasis on mate struck her like a blow. She froze, chin raised defiantly. You're damn right I lured that vampire and placed it in her path. I thought if her throat was torn out, you would come to your senses. You were meant to be. You bitch. He lunged, seizing her throat in his calloused hands as a violent growl erupted from his chest. He spun her and slammed her against the bar, bottles rattling. She cried out in pain, but the sound was cut short by the crushing pressure of his fingers. His talons extended, piercing skin and drawing blood. She clawed at his chest, but he felt nothing through the red haze. She might be Pac, might be Lugaru, but she had tried to kill his mate. For that, she would die. Ron. Micah's voice cut through the fury. Let her go, you're killing her. Strong hands pried him off, shoving him back until his vision cleared. Micah stood braced between them, facing a gasping, buckling Lorelei. His wolf barely leashed. Roman glared at his beta, silver eyes blazing. Move or I'll throw you aside. Micah held firm, chin lifted in quiet respect. I won't let you do this. Roman's nostrils flared as he fought to contain the rage. He pinned Lorelei with a murderous stare. You will leave my sight and this pack. From this moment, you are banished. Set foot on my territory again, and I will finish what I began. Lorelei staggered upright, rubbing her reddened throat where his talons had pierced. She cast a wary glance at Roman before scrambling for the door. What the hell were you thinking? Micah demanded once she was gone. Have you lost your mind? You know nothing of her crimes. She lured a rogue vampire into town. That alone justifies banishment. But scheming to kill my mate? That condemns her to death. If her plan succeeds, I will hunt her down and end her. Micah stiffened. I'm sorry. I didn't know. He paused. What of the vampire? Do you think it was behind the killings? Roman nodded, rubbing his jaw. Yes, and it's no longer a threat. His beta sighed and settled onto a bar stool. I'm sorry about Katherina. If it had been Luna, I would have killed her myself. He hesitated. You could always turn her. I will not turn her without her consent, Roman said stiffly. You may not have a choice. Of course I've considered it, Roman snapped. But what good is turning her if she cannot accept what I am? What good is it if you lose her? Roman fell silent, expression grim. I would rather have her love for a short time than her hatred for eternity. The pain was unbearable. She burned, drowning in it. The darkness called to her. Peaceful, empty of murderous exes, fanged horrors, and razor talons. But also empty of Roman. Her eyes flew open at the thought, a pained breath escaping as she pushed weakly against the hands tending her. Roman, she cried, voice raw, longing for the safety of his arms. You mustn't move, came an aged, feminine voice. An elderly woman leaned over her, smelling strongly of herbs and medicine, familiar somehow. Katherina wrinkled her nose against the scent and turned her face into the couch cushion, groaning as another wave of agony ripped through her. Her nails raked the fabric. Where was Roman? How could he leave her alone? Please try not to move. You'll disturb your wounds, the woman soothed. Roman. Where is Roman? Katherina cried, tears burning behind her lashes as her head thrashed weakly. Please. I'm here, sweetheart. Suddenly, he was beside her, his rich, masculine scent wrapping around her like comfort. His hand brushed her cheek gently. Her chest shuddered. Pain weighed her eyelids down, but she felt him, felt the deep timbre of his voice rumbling through his chest. Do you not have a sedative? He asked the woman sharply. Yes, of course. I'll make tea to go with it. But Roman, it's not wise to move her yet. Do as I ask. Get the sedative. Pain flared as he lifted her into his arms. She cried out. Forgive me, sweetheart, he whispered, pressing his lips to her forehead. He carried her from the living room, through the parlor, and up the stairs, her head resting against the steady beat of his heart. For a moment, she drifted into painless darkness, then the sound of running water pulled her back. I must remove your clothes, beauty, Roman said softly, bracing her against his shoulder. I only want to clean the blood from you. She tried to nod, but even that small motion reignited the fire in her throat. Why did it burn so fiercely? His hands moved with impossible gentleness for a man of his size, hands she knew intimately for their tenderness. Soon, the torn, bloodied uniform lay discarded on the floor. Katherina forced her eyes open against the sudden light and looked at the man holding her. The steel had left his gaze, replaced by soft gray warmth. His touch carried only concern and love. For a moment, it stole her breath. He rose with her cradled securely in his arms, stepped forward and, still clothed, sank carefully into the filled tub. Water surged over the sides as he submerged them both. Katherina gasped as warmth enveloped her. Some of the pain eased, soothed by the heat. "Relax against me," he murmured. He brushed hair from her face and began gently washing the blood from her skin. She surrendered to exhaustion, leaning fully into his strength as he cleansed her body of the attack. With every careful stroke, the pain receded. "What were you thinking?" His voice rumbled low beneath her ear, stirring her from the haze. She sensed his anger and his fear. She could hardly blame him. Shame burned through her for what she had nearly done. "I'm sorry," she whispered, blinking back tears. He was silent for a long moment. Then his hand settled at the small of her back, stroking gently along her spine. "I'm sorry I didn't get there sooner," he said gravely. His breath shook. "You cannot know the terror that grips me at the thought of losing you. I would defy the heavens for you. I would face Hades himself to lay your enemies at your feet." He tilted her face to his. Their eyes met, his filled with fierce devotion. He traced her jaw tenderly. "The moon may call my beast, but you, my green-eyed beauty, have claimed me entirely. I will destroy anyone who tries to tear us apart." Chapter 31. Roman stood over the bed, eyes fixed on the slow rise and fall of Katherina's chest as she slept. His gaze shifted briefly to Adeline, who sat at the bedside applying salve to the lesser scrapes visible on her skin. He was grateful the sedative had taken hold, granting Katherina a brief escape from both physical and emotional agony. His jaw tightened. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at her again. He would give anything to ease her suffering, to erase the sorrow that so often shadowed her green eyes. She had been battered and broken until life itself seemed to have drained from her. How much more could his little woman endure? He was alpha of the Black Mountain Pack. He could command and govern countless others, yet here he stood, utterly helpless, unable to aid the one who needed him most. How could he possibly heal the grief that haunted her? Had she not suffered enough cruelty at the hands of others? That thought brought a far more urgent concern to the surface. The fates had given him a beautiful, courageous mortal as his mate, but her humanity could prove her undoing. If she remained human, he would expose her to endless violence and danger. She would always be vulnerable to his enemies. You could always turn her. Micah's earlier words echoed in his mind. He tried to push them aside, but hesitated, turning the possibility over with careful weight. Mortals rarely survived a werewolf's bite. If any ever had, he had never heard of it. The transition was excruciating, a brutal ordeal that tore through flesh, bone, and mind. For someone as fragile as Katherina, the pain would be unimaginable. Even if she survived the change, would she accept it? She had fought so fiercely for her freedom. Would turning her simply trade one cage for another? She would be bound to the moon, forever tethered to a beast. No matter how desperately he wanted to keep her at his side forever, he would not condemn her to an eternity of torment. "Well," he demanded of the elder, voice dark with a scowl. Adeline's weathered hands paused, but she kept her back to him as she answered gravely, "There isn't much more to be done." A cold sweat broke across Roman's skin. He stiffened beneath the dim light. "I'll not accept that," he growled. The elder's shoulders sagged with a heavy breath. She rose and met his gaze with timeless eyes. "Roman, perhaps you." He raised a hand to silence her. "No, I'll not think of it." "You would let her die then?" Adeline asked, her words echoing Micah's earlier challenge. In the depths of her dark eyes, he glimpsed a knowing glint, as though she understood something he did not. He dismissed it as superstition and raked a hand through his hair, stomach churning at the thought of death stealing his heart. "She yearns for freedom. I cannot offer that." Adeline stepped closer. "Have you not fought to keep her? Have you not defied pack law and your own people to claim a mortal as yours? And now you would simply allow death to take her." His eyes flared with anger as he spun to face her. Do you not think it cruel and selfish to force the change on her? If she does not survive the bite, then I have killed her. I cannot live with that. And if, by some miracle, she does survive? Adeline asked with quiet severity. I could offer her nothing but an eternity chained to a beast. What kind of life is that for a woman who has already endured so much loss? The elder fell silent, considering his words. She glanced at Katherina, still and pale in the bed. You speak for her heart, but what do you truly know of her desires? Roman went still. His gaze moved from Adeline to his mate. He did not know what to do. Either path was a gamble with her life. He could let her slip away and end her suffering, or risk the bite in the hope of saving her. Could he let her go? Could he bear to force the change? A sound came from downstairs, the front door. Every muscle in Roman's body went rigid. He stalked from the bedroom with a low snarl. Where is she? Julieta demanded, consternation clear on her face. He loomed at the top of the stairs, eyes burning silver. Did I not order you to stay with her and keep her safe? His hand tightened on the banister, wood creaking under the pressure. Julieta climbed the first few steps, blue eyes flashing. I don't take orders from you, Morrissey. Her anger softened into worry. How is she? See for yourself, he growled, turning away with a scowl. He braced himself in the doorway, gaze sweeping fearfully over Katherina's pale, still form. What if he offered her the bite? Would her body accept it, or reject it? Would she hate him for choosing to keep her at such a cost? A sharp gasp sounded beside him. He glanced down at Julieta. Her eyes widened in horror. What did this? A vampire, he answered, accusation threading through the word. Her gaze snapped to him, narrowing. Are you suggesting this is my fault? Roman's mouth curled in a snarl. Is it not your duty to rid the world of them? You seem to have fallen short, Huntress. Julieta's eyes blazed. She stepped forward, jabbing a finger into his chest. How dare you blame me, you mangy bastard? Last I checked, you were still alpha of this region. Isn't it your responsibility to keep them out? He advanced until they were nearly nose to nose, violence flickering in his gaze. She was vulnerable, and you left her. Perhaps if you hadn't been so focused on vengeance, this wouldn't have happened. Enough. Adeline's voice cracked like a whip. She appeared between them, pushing them apart. Blaming each other changes nothing. It helps her not at all. Julieta drew a steadying breath, chin lifting defiantly. You're wrong if you think I feel no guilt. She crossed the room and settled beside Katherina, gently taking her friend's limp hand in her own. Minutes stretched into hours of heavy silence, then into relentless pacing. Before Roman knew it, the sun had risen, a new day breaking. Katherina remained still, as though death held her by fragile threads, ready at any moment to snuff out the light in her green eyes. Julieta had not moved from her friend's side, stroking Katherina's hand with quiet tenderness. Roman sensed the weight of her guilt in the slump of her shoulders. He realized his anger toward her had been misplaced, nothing more than fury turned inward. He felt utterly helpless, unsure how to save the woman he loved. He prayed for a miracle. He resumed pacing, shoving a hand through his tousled hair, a habit that had only grown more pronounced with each unchanging hour. For hours, he wrestled with the decision to turn her. Her life hung in the balance, yet he lacked the courage to act. What if she survived the change only to despise him for it? He was not certain he could endure her hatred. Even if she lived, he would have bound her to an eternity of shifting pain, bones breaking, flesh tearing. Some viewed the gift as a curse and fought their own beast. What if she came to resent it too? The questions burned through him, holding him back from any choice. He remembered his vow to her, that nothing would divide them, not even death. And here she lay, nearly in death's grasp, while he hesitated. You fool, his conscience whispered. You have defied every obstacle. Will you now let another stand between you and what is yours? His wolf stirred uneasily beneath his skin, rousing with the sense that something was terribly wrong. Adeline, who had been standing by the window, suddenly turned. Concern flickered across her face as she crossed quickly to the bed. Roman froze at the foot of the mattress. Julieta sat up sharply, clutching Katrina's hand, her face draining of color. His silver eyes widened with dread as Adeline placed a weathered hand over Katrina's heart. He strained to hear what should have been there. Her heartbeat. Seconds stretched into an agonizing wave of fear that coiled around his spine like ice. Adeline lifted troubled eyes and gave a slow, sorrowful shake of her head. Julieta let out a broken cry, pressing a hand to her mouth to stifle another. Roman's eyes widened in disbelief. He shook his head slowly, gaze locked on Katrina. No, the word escaped on a ragged breath. The floor tilted beneath him. He pressed his hands to his head, fighting the vertigo as the world receded into emptiness. He dropped to his knees. A black tide of rage and anguish surged through him, ripping his beast to the surface. His talons lengthened, fueled by vengeful fire. He drove them into the hardwood, gouging deep furrows as his muscles bulged and quivered with barely contained madness. He reared back and unleashed a deafening, soul-shattering roar toward the ceiling. Despair clawed at him, threatening to tear him apart. His bones began to shudder with the first cracks of transformation. He welcomed the agony, letting it flood through him in a storm of splintering and fracturing. As his beast fully emerged, he surged from the room. Chapter 32. Unbridled, heedless rage propelled him through the trees. His eyes, glazed with an impenetrable red sheen, glinted like sharp rubies beneath the moon's pale light. Tonight, however, the silver orb held no sway over him. Nothing could temper the molten violence surging through his veins. He tore through the dense undergrowth, limbs splintering and snapping in his wake. The festering madness grew stronger, fed by the torturous image of his beautiful, human mate seared into his mind. He had known from the first moment he saw her that she was meant for him alone. He should have claimed her long ago, regardless of her mortality. His fingers burned with the memory of her soft skin cradled in his palms. That recollection struck his chest like a brutal blow. The pain was unbearable. He needed her more than air. Without her, there was no life, no purpose. She had been his purpose. Red static consumed his vision. He relied solely on his heightened senses as he launched through the night, driven by an insatiable need for bloodshed. Tonight, he would drown in it. I can't believe this has happened. Julieta wiped tears from her face and settled beside Katrina, willing life back into her motionless friend. I should have stayed with her, she whispered, voice hollow and broken. How could she have let this happen? She should have been honest from the beginning. She should have warned Katrina of the dangers in Black Mountain. She should have cautioned her about Roman Morrissey. Instead, she had encouraged something perilous from the start. Now her friend was gone. She had abandoned Katrina in her hour of need. She lifted her head, suppressing fresh tears, and rose to her feet. Her hand reached for the .40 Smith & Wesson holstered at the small of her back. The elderly woman straightened at the sight of the weapon. Just what do you plan to do? Julieta's glassy cerulean eyes glinted with unshed tears. I'm going to kill them all. Adeline raised a brow. I would advise against it. Julieta narrowed her gaze and raised the pistol. Tread lightly, elder. I intend to end every supernatural creature in this town. Her expression turned cold and calculating, revealing the skilled huntress beneath the small-town waitress. If not for your attempt to save her, I would kill you too. Adeline remained unruffled, meeting Julieta's stare with timeless calm. What if I told you she could be saved? Cerulean eyes narrowed to thin slits of disbelief. Julieta gave a small shake of her head. How? The elder shifted her dark, knowing gaze to Katrina's still form. Because like Katrina, I too was once human. She paused. And I died. They were all there, his pack. Gathered in a moonlit clearing among the trees for the full moon. He perched on an overhang, surveying them through gleaming eyes, carefully separating the innocent from those who would soon face his wrath. As he descended, he crouched low, jowls peeling back to reveal long canines. A menacing growl tore from his throat, splitting the night air. Countless eyes turned toward him. Sensing the rising violence, Malachi and Isla were the first to retreat into the shadows, guiding their cubs, Miko and Nolan, to safety. Nikolai, Mikhail, and Wulfric stood to his left. He dismissed them as threats. Alaric and his mate Willow stood to his right. Alaric instinctively edged closer to protect her. His furious gaze settled on Draven, the one whose loyalty had always been suspect, especially after the alley attack. "You're on my list." His red fixed stare radiated feral madness. After tonight, he knew he would never be the same. Because she was gone. He shifted his attention across the gathered wolves and fixed on Sabine. "Where is Lorelei?" he demanded of her sister. Sabine's dark eyes shimmered with despair. She bowed her head. "She is gone." Roman closed the distance between them. Sabine held still beneath the open rage in his unrelenting gaze. "Know this, if you played any part in my mate's death, I will not hesitate to rip out your throat. Your sister has sealed her fate. I will not rest until she is dead. Have you anything to say?" A tremor ran through her fur. "I knew nothing of her plans. If I had, I would have stopped her. My sister is lost to me now." She lifted sorrowful eyes to him. "Please believe me, Roman." I didn't know. He did believe her. The raw anguish of losing her sister forever was reflected painfully in her gaze. Lorelei. Target number 1. He would scour the earth for her. She would flee, sensing his pursuit. He had nothing left, no emotion, no purpose, except the single, burning flame of madness. Vengeance fueled him now, and nothing would extinguish it until he ended those responsible for Katrina's death. Only then did Vaughn and Kara step forward from the darkness. Vaughn nudged Kara aside, a clear signal that violence was imminent. The sight of Vaughn doubled Roman's rage, churning it into the shattered hollow where his heart had been. A thunderous growl rolled from his throat as Vaughn advanced, eyes mirroring the same red-hot fury. Before Roman could strike, another massive shape emerged from the shadows. The violence within him surged tenfold. "Nico." The wolf padded closer, but kept a deliberate distance from Vaughn. It appeared he had come for a confrontation, one Roman intended to win. Vaughn stood no chance, but Nico Rue was a worthy adversary. The wolf carried secrets and often moved alone in darkness, despite his claim to alpha status. It puzzled Roman. Perhaps Nico had motives beyond leadership. Their rivalry had begun in youth, the day Roman's father brought Nico into the pack. Nico was formidable, but this pack belonged to Roman. He would not surrender his rank to anyone. After today, after losing the one thing that mattered more than his position, he could not endure another moment without her. His purpose now was destruction. And Vaughn would serve as the first offering. He shifted his full attention to the smaller wolf. "You're a fool if you think you can best me." Vaughn's black eyes sharpened. "You should have died in that alley. Where's your beta now?" Roman snarled. "Where's your pack of rogues? Did you slaughter them once they served their purpose? No one tames rogues, especially not a pack of them. You use and discard without honor. You are unworthy of this pack. Your death is upon you." Vaughn answered with a rising growl, hunching low, muscles taut as he braced for the attack. "It's a shame your bitch rolled into her grave." I had a fitting surprise for her. Hellfire erupted beneath Roman's fur. He unleashed an ear-shattering roar and lunged. Their bodies collided with bone-jarring force, rolling beneath the moonlight. They snapped and snarled, spittle flying as they tore into one another. Vaughn's canines sank into Roman's flank. He bellowed in fury. Roman twisted, sinking his teeth deep into Vaughn's thick fur and wrenching hard. A grunt of pain tore from his opponent's throat. They grappled and twisted, momentum carrying them into the dirt. This time, Roman gained the advantage. With a savage growl that echoed his rage, he latched onto Vaughn's throat and ripped out his jugular. Julieta stared at the elder as though she had grown serpents from her head. "You were once human?" Adeline gave a concise nod, gaze fixed on Katrina. "I was the healer of my people. I came from a village and one day found a man, naked and wounded, on a trail I often walked to gather herbs." Her expression carried the weight of memory, a faint flicker of pain in her dark eyes. "I did not know then that he was anything but human. He was Lugaru. Alistair." She drew a slow breath. The attraction was immediate, like an invisible thread pulling us together. We could not bear to be apart. It was not long before he revealed his true nature. A beast bound to the moon, determined to claim me as his mate. Julieta stepped back and sank into the chair against the wall, captivated by the elder's story. I was horrified. I fled. But without him, an emptiness consumed me unlike anything I had ever known. I needed him with every part of myself. I did not understand then that something extraordinary was at work. His pack had warned against taking a human mate. It was forbidden. By law, they hunted me down and killed me. Julieta's breath caught at the pain glistening in those ancient eyes. The elder continued. It seems Alistair's ancestors omitted one crucial detail. Julieta leaned forward. What? Adeline's gaze returned to Katherina, soft with understanding. It is said the Lugaru are hounds of hell, enslaved to the moon's cruel mastery. But even the moon can be merciful, granting a sliver of its power to certain humans. Most wolves are born, rarely turned. A human carrying the dormant gene of a werewolf is unheard of. Some live entire lives unaware of their destiny, while their destined mates suffer the torment of the bonded call, descending into madness. But there are those fortunate enough to meet their true life mate. She paused. Julieta held her breath. When my mate's pack hunted me and ended my life, I soon discovered my true fate. To awaken that dormant gene, you must touch the depths of your soul. You must die. Realization dawned. Julieta looked at Katherina with new hope. You're saying she's like you? That she carries the dormant gene? Adeline nodded. Yes. Julieta's brows furrowed. How can you be certain? Because once you understand what you carry within yourself, you recognize the same in another. We are alike. I sense the faintest trace of it in her, buried beneath layers of pain. Are there others in Black Mountain? Julieta's face paled as another thought struck her. She swallowed. Am I? No, Adeline said gently. You do not carry the gene. And yes, there are others like us here, but I cannot reveal them. Why? Because it is a sacred secret of our ancestors. Our numbers dwindle. Those who carry the dormant gene are our renewal. Their identities must remain hidden. Our enemies would seek them out and destroy them. Julieta's shoulders sagged with the weight of the revelation. She looked at Katherina with concern. Why didn't he just turn her? Adeline moved to the herbs on the nightstand. I urged him to do so, to spare her the traumatic awakening from death. One does not return from the afterlife unchanged. Turning her would have eased that shock. Why didn't you tell him? He was against changing her, yet it would have spared her this. Dark eyes met Julieta's across the room. I am bound by the decree of my mate's ancestors. There are things I must allow to unfold, no matter my desire to intervene. I have already overstepped by telling you. Then why did you? Because even you, Huntress, are bound by certain laws. I trust you will not endanger your friend. So what happens now? Julieta asked. How long before she wakes? Not long. Hope flared in Julieta's chest. She surged to her feet and began pacing, unable to stay still. Minutes stretched on, agonizing, endless, until a faint sound stopped Julieta in her tracks. Her eyes locked on Katherina. Her friend's chest rose with a slow, shallow breath. Chapter 33. Her thoughts drifted into a vision of a white realm, so beautiful, so enchanting, that the moment she arrived within its pearly dome, she felt only the abiding warmth of perfect tranquility. She stood upon a delicate, gossamer surface, yet despite its ethereal fragility, she felt utterly secure. All around her, a harmonious symphony of cherubic voices sang in divine union. There was no danger here. No pain, no heartache. Not even a trace of darkness, only everlasting light. Then someone called her name. She turned. A breath caught in her lungs, her heart fluttering wildly as her eyes fixed on a man and woman standing several feet away. Beyond them stretched a line of countless others, their faces veiled in shimmering golden light. Somehow she knew they were her family. Tears spilt freely down her cheeks as she looked back at the couple. Untouched by the tragedy that had claimed them, their faces radiated complete happiness and peace. Her parents. More tears fell as she took an instinctive step toward them, longing to feel their arms around her only to freeze when a small child stepped out from behind them. The boy, no more than 5 or 6, clung affectionately to her mother's leg. She went still. Her mouth fell open on a hitched breath. The little boy gazed up at her with unmistakable green eyes, eyes so familiar they seized her heart. In that instant, she knew. He was hers. Her child. The little boy she had lost. They smiled at her. The 3 of them, her parents and her son. That gentle welcome urged her forward. She reached out a hand, eyes fixed earnestly on her boy. But with every step she took, they seemed to drift farther away. Something was pulling her back. Then they vanished. The pearly world dissolved, replaced by a tide of unimaginable, excruciating pain. In one fluid motion, Roman wrenched violently, tearing out Vaughn's throat. Blood sprayed the air as the smaller wolf collapsed into a lifeless heap of mangled fur, crimson pooling beneath him. A piercing scream shattered the night. Roman's red-glazed eyes shifted to Kara, Vaughn's mate, as she rushed to his side, nudging him frantically with her muzzle. She whimpered, shifting from paw to paw, eyes wild with disbelief. She lifted her head. Her unearthly blue gaze locked on him, feral with despair. "You've killed him." Her cry echoed in his mind. She turned fully to face him, red fur bristling, jowls peeling back in a grave snarl. "You bastard!" She launched at him. He dropped her in one swift motion, canines clamping around her throat and pinning her to the ground. She squirmed, whimpering as she tried to break free, but he held fast. "I should kill you," he warned, tightening his grip just enough to emphasize the threat. "But I will spare you because I understand your grief. Leave now and I will let you go." Part of him wanted to let her go. The anguish in her eyes mirrored his own. He had just killed her mate. That pain was fathomless. Nothing could ease it. Yet another part, the vicious, unhinged part, craved more blood. He could taste Kara's blood on his tongue, mingled with Vaughn's, and he wanted more. He questioned his own sanity. Had he turned rogue? The red haze in his eyes slowly faded, allowing clearer thought, something no true rogue could manage. Every rogue he had ever encountered reveled in slaughter, thriving on innocent blood. But could a rogue retain any thread of sanity? "I would rather you kill me." Kara's plea snapped him back. He considered it. It would be a kindness. She could not live without her mate, and neither could he. Once bonded, their souls were entwined. If one died, the other soon followed. It was only a matter of time. "Do not run." Micah's command cut through the haze. Roman felt his beta draw near. "If you kill her, you're letting the rogue take you. Release her. You don't want her blood on your hands." Roman weighed the words. Killing Kara would only feed the hunger. No amount of death would ease the loss of Katherina. He released her and stepped back. Kara rolled to her feet and padded to Vaughn's side. She settled beside him, tongue lapping gently at his bloodied muzzle. "I shall not be so kind," Nico's voice rumbled darkly in his mind. Roman turned crimson eyes toward his adversary. Nico advanced, ebony coat gleaming beneath the moon. "At last, you've come out of the shadows to face me, brother?" Nico bared his canines in a snarl. With every step Nico took, Roman mirrored him in the opposite direction, cautious, muscles coiled for the kill. The rest of the pack remained near but would not interfere, no matter the victor. "My father took you in when your pack abandoned you," Roman said. "And this is how you repay him?" A flicker of pain crossed Nico's gray-green eyes. Gone in an instant, replaced by cold fury. "Relinquish your rank to me now, and I will spare you, brother." Roman's chuckle echoed in Nico's mind. Once, he had considered Nico a brother. They had hunted together, played together in youth. But Roman had always sensed the darkness behind those eyes, rage Nico never explained. He kept his secrets close and preferred solitude to the pack. It puzzled Roman why Nico craved alpha status when he shunned companionship. A lone wolf was a dead wolf. That was why he had banished Lorelei. She would return seeking forgiveness, and then he would end her. "I do not want to kill you," Roman said, "but I will if I must." "What would your father think of you now?" Nico sneered. You, who took a human as mate. You, who claim to uphold our feral laws. Are you not guilty of manipulating others against me? Is that not one of our laws? Your thirst for bloodshed is merely a gateway to the savagery consuming you. You stand on the edge of madness. Perhaps I should end your misery, brother. Nico crouched low, ears erect, black fur bristling with rage. Roman's lips curled back, exposing bloodied incisors as he braced for the attack. Just as they prepared to lunge, something in the air stilled them both. Roman kept Nico in his peripheral vision while scanning the encroaching darkness. It settled like an ominous veil, carrying a palpable sense of evil. The pack drew closer, snarls rising in unison against the approaching threat. Roman's muscles tensed, ready for whatever emerged. The fine hairs along his coat stood on end as his ears caught the chilling sound of chains unraveling. Something warned him. They had come to collect. Katherina awoke on a strangled cry, body thrashing beneath tangled blankets. Sweat-soaked clothes clung to her skin as pain, unlike anything she had ever known, surged through her limbs. She sobbed uncontrollably as agony threatened to tear her apart. Her skin felt as though it were ripping open. Her bones shuddered, then snapped like brittle twigs, wrenching a harrowing scream from her throat. Unforgiving pain radiated through her ribcage, threatening to burst her heart from her chest. Her features twisted in torment. Hands curled into the sheets as her back arched against the relentless assault. She screamed again. Please, she cried brokenly. Make it stop. Hands pinned her to the mattress. She fought against them, outraged that anyone would allow this suffering. A voice spoke gently through the waves of pain. You mustn't fight it, Katherina. The more you resist, the worse it will hurt. Tears streamed from beneath her lashes as she shoved at the hands holding her. How could they let this happen? What was happening to her? She could not endure it. It would kill her. She just wanted it to stop. Please, she howled. Katherina, a familiar feminine voice reached her through the haze. She clung to it desperately. Just relax. She shook her head violently. No, make it stop, please. Can you not do something? The familiar voice demanded. No, answered an older woman, someone Katherina recognized. This must happen. They knew her, yet they allowed this torment? She could not see them clearly, only white blotches invading her vision. A hand seized hers, squeezing firmly, reassuringly. Even as she tried to pull away, the voice spoke gently. You're stronger than you give yourself credit for, Katherina. You can endure this. Julieta stepped back and wiped sweat from her brow as Katherina slipped back into unconsciousness. She was grateful for the reprieve. She wasn't sure her friend could have borne another moment of that torment. The instant Katherina stilled, Julieta rounded on the elder. What the hell was that? I assure you she will be fine. Julieta's expression darkened with outrage as she gestured toward Katherina. You call that fine? Dark eyes met hers with unwavering calm. She is no longer human. The pain she endures is no more than she can bear. She is already healing. Julieta looked back at Katherina. Her friend slept peacefully now, chest rising and falling steadily, body no longer racked by agony. It was as though the change had never happened, but it had. During the worst of it, Katherina's eyes had glinted with an unnatural sheen, a sign of the transformation from human to beast. Though she had not fully shifted, her body had adjusted to the changes that would now define her forever. Her wolf had stirred. Why didn't she fully transform? Julieta asked. Isn't it a full moon tonight? The elder gathered her herbs from the nightstand. She is newly turned. Her mate will guide her first transformation. Julieta's eyes widened with realization. What about Roman? He doesn't know she's. A sudden thunderous crash startled them both. They exchanged a worried glance before rushing from the bedroom. They halted at the top of the stairs. Julieta's hands gripped the banister as she stared down at the sight below. Roman had collapsed through the front door and now lay sprawled in a spreading pool of blood. Adeline swept past her and down the stairs. Julieta followed quickly. They knelt beside him with horrified gasps. He was covered in lacerations and blood. What has he done? Julieta breathed. Adeline shook her head as she examined the wounds, expression grave. This was not done by one of us. Julieta studied the injuries more closely and recognized the markings. She had become familiar with this particular evil. Vampires, she hissed. Will he be all right? Adeline nodded. He's already healing. Julieta inspected the wounds again. These are significant. This wasn't just a few vampires. It was a legion. Both women turned toward the doorway where Micah leaned heavily against the frame. He too was covered in blood and gashes. He slid down to his knees, breathing labored. When they moved to help him, he raised a trembling hand. I'm fine, he muttered. What of Luna? Adeline asked with concern. She escaped while Roman and I fought them off. And the others? The elder pressed, fear flickering in her timeless eyes. Micah drew a painful breath, wincing. They came out of the dark. A horde of them carrying chains. Chains. Julieta repeated, bewildered. It made no sense. Vampires were solitary. They did not travel in groups, nor did they arm themselves with chains. That suggested something older, more powerful, and far more malevolent commanding them. They took them, Micah said hoarsely. Took who? Both women demanded in unison. He closed his eyes briefly against the pain, then opened them again. Those bastards came to collect. I can't say for certain who, but they grabbed someone and left. He paused, drawing another labored breath. They knew we would be there. Someone lured them. Chapter 34. Katherina awoke and blinked hazily up at the ceiling fan above her. She watched dust particles drift lazily in the light streaming through the blades, still caught in the lingering memory of that beautiful white realm. She could not have imagined it, could she? She clung to the image of the little boy, her little boy. She knew in her heart he had been hers. The child she had lost. He had been so close, nearly within reach, only to slip away again. That thought unleashed a fresh wave of grief for the son she would never hold. Tears welled as she recalled the countless figures of her family, generations standing in quiet union, waiting for her. At the forefront had been her parents and her son. And she had been torn from them, from that place of peace. She blinked again, awareness returning to the familiar walls of her bedroom. Everything rushed back in a terrifying flood. A vampire had attacked her. Her heart lurched at the memory of its sharp fangs sinking into her throat, its talons tearing into her flesh. There had been so much pain, unbearable, consuming pain. Katherina, a gentle voice, drew her gaze to the doorway. Julieta stood there, cerulean eyes bright with hope and shimmering with tears as she stepped into the room. Why am I not dead? Katherina asked hoarsely, fear threading through every word. What's happened to me? Julieta paled beneath the dim light and paused mid-step. Is that what you want? To be dead? She asked, incredulous. For a moment, they simply looked at each other, but Katherina's gaze drifted past Julieta to a small boy she alone could see. She blinked, breaking the fixation as tears spilled over. Her hands curled into the sheets, chin trembling. You don't know what I saw. Julieta closed the distance and sat on the edge of the mattress. She took Katherina's hand, squeezing gently. Tell me, she said softly. Katherina turned her face toward the wall, drawing a shaky breath to steady herself. I saw my son. Julieta's sharp intake of breath filled the quiet room. Her fingers tightened. Oh, Katherina. Haunting green eyes met cerulean blue. I think it was heaven. Tears streamed freely down her cheeks. The pain was gone. She sniffled. And I saw my family, my parents, my son. She pulled her hand free and pressed her palms to her face and wept. Roman jolted awake, bolting upright on the couch where someone had carefully laid him. For a heartbeat, he sat frozen, afraid to believe what his ears insisted they had heard. He held his breath. Seconds ticked past in agonizing silence. Then it came again, another heart-wrenching cry that sliced through him like a blade. It couldn't be. He leapt from the couch. The sudden movement sent the room spinning. Strong hands steadied him as he staggered. Take it easy, Ron, Micah said. You're not fully healed yet. Fully healed be damned. Roman snarled, shoving past his beta. He needed to see her. He needed to know this was not some cruel trick of the mind. Micah caught his arm. "Ron, you must wait." Talons lengthened. Roman bared his canines in a menacing roar. "Obey me now and move." Micah tensed but released him and stepped aside. Roman surged toward the stairs, seizing the banister and taking the steps two at a time. His heart hammered so fiercely it threatened to burst. He had watched her take her last breath. It was impossible, and yet he dared to hope. He reached the top and halted in the doorway of her bedroom. Every part of him froze in stunned disbelief. Light seemed to flood back into the world. His body trembled with raw emotion as he stared at her alive, real, breathing. "Katherina," the word broke from him, ragged with near hysteria. Those beautiful, haunted green eyes met his across the room. Full of life. He started toward her, driven by the desperate need to hold her, to feel her warmth and confirm she was not a delusion. But she stopped him with a single, anguished word. "No." Roman halted. His muscles locked. He gazed at her with open longing, hands fisting at his sides to keep from reaching for her. Her expression, raw with resentment, struck him like a physical blow. Those green eyes, always carrying pain, now held one unmistakable emotion: rejection. He met her gaze unflinchingly, knuckles white with restraint. He saw the tears shimmering in her eyes, and it took every ounce of willpower not to cross the room, gather her close, and ease her suffering to reassure himself she was truly there. He had thought he had lost her forever. His brows drew together as he studied her. How had she survived? He would have sensed if she had become a vampire. Thankfully, she was not. A hand settled on his forearm, pulling him from his thoughts. "She just needs time, Roman." He dragged his gaze to Julieta, then back to Katherina. She had turned her face away, and the small gesture felt like a fatal wound to his chest. Then he did the hardest thing he had ever done. He turned and walked from the room. Days blurred into weeks. Katherina rarely left her bedroom. Roman refused to leave the house. Nothing could have driven him away. As the torturous days stretched on, he had time to absorb what Adeline had revealed. His ancestors had kept secrets of their own. He had never imagined such a thing possible, a human bitten by the moon, as Adeline called it. All this time, Katherina had carried the dormant werewolf gene. Had that been what first drew him to her? Had he somehow sensed it? No. He had fallen for her the moment he saw her, long before he knew such a thing was possible. And now she no longer wants you. Roman sank onto the sofa with a heavy sigh, shoving a hand through his unkempt hair. He cast turbulent eyes toward the stairs. She refused to see him. Could he blame her? Julieta had told him what Katherina had revealed in despair, the vision of her son, her family, heaven itself. The knowledge that she had been torn from them only deepened his own pain. She had become what he had never wanted for her. She had been dealt cruel hand after cruel hand. He had been ready to let her go, to face a life without her if it meant freeing her from suffering. But fate had decided otherwise. She was a werewolf, miraculously. Katherina belonged to him completely. And still she does not want you. He groaned inwardly, leaning forward to rest his elbows on his knees and cradle his face in his hands. What could he say to reach her? What could he do to ease her grief? Her life would never be the same. He was prepared to release her again if she asked. The thought threatened to tear him in two. A sharp knock at the front door pulled him from his thoughts. He straightened. "Come in," he called hoarsely. A flash of white moved in his peripheral vision. Luna ascended the stairs. He was grateful to Micah's mate. She visited Katherina daily, offering comfort in ways he could not. Julieta had remained at Katherina's side despite the vampires still roaming Asheville. She had assured everyone the threat would be dealt with accordingly, but Roman's suspected guilt over leaving Katherina alone the night of the attack kept her close. She had not left Katherina's side since. Micah settled across from him. "You look like hell." Roman leaned back and met his beta's steady gaze with a scowl. "This is hell." Micah smirked. "She'll come around, my friend." Roman shook his head. "I don't expect her to. You're not responsible for what happened to her. My responsibility was to protect her. I failed. And because of it, she died." Triggering the gene? Micah asked, reading his thoughts. Roman nodded. Essentially, I'm the reason she's a werewolf. From what I've been told, it was inevitable. Either way, she would have become what she is now. Roman shook his head again. It doesn't matter. She was lost to me from the start. Do you remember when I thought Luna was lost to me? When I thought Nico was her intended? Hell, even he believed it. Different circumstances, Roman muttered. He shifted the topic, grateful for the distraction. Any word on Rue? Micah shook his head. He's vanished. Roman mulled that over. The attack weeks ago had been deliberate and unexpected. He had intended to fight Nico, perhaps even kill him to secure his rank. But the vampires had descended from the hills in a dark wave, governed by something far older and more powerful. They had come armed with chains, attacking with purpose. In the chaos, Roman had shared a glance with Nico. It had been the last he saw of his rival. Afterwards, when the vampires retreated, everyone had been accounted for except Nico. Why had they taken him? Where? And why? We must find him, Micah said. Roman nodded. He and Nico had unfinished business. Though Rue was an adversary, Roman could not allow their shared enemy to kill him. They would find him and end whoever was responsible. They were so absorbed in conversation that neither noticed the intruder until the man stood over them, gun raised. Micah's eyes widened in warning. He leapt from his chair. The gun swung toward him and fired. Roman reacted on instinct, launching from the couch with an unearthly growl. Katherina sat amid a nest of blankets and pillows, listening as Julieta and Luna chatted lightly about bucket list dreams, one of them sampling every Ben and Jerry's flavor, while passing around a pint of ice cream. For the first time in weeks, she smiled. At first, she had been wary of Luna. She had known instantly what the pale-haired woman was. Among other new senses, heightened hearing, sharper smell, she could now recognize another wolf. Like her. She had not trusted Luna at first. But Luna came every day with smiles, kind eyes, and small comforts. Today she had brought ice cream. Katherina had wondered why Luna went to such lengths. Then she understood. She was part of a pack now. They were connected. When one suffered, others offered comfort. Luna had helped her name her fear. She was afraid of herself. It was terrifying to no longer be human, to be something she did not fully understand. But Luna promised that in time she would. Her life had changed irrevocably, yet she could still live with some normalcy. The pain of losing her family would never fully fade, but she was stronger than she believed. She would endure. She had once thought her chance to reunite with them had been stolen. Now she wondered if that glimpse had been a farewell. Roman had kept his distance. He would give her all the time she needed, despite his own suffering. She felt his pain as keenly as the space between them. They were bound, soul to soul. She needed him in ways she could not yet name. And one day they would have children. That thought rekindled a light in her that refused to go out. Luna said something that made Julieta laugh, pulling Katherina from her thoughts. The laughter died instantly as a gunshot rang out. All three women sprang from the bed and rushed from the room. Katherina's blood turned to ice at the scene unfolding below. Micah lay sprawled across her living room floor, having crashed into the coffee table. He clutched a bullet wound in his chest, blood spreading across his shirt. Luna screamed and ran for the stairs. Katherina's gaze shifted to the two men locked in violent struggle on the floor. Her heart stopped as she recognized Roman and Daniel. But Daniel was no longer human. He was something half man, half beast. As Roman moved to deliver a killing blow, Daniel rolled, pinning him beneath his weight. Then, as though sensing her, Daniel lifted wild black eyes to hers. Pain and promise glinted in that bottomless stare. He broke free of Roman's grip and lunged toward the stairs. Katherina's heart slammed against her ribs. Roman growled, canines flashing as he seized Daniel's ankle and yanked him back. Daniel roared in pain and spun, hands elongating into talons. Though her hands shook, Katherina reacted. She spotted Julieta's .40 Smith & Wesson at the small of her back, wrenched it free, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 35. Katherina dropped the gun. It landed on the carpet with a heavy thud. Her eyes widened as she stared at the two men tangled together in a spreading pool of blood. For a long, breathless moment, she could not move. Only when Roman pushed Daniel's lifeless weight aside did she release a sharp, trembling breath. Julieta stepped forward, bending to retrieve the pistol and tuck it securely at the small of her back. Roman rose slowly, one hand pressed to his side. He gave Daniel a brief, hard look before lifting intense eyes to Katherina. The space between them could not lessen the force of that gaze. She would have held it forever if Julieta had not gently taken her arm. "Are you okay?" her friend asked, concern shining in her blue eyes. Katherina pulled her gaze from Roman's to look at Julieta. She managed a small nod. "Why, yes," she said, voice unsteady. Julieta shook her head. "I'm not convinced. Come on, you need to sit down." She guided Katherina gently back into the bedroom. Katherina's legs felt weak, her whole body trembling, and she let herself be led. She sank onto the edge of the mattress and watched Julieta leave the room. The moment the door closed, the full weight of what she had done settled over her. Her ex-boyfriend lay dead at the bottom of her stairs. She had ended his life. A large shape filled the doorway. She lifted tear-filled eyes to Roman and gasped. The amount of blood staining his shirt drained the color from her face. She staggered to her feet. He crossed the room quickly and caught her arms with careful hands. "No, sit down, sweetheart," he said softly, easing her back onto the mattress. "I'm not hurt." The bed dipped as he sat beside her. He reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Her breath shook. She glanced toward the doorway, then back at him. "Your friend. He'll survive." Relief washed through her. For Luna's sake. But the relief was short-lived. Grief and guilt surged in its place, twisting her heart and making her chest ache. She gripped the blankets tightly. "I killed him, Roman. I killed a man." "No, sweetheart," Roman said. He cupped her chin and looked steadily into her tearful eyes. He was already dying long before he came through that door. She frowned. "What do you mean?" The silver in his eyes softened to gentle gray. The drugs and alcohol in his system would have ended him eventually. It was only a matter of time. But it didn't, she began. "No," he interrupted gently. "But the change would have." He had been bitten. Humans are not meant to survive that. His body was already fighting the transformation, and the toxins made it worse. You simply ended his suffering. Not that he deserved any mercy, Julieta said from the doorway, voice sharp. Katherina and Roman looked up at her. "He deserved a prison cell, Jules," Katherina said quietly. Julieta threw up a hand. "We'll have to agree to disagree on that one." She paused, then softened slightly. "But don't you dare cry for him." With that, she stepped out of sight. Silence settled between them. Then Roman spoke, voice heavy. "I never wanted this life for you, Katherina. I was ready to let you go." She met his gaze. Pain burned in those silver-gray eyes, though he tried to hide it. "You would do that? Let me go." His expression hardened, but the pain deepened. "If that is what you wish," he said gently, "I would make sure you were cared for. Luna would help you through the change." Katherina rose to her feet. He stood with her, reaching out as though to steady her if she faltered. She looked into his eyes and saw the quiet resolve, the willingness to release her despite the suffering it would cause him. And he would suffer. She felt it in her own heart because they were bound together. Their souls were tied. If he let her go, it would destroy him. Yet he was prepared to accept that fate so she could find peace. But could she live without him? She had lost so much already. And now she had given her heart to this man. "What if," she began, pausing to hold his gaze, "what if I don't want that?" His eyes widened with surprise and hope. He took a step closer. "What are you saying?" She lowered her gaze. "I'm frightened, Roman." "You don't need to be," he said firmly. "I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. I will give you the life you deserve. I love you, Katherina. I would give up everything to keep you. I would step down as alpha and give the pack to Micah. You need only say the word. We could go anywhere. Away from this place, away from all the pain." She drew in a sharp breath. "You would give up the pack?" He stepped closer. His fists curled at his sides as though he ached to pull her into his arms. Yes. Katherina shook her head. No. I would never ask that of you. She looked away for a moment, then back at him. I'm such a mess, Roman. How could you want me? I'm broken in every way. He closed the distance between them and gently cupped her face, lifting her eyes to his. The raw emotion in his gaze brought fresh tears to hers. How could I not want you? He said. You are not broken, Katherina. If only you could see yourself the way I do. You are the strongest, most beautiful woman I have ever known. And you are mine. I'm a coward, she whispered. I try to take my own life. What kind of person does that? A frightened one, he answered honestly. And fear does not make you a coward. You are far braver than you realize. She leaned into him. His arms wrapped around her, warm and protective, drawing her against his chest. I love you, Roman. I don't want to be parted from you. His hold tightened. And you never will be. 3 weeks later. Anything en route? Roman asked Micah, his arm curved protectively around Katherina's shoulders, drawing her closer against his side. She fit perfectly there. She belonged with him. His green-eyed beauty. He could never let her go. They still had much to work through. Katherina carried deep emotional wounds, and she was newly changed. Her first full shift would come with the next moon. She had shared her fear with him, and he understood. The transformation was frightening. But he had promised to guide her through it, just as he would stand by her through every day of healing. He remembered the moment she had told him about her vision after death. Her death. The memory still shook him. He had lost her, and he knew he would not have survived it. A true mate could not live without the other. He would have followed her, or worse, lost himself to madness. I saw my family, she had said softly. And my son. Her voice had trembled on the last word. He could not imagine the depth of her grief, to see her child only to be torn away again. Yet she had assured him she did not regret her choice. I don't think I will ever let go of the pain from losing my child. But I understand now what I didn't then. What I saw was a promise. My son is with my parents. They are safe. He is safe. They were saying goodbye. Roman, did you hear me? Micah's voice pulled him back. Roman blinked and looked across the table at his beta. I said Rue's whereabouts are still unknown, but I have news that will interest you. And what is that? Roman asked, glancing between Micah and Luna, who sat beside Katherina. It was one of us who lured those vampires here. Roman frowned, straightening slightly but keeping his arm around Katherina. How do you know? Micah leaned back in the booth. Sabine has been in frequent contact with her sister. At the mention of Lorelei, Roman's blood surged with anger. Where is she? He demanded, voice low and cold. Katherina reached across the table and covered his fist with her hand. Roman, you cannot think to harm her. He tried to temper the rage as he looked at her. You nearly died because of her. Correction, Julieta said, appearing at their table with a tray of food. She did die. She set the plates down. If you ask me, she deserves whatever comes to her. Shouldn't you be working, Bennett? Roman asked sharply. Who said you could listen in? She gave him a pointed look. Excuse me, I am working. And just for that remark, I made sure your steak was cooked well done. She smirked and walked away. Katherina and Luna exchanged amused glances. You were saying? Roman asked Micah, pushing his plate aside. Lorelei lured the vampire that attacked Katherina. She also brought the horde to Asheville. She is responsible for Rue's disappearance. But why would she do that? Luna asked. To get back in Roman's good graces? Micah suggested. Maybe she thought she was removing a threat to the pack. Maybe she believed he would give her another chance. No chance in this lifetime, Roman growled. If the information was true, Lorelei had betrayed the pack in multiple ways and conspired with vampires. But why? And if Nico had been taken by them, where was he? Was he still alive? He and Nico had their differences, but Roman could not abandon his brother to such a fate. We must find Nico, Micah said. Roman nodded. They had unfinished business. Though Rue had been an adversary, Roman would not let their common enemy destroy him. They would find him and deal with whoever was responsible. They were so focused on the conversation that none of them noticed the intruder until the man stood over them, gun in hand. Micah's eyes widened in warning. He lunged from his chair. The gun swung toward him and fired. Roman reacted instantly, launching himself forward with a deep growl. Katherina sat surrounded by blankets and pillows, listening as Julieta and Luna talked about their dreams, one of them trying every flavor of ice cream while sharing a pint. For the first time in weeks, she smiled. At first, she had been cautious around Luna. She had known immediately what the other woman was. Among her new senses, she could now recognize another wolf. Like her. She had not trusted Luna right away. But Luna came every day with kindness and small comforts. Today she had brought ice cream. Katherina had wondered why Luna made the effort. Then she understood. She was part of a pack now. They were connected. When one was hurt, others offered support. Luna had helped her face her fear, herself. It was frightening to no longer be fully human, to be something she did not yet understand. But Luna promised that in time she would. Her life had changed forever, yet she could still find a measure of normalcy. The pain of losing her family would always be there, but she was stronger than she knew. She would carry it. She had once believed her chance to see them again had been taken from her. Now she wondered if that glimpse had been a gentle goodbye. Roman had kept his distance. He would give her whatever time she needed, despite his own pain. She felt it as clearly as the space between them. They were bound together. She needed him in ways she could not yet fully name. And one day they would have children. That hope warmed something deep inside her. Luna said something that made Julieta laugh, drawing Katherina from her thoughts. The laughter stopped abruptly as a gunshot rang out. All three women leapt from the bed and hurried from the room. Katherina's blood ran cold at the sight below. Micah lay sprawled across the living room floor, having crashed into the coffee table. He clutched a bullet wound in his chest, blood spreading across his shirt. Luna cried out and ran for the stairs. Katherina's gaze shifted to the violent struggle on the floor. Her heart froze as she recognized Roman and Daniel. But Daniel was no longer human. He had changed into something part man, part beast. As Roman moved to end the fight, Daniel rolled, pinning him down. Then, as though sensing her presence, Daniel lifted dark eyes to hers. A promise of harm glinted in that stare. He broke free and lunged toward the stairs. Katherina's heart pounded. Roman growled, seizing Daniel's ankle and pulling him back. Daniel roared in pain and spun, hands lengthening into sharp claws. Though her hands shook, Katherina acted. She saw Julieta's pistol tucked at her friend's back, pulled it free, and fired.